Happy Turkey Day. Anybody in here?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Chris?
Not too much.
Cold up in Minnesota a bit.
Yeah, just keeping it real.
You have snow on the ground.
Yeah, snowed geez, a couple weeks ago.
Cool. Haven't seen any
Yeah,
snow down here. Kentucky yet. It'll probably be January, February before we usually get some. Go ahead.
oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't. As well, you get it like everywhere, or is it just like it stays for a day or something? Or
It just usually hangs around for a couple days and melts right off. Usually. You know how that global warming works. Who knows?
oh yeah, yeah, it'll be snow here till spring.
People around there are used to it, though. Like, we're like in one of those middle areas where if we get a big snowstorm, almost all the people driving freak out because they're not used to it.
Yeah, like the
But
first snow, people freak out. It happened. I think it was a Monday, a couple weeks back, and I said, hey, I'm gonna stay home. I called in because I said, like the roads are just gonna be nuts. I can't remember which Monday. Maybe it was the 7th of November, or maybe it was. I don't know. I can't remember what day it was. But we had that first snow, and it was just like you just turned the news on. You're like, of course,
yeah.
pile ups everywhere. Like
And that's even up there where you got experienced snow drivers. But imagine people down here that hardly ever see snow. They just totally freak out. Anyway, Earth continues to not be a globe as far as I know. Did anything happen last night while I was asleep? I found
not
curvature.
really.
This whole globe idea is just some men made it up and a bunch of people believed it basically. Even me for 52 years. Can't find any aspect of it in reality is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Not
they're just
silly.
kind of going with it. It's like
Yeah.
somebody said, "Hey, I wonder if it's not geocentric," and someone's like, "Oh, that's an interesting thought experiment. Let's explore that." A couple hundred years later, you got people just believing everything they see on TV.
Yeah. It was
They
like
said
a
if, like Copernicus, I said if.
and Galileo got his telescope and started making up stories and everybody's like, man, that sounds legit. Let's go with it. Cool. Rest is history, right? We got a complete sky story. We know how far away the sun is. We know what the stars are doing. Got it all figured out now. Cool. But wait a minute, nobody measured the Earth's curvature. Never mind that. Just go with it. Wait a minute, we never measured the motion of the Earth. Don't worry about that. We got the sky story, so we're good. It's in all the textbooks. It couldn't be wrong, right? How could it get in a textbook if it wasn't a fact? Come on, man. Anyway, hope everybody's having a good holiday. I guess I'm going to try to take most of the day off today. Going over to my son's, have a little bit of turkey. Here in a couple hours. So. Got a whole panel full of crazy globe deniers here. Does anybody else want to talk? You crazy globe deniers. They all have the right to remain silent and the ability. Cool. Pretty day here in Kentucky, kind of coolish. I think it's like 40 degrees. Sun's up there in the sky, whatever it is. It's illuminating this part of the plain at this point. All is well. Not looking at the YouTube right now. If there's anybody listening on YouTube, click the link, come in and discuss. Maybe you think you live on a globe. Maybe you think you don't. Maybe you're not sure. This is the place to talk about it. This is Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. I'll be here for a little while. If anybody's got any requests for the bot or anything, just put them in the voice text. I'll play it. Otherwise, we'll continue silence till the next person talks. Alrighty then.
How's it going, everyone?
What's up,
Yeah.
Andy? Live from the UK. Here's Andy. Hold my beer. What say you?
Yeah. Where's Miggy? I was hoping to talk to Miggy.
I haven't seen him yet. I just got here. Has he been here at Crit?
Yeah, I'll listen to that Hank Hill thing. And I love Hank. I think there's a sort of old wisdom about him that I like.
Yep, Hank's the real deal. He's been in this investigation about 8 years, just like me. He's solid. He's down to earth as you can get.
I mean, he was a few things that he said that thought were interesting. Well, several things that I thought were interesting, but one of them was if we go back to these, the origins of this Big Bang, and there's all matter and all this so-called dark matter and everything that we know in this very confined spot. Well, that'd be a pretty huge gravitational well, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that gravitational wells exist, it would be. Yeah, go ahead.
So it seems a bit, I don't know, contradictive.
Are you saying the globe model has contradictions in it? No way.
Well, I think, the heliocentric models are just a mess, complete mess. But this Big Bang situation seems, I don't know. Explosions don't usually create things. I don't know.
The thing about the heliocentric model, if you just don't look at the big picture and don't try to compare and contrast anything, just take single items, like sort of make sense. But once you start putting it all together, it's a mess. I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, what else was I thinking about? I was thinking about, because I've said this before, I've only got a passing interest in physics and how things work, and I know it's a very complex dynamic system, and I like to look into it. It's definitely interesting.
Hey, Andy, isn't there a big difference between physics on Earth compared to astrophysics?
Yes.
See, that's where the contrast comes for a lot of people. There's no confusion with physics that you use that are usable and physical in reality here on Earth.
Right. It's important for us to say we're not denying effects. There's definitely effects. The causes of said effects, i.e., gravity. Yeah, we questioning that and a few other things.
Well, sure. If you start with the Big Bang and they say it just like everything was a little small dot, and then it's always coalescing back to that again, and then it's going to explode again, and then it's just going back and forth, and then all the matter of the universe is coalesced in this small dot, and then it explodes, and over billions of years they start coalescing and creating galaxies and shit like that. That's theoretical. I mean, there's no proof for that.
Yeah, Helio, it's almost like the whole astrophysics thing is based on watching things in the sky move and making up shit about it. Yeah. Basically, right?
Well, and just like you were saying, Dave, our solar system, heliocentric idea, it's in most people's minds, I would say that's plausible for the sake of just the argument, the patterns of the stars, the constellations and the quote unquote planets. But those are something that's been recognized throughout recorded human history. Everything else outside of that, we can't prove. It's all stories. Even with the red shift, blue shift, and they say, oh, we can tell the distance because of the red shift and blue shift, and it's not true.
But it must be 100% facts, or it wouldn't be in textbooks, right? They would be teaching kids this stuff, right?
Well, they don't teach kids this stuff, as far as like distance to galaxies and everything. They do like say, hey, well, this galaxy's so far away, but they don't really teach the details of how they came up with this idea. But yeah, sure, it's kind of insane. But there's a lot of people that are geocentrists, like what's his name, that the Catholic guy that Rob Skiba interviewed or debated with at one of the conferences. What's his name?
Robert Sungenis.
Yeah, Sungenis. Yeah, he's a geocentrist, but the Earth is a globe. So Earth is the center, and the sun's moving the sun, moon, and stars are moving around us.
Yeah, that's one of the weirdest positions to hold to me. It's a ball, but it's not moving. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
How do you reconcile that? I mean, I don't know. It's, how do you still think it's a ball at that point? I don't know. Makes no sense. But anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, there's no physical evidence for this Big Bang or even outer space, Even with they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on these big radar arrays, in South America, and there's even one in Hawaii. They just put these radar telescopes up and get radio waves from the frequencies, the light frequencies and stuff, and then they interpret the data. So, well, we can see trillions of miles away, with these radio receivers. It's like, who told you that?
Oh, they got all kinds of stuff they can figure out. They got spectroscopy, which I probably mispronounced. And
no, that was right. That was right.
All this other shit that they figured out everything that's going on in the sky. Don't worry about it, man. Just chill, relax.
We got this. Our story's more plausible because we got science on our side. Like, that ain't science, bro. Guess
yeah, I feel like I should come in here every day and just talk about getting your wonder back. Getting that sense of wonder, because if Flat Earth is good for anything, it's that. It's just getting that, looking at things with new eyes. And that is also why I think it's so dangerous to the system. The system that's been put in place. It's took a few hundred years to do it. And, I've told the story many times of me hand-waving Flat Earth away because I was just like, I was having an existential crisis at the time, and I was dealing with, alcoholism and trying to get sober and this, that, and the other. And that was a tricky business. But I was also doing this, I was on this like spiritual journey and looking into all that kind of stuff. And some people would be like, it's weird what we're drawn to, isn't it? I don't know why we're drawn to what we're drawn to. And that intrigues me more than, who I am, if you will, intrigues me more than where I am. Well, I think it's definitely second on the list.
Yeah, I'm with you, Andy. I'm with you right there, man. And God bless you. Stopping drinking if you had a problem. I used to have a serious problem with drinking, and now I don't. And I'm really grateful for that. It's not that problems go away. I mean, we have personal problems, obviously. You're talking about who we are. That's the struggle. Like, who we really are is the entire struggle, really.
Yeah, and I will say this, that looking into, and by the way, being drunk and looking at all the different, the Upanishads and the Lausa and all the interesting philosophy and spirituality, that definitely made it more entertaining. Because I can imagine some people listening to this and going, God, who'd ever want to listen to all that? But it was, even my own mother, who married a parson, which is a vicar, by the way, I realised, it's funny talking to normies, because I ain't talked to normies for a long time. But I've been, because you get some traffic coming through here who are normies, and I'm starting to like it. I'm starting to enjoy it.
What is a parson? What do you mean by that? I'm not sure.
A vicar.
A lot of Americans don't know what a parson is. You're saying a preacher, right?
Yes.
Yeah, priest, preacher. Is that?
Yes, I'm just going to the
in the English tradition. Is it like Episcopal kind of?
Well, just Church of England. But anyway,
Church of England. Okay, I got it now.
The point is that I've realised now that talking to some normies in here, which I'm starting to really like. I know sometimes it's like bashing your head against the wall, but it's made me realise that I do have to break things down a bit. I mean, that's just a silly thing, but just in general sentences, I realise I have to go back and explain the little bits and bobs, and that's fine. I'm happy to do that, but I'm aware also that it could be condescending. It could come across as condescending to some people, to some of you guys. Basically, it was. I've just got to remember that there's an audience as well, and yeah. Because sometimes I find myself talking to a person, I think, oh, they've done the work. No, they haven't. I don't know why I do that. I just go, oh, they've done the work too. No, they haven't. So you need to sort of just break it down. But it can sound condescending. So occasionally you might hear me say, sorry if that sounds patronising or whatever. So, yeah, I'm just rambling now. But I'm enjoying talking to the normies, is my point. And...
well,
I'm still trying to.
Speaking of talking to Normie, we've been joined by 2 new people. We're going to try to talk to them. Well, one of them just left. The other one is Convulsing Bald Man. Hello. You have control of your mic. Roll.
Great name.
Convulsing
Bald Man.
I'm a baldy too. Come on, Convulsing Bald Man.
I'm bald too. We got something in common right off the bat. I'm bald.
Real men of baldness.
I'm a non-bald.
Hey, Dave, do you remember Mr. B?
Mr. B, who's that?
Mr. B, well, he changed his name because it used to be Mr. Bukaki back on the YouTube chats and shit. Remember that guy?
No. Yeah.
Somebody jumped in here earlier that said Mr. B, and I messaged and said, "Are you Mr. B from the YouTube chat?" He didn't respond. I think it probably was. It probably was, but anyway, it's actually talking to him. His name, he's actually decent. He's a decent Glober, but his name is pretty offensive. But whatever.
We also have Alex 8 Hero, that no rolls. You do have control of your mic as well. Alex, are you there? Or Convulsing Bald Man? Either one. Speak up, please, if you're close to your mic.
Hello, welcome to the server. Feel free to speak.
Yeah, and good job, Dave.
My American friends.
Hey, who's that?
Kiwi. What's up?
Kiwi. Hey, what's up, Kiwi? And
I'm trying to talk to Convulsing Bald Man right now, Kiwi.
I know. I was just saying Happy Thanksgiving.
Hey,
shit! I forgot about that, guys. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
I was just going to ask: is today's Thanksgiving? And I got my answer. That's how socially linked up I am. Yeah, I'm really connected. I don't even know what day Thanksgiving is.
Well, I do pride myself on knowing quite a lot about American culture, having been literally raised like Cable Guy, the movie, on American TV. So, yeah, I'm not 100% on Thanksgiving. That is there a significance? What's the history behind Thanksgiving?
I'll give you a rundown real quick, unless somebody else wants to jump the bit there. But it was supposedly when the Pilgrims came in the Mayflower.
That's what I thought it was.
The ship on the Mayflower, the Pilgrims got here. They had a treacherous time crossing the Atlantic. They were leaving religious persecution in Europe, and they came to America, and it was winter time, and they
were dying.
Met up. They were dying. They couldn't plant. They didn't know what the hell to do. It was freezing. Some of the natives came up and helped them and gave them food, and they had a big feast, supposedly, and that was Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was.
Right. It was, like a feast. Sonny's got it pretty much, but yeah, there's a little more to the story. Like, yeah, the natives taught the Pilgrims how to utilize the land, what plants were good to eat, to plant, and all of that. And then there was the big feast, and then we paid them back by killing them.
Well, I mean, it started with Christopher Columbus's voyage, which wasn't England, it was Spanish. But anyway, and he never made it to America. So they sent, from England, Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, right? Am I correct about this?
Yep, 1492.
And they landed at Plymouth Rock.
No. You're talking about the Mayflower. That's
Oh,
a
that was the
different. That's a
Mayflower.
different ship than that was after Columbus.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Columbus was that was
Yeah,
1492.
yeah. So it was like 1500.
Let me
Yeah, the
we
Pilgrims.
can go to Wiki and freaking look up.
I'm gonna-
Columbus landed in the Bahamas. Sonny's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It's
I
two
know that.
separate things. Yeah, the Pilgrims and then Christopher Columbus.
He probably landed somewhere in the Bahamas, but he ended up in Hispaniola, which is now Dominican Republic and Haiti. But he was there, also Jamaica. And in the fourth voyage, apparently he made it to the outlet of the Amazon in that area.
I saw this documentary about the Mayflower that when they left Europe, they had like 50% women, 50% men. But by the time they got to America, they were like down to 3 women. And one of them was like a teenager, like a teenage girl, like a 13-year-old. So that's kind of why they were peaceful with the tribes, because when they got here, it's quite the opposite. It's like a lot of warfare had been going on between the tribes in that area, and they were depleted from men. It was like 70% women, 25% men. So about 25% of their population was women without husbands. And they go, well, here's some new people that came from the ocean.
Wait a minute. Did you say most of the women died on the journey across the Atlantic?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could believe it.
And in the first winter too. It's like between the journey and the first winter, there was only like 3 women left of the whole crew, the whole the whole event.
I mean, there probably are elements of this story. We know a lot of it's probably made up, but there are probably truthful elements to this story, But we don't.
So glad you said that, Sonny.
Yeah. We don't.
Because I was going to kind of say that.
We're kind of thinking
sure.
now. We're thinking in my mind. What I'm thinking now, after all the years of looking at all of that, having been taught that, then having gone back and looked at it again, is that most of it is just made up history, that the entire thing is made up. If you go back and look at books that were written, like say in the 1700s, 1800s, about written by the people that actually came to America and were investigating the culture, they were saying something totally different about America. And you can go back and look at these books. There's some people that are doing outlines and discussions and videos on these books, and it's quite astonishing.
Yeah, this what I've just posted here, this is the Colburn language. This is it's like ancient Welsh, but it's kind of weird to say Welsh. More early Britons, but it's not even Britain because it's before even that. And that is supposedly found in America circa 800 BC. And there's also talk of Native Americans who spoke Welsh.
Welsh. Listen, Welsh, Phoenician, Carthaginian, Paleo-Hebrew, and Indo-Eurasian languages, all found inscriptions here in America.
Yeah, their idea of like America as the new world, they'd been here before, from all across Europe. Yeah. And the Middle East.
America is the old world. It's the place where it's the land that first came up above the oceans. Even according to all the experts that are trying to say how old, they say that the first mountains that appeared above the oceans was the Canadian Rockies. That's the oldest rock that they found. So that's the oldest pushed up above. So which land do you think was the center of civilization, if it was the first to come above the waters and the first to have agricultural type plants like corn, well, even tobacco, corn, and lots of other plants that originated in America, as well as the animals, camels, elephants, lions, tigers, bears, all originated in America. So which one do you think's older? They're saying the cat was in America now. Okay, a caveat
I don't know
is
about the
age.
lions and tigers.
25.
But
I was in the middle of my sentence, but anyway, 25 million years. The cat carnivorans of the Felidae family. 25 million years in America. 2 to 5 million years anywhere else. Anyway, happy Thanksgiving.
I don't think Earth is 25 million years old.
I didn't say that. I was saying the cat family. Did you hear that part?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There's mountain
Well,
lions.
I know.
They're pretty
I know.
dangerous.
Well, we think they're wrong with the ages. Obviously, I have issue with any age that they give us like that. But if you look at the age comparatively, you could still make certain claims about that.
Sure.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Hey
extrapolate.
guys, not to interrupt, but Alex 8 Heroes back. Let's see if he wants to talk. Hello, Alex.
Oh, look.
I'm just listening into the discussion.
Okay, very good. If you know what, if you have any thing that you want to chime in about on on what we're talking about, feel free. Okay.
Alex!
Or if you have questions about flat Earth, we can move on to that. We were talking about history and Thanksgiving. You know.
Oh no, go ahead. It's all interesting. Go ahead.
All right. I'm sure there'll be a time for you to step in.
Yeah, I was looking up the Thanksgiving story, and yeah, you're right. The Mayflower in September 1620, a small ship called the Mayflower left Plymouth, England, carrying 102 passengers and a assortment of religious separatists. So this is what they were doing. They were leaving the Church of England to go to another land to, freely practice, their version of what they understood about the Bible. I think that's the general idea is why they left.
Puritans.
Yeah, the Puritans.
Like Protestant.
Puritans, Quakers.
Yeah. They were like in between Catholic and English. They were like partially Catholic, but also partially like the Church of England.
I think they started the Church of England actually was essentially like had the same rules as Catholicism, but I think what was it, King Edward or somebody, one of those kings said, "Hey, we're going to establish Church of England, King Henry, so I can divorce
George,
my
right?
wife."
Or was it?
I can't remember.
No, it's Henry. Yeah, Henry VIII.
Yeah, they just created the same religion, but I want to be able to divorce my wife, so I'm going to make a new religion.
He just renamed it. He said, like, in this religion, I'm the head. In the religion, he declared himself basically the Pope and says the Church of England. And the king is, ordained by God, can have divorce is okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Because he had already beheaded a couple of his wives, so he wanted to make sure he got that.
Because the one wife kept having. The first wife was married to the brother, but the brother was sick, and then he died before they were together. So then he married the same princess from Spain, but she kept having girls, like the Bloody Mary.
She wouldn't give him a son. So
yeah,
tell us about Bloody Mary.
Get rid of her.
Yeah, that's the daughter. It's Elizabeth and Bloody Mary. That's his daughter. If you know the story about Bloody Mary.
Yeah, and they fought. And she was over with the Scots, right? Scottish.
No, she's the one who kind of like doubled down on the, weeding out the church. She started like, the whole like, mass executions.
And there's Jane too.
Yeah, Jane was the third wife.
Jane Eyre.
And like Anne Boleyn was the second one, but then she had a daughter too. And then Jane Seymour, the third wife, had a son.
She would have been the queen, right? Jane
would have been. But then she died of in childbirth. And then there was like some young girl he married. I can't remember her name right now. And but she was like young already. Like their age difference is so far but between the two.
Mm-hmm.
She was like some noble that the family got killed or whatever, and she got beheaded because she was like like loved one of the guards or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? It's a fascinating topic about the history of just England. I mean, itself has such a strange, convoluted history, you know, with all this intrigue and mystery, and yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah,
bizarre.
not only England. I mean, what was going on with France and Spain all at the
Sure,
same
sure,
time? You know,
France.
with the Americas. It's just
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah,
one in between there. The
I think it's
young
fair
girl
to
that-
say. Sorry, dude. Go on.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's fair to say that Protestantism gave us a somewhat decent life. That was the point of it. It gave us an opportunity to have a couple of holidays a year, a couple of cars. It wasn't quite so fascist as Catholicism. The whole point of getting out. Don't forget, America is a Protestant nation, and well, it was, of course, until what was it? One of your presidents. He was. There was the Jesuit whistleblower. Remember?
FDR.
Yeah,
the guy that came out and
Kennedy.
Kennedy.
they changed the inauguration, but they always had it in a certain place. But then they changed it to the opposite side of the White House, facing that phallic symbol, and that was to signify that America was now under Catholic rule. That is why your president goes and kisses the ring.
And
So-
you know, this is what the gold fringe around all the flags is too.
So this is what it was really about. He's getting from underneath the thumb of the Catholic Church. Why we had no back in the day. No, you know, remember the signs. No popery. So
Yeah.
it's interesting when you learn all that stuff, because that's when you realise, holy shit, this goes back. This is fascinating.
And you know
I
what's
have
really
a-
curious about this? You know, Thanksgiving, you know, has a lot to do with history and how America was created and all that, and even goes into you know, South America creation, because there was a lot of wars between what happened in South America and North America. But like Christmas, it's a different tradition, right? It's not about wars. It's about cultures. And they're so close together, right? Like a month apart. I don't know if that means anything to Americans.
I would-
it means, Black Friday tomorrow, man. You get cheap stuff.
I mean, I would make the argument, please jump in and tell me I'm an idiot, but I would make the argument that the Constitution itself exists because they were terrified of the Catholics coming over, because they knew the people they knew the Catholics were going to come over in droves and take over, essentially. So they made something that firmly put the rights into the lap of the individual rather than groups.
Right. And at the same time, you know, even though they were fighting the English,
Not the
eventually the
Catholics.
English, yeah, well, no, it
It's
wasn't
not the Catholics. It was the
Yeah.
church.
It was the church. Yeah, I mean,
Church-
the English finally agreed with them and said, "Hey, go ahead, me. You got this."
Sorry, a Catholic is a person. It's an individual. I know a lot of Catholics, but they're not the church. And plenty of Catholics will tell you the church doesn't represent them. And it's just always been that the church was always a political entity, especially in the Middle Ages, up to and including the discovery of, well, not the discovery, but the travel to the New World. So the church
the New
had its
World?
interest. Yeah, the church had its interest, and the church, as in the Vatican, has always been a power and political structure. But
Yeah,
Catholics
absolutely.
themselves, I got no problem with any Catholic.
Me either. Yeah.
No, me
Yeah,
neither. Of course not.
Yeah, Chris Columbus was hired to go to the, you know, wherever he landed. He was hired by Spain.
I'm going to drop some bombshells here with that.
Go
The
for it.
Huguenots were the black French people, Moorish French people, and Moorish Spanish people were. After the Spanish took back over and they rounded up these Moorish people. They were forced into labor. A lot of them were turned into conquistadors and sent over to the New World. They were Huguenots. They're black Moorish people. They're actually Sephardic Jews. I'm gonna drop some bombs. This is boom. Hold on a second.
Drop it.
A Mimas. Is it Mimas?
It is Mimas Aurelius.
Mimas Aurelius. I love the name. That's awesome.
Because I'm a big
Yeah.
fan of Marcus Aurelius.
That's what I've been saying for a while. The three pillars, right? We got the Vatican, London, the financial capital, and then Washington D.C., the military complex, right? These are the three pillars that hold up this matrix world that we live in. Vatican,
At least in the West. At least in the West.
I want to ask you something about those three pillars.
Please.
Are they causes or effects?
I don't even know. At this point, honestly, I can see them as being effects, but I can also see them as being causes to hold up what we're living in.
What if the cause of those effects is the very nature of humankind, and it's inevitable?
Well, it's so.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Constructs. Right?
Yeah,
constructs that bring comfort, which breeds complacency. Right? Because as each man gets further delved into I hear that's the last point I'll withdraw. You get gelled into that construct and you become comfortable, and then you breed complacency and you're like, really, what does it matter if the earth is round or flat? Go ahead.
I think that's part of it. I think that is definitely part of it. I think that's a further down the line effect. So I think we have these power structures because we're designed to destroy ourselves. We're actually designed that way.
That's a pretty good observation. And I've certainly observed within myself there is something inside that wants me dead. I'm not even joking.
No, so it's like, what are we all walking on all at the same time everywhere? We're walking on dead civilizations, right?
Yeah. We're designed to support our own demise.
Yeah, we have, there's this pattern. There's exploration, colonization, expansion and prosperity, and then collapse. And then from that collapse, you have exploration, colonization, expansion and prosperity, collapse. And it just is over and over and over. We are designed that way. We are a self-correcting creature.
Right.
So that every few generations, we
symbolized by the phoenix, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and this isn't like 100, 200-year process. This is like a 2,000-year process.
Yeah.
You know, this takes place slowly. Like maybe between 500 and 2,000 years this happens. Just complete and total civilizational collapse. And where hundreds of millions die off. And it's going to happen. And there's nothing to worry about.
It's nothing to worry about, but to understand it, you have to understand how they've convinced you that it has to happen through media. It's just a natural function of things.
No, it's the thing that the media isn't causing it. Like, the media is an effect of it. The media, like, what's the cause of degeneracy? Well, degeneracy can't be the cause of degeneracy, can it? It has to have a cause further back down the line.
Think so. I mean, degeneracy would have to be wanted for it to happen.
Yeah. So you get these hard, like, individuals, these rugged individuals who go out and they explore and they build a culture or society. And then the next generation is prosperous, wealthy, intelligent. But what happens in the generation right after that? Because they never had hardships. Life is mediocre. And so they're looking for new ways to entertain themselves and please themselves. It's inevitable in every single civilization. We are designed to grow, collapse, grow, collapse.
Isn't that described in the Book of Kings in the Bible?
I think so. Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Does it say anything about eating Tide Pods in there?
No, I don't think so. But sort of. I mean, they ate babies, but
The one thing I find interesting that you guys mentioned, Mimas, was the idea that like we're programmed this way. We're programmed to like almost find out the cause and effect of stuff. Almost like a toy. You pick it up, you play with it, you're like, I'm bored now, put it down, get to the next thing. Play with it, put it down, get to the next thing. It's this quick throwaway YouTube society. And then we've taken the YouTube society, which was maybe consuming, say, 10-minute clips, and now we've jumped into TikToks and minute-long clips. Like it's this quickening mental cycle.
That is what it is. So it's like, say, 2,000 years ago. Let's say 700 years ago. Everything in your life had a cause, and the cause of everything was God, and it was just the meta that the Creator caused everything. So you have rain, shine. It's just, God did it. God made the world, and this is the world we live in. And you lived next to spirituality every single day. Everything was revolved around it. There were no atheists 700 years ago. There were no doubters or skeptics. So what happens is the more we started trying to figure out how everything works, because we didn't want to struggle anymore. And as we figured out how things worked and made life more comfortable, we thought, well, we know how this works, so we don't need to posit a cause anymore. And so over the past few centuries, we've just lost complete connection with like spirituality. And I think I would say that's the largest, going from a rugged agrarian society for the last however many thousands of years to post-industrialized skeptics. And not even skeptics, just a society of hedonists, because everything's comfortable. Like even poor person in the United States has a television, has a phone, has a refrigerator. They put their feces into clean water and flush it. Poor people in the United States.
Such a good point.
And then complain that they've got it real hard. I'm like, no.
And they have iPhones too.
Yeah, they have iPhones. They have free iPhones.
A cell bill that they can barely make payments on, though.
No, it's totally free. It is a government program.
Oh, yeah, the government program. That's right.
You get an iPhone or an Android Galaxy now.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I forgot about that program. You're so right.
So everything's easy. There is no struggle. And so without struggle, people naturally lose their spiritual disposition. And they begin to see everything in terms of what they are. They define everything through what they either have or what they are materially.
Be back soon, guys.
And so it's inevitable that these same people, like in this structure, and we're all humans, we're all, we all conspire. And if you're a human with power, you conspire, you create systems of power. And then those systems of power get handed down generationally. And by the time you're at this point, the elite who are running everything, they don't even know how everything works. I guarantee you, if you found the descendants of the whoever they are, right? They would have no idea what's going on. I guarantee you that they are running this big giant machine with all these, levers and buttons and gears and steam going poo, poo, all the time, and they have no idea what it does. Because they're just as much in the dark as we are. So it's almost like this handed down elite structure that really doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so they said since it didn't make sense, this is just subjective on my part, or speculative, but since we don't know what's going on, let's try to be the ones that can continue a lifestyle that is above most for us and our generations.
That would be nice. I would like that, but if there isn't, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen to everybody. Nobody's going to, and it's not. I don't know who would make it through it. I think the only thing you could do to make it through it is to know about it. I don't think any amount of prep is going to save anybody.
Yeah, but didn't they kind of do that with the families that are like the top controlling families that we talk about, like didn't they succeed in making theirs and their own, having the ability to make all the money, control the money, and continue a lifestyle above most?
That's yeah. Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah. Well, yeah, they did. And you know what? Those people at that top, those generational people, those descendants.
Yeah.
But like, they have no relation to the people who hated the system. They don't even. How do we know that they really know what the system is? They could. Their cogs. Their cogs. They no longer run the system. The system is alive. And it's this machine that's just going wild, and all the elite are like, we don't know how to operate this. That's really what's going on. I guarantee you. You nobody's at the wheel.
I could agree with that, Mimas, but I would say they may have figured out a few different levers than most people have because of this advanced knowledge or whatever, if you want to say that. Like they've learned a couple levers that cause some kind of effect. But I would agree with you along those lines of it being an out of control locomotive, and you can't steer it. It's on a path that's uncontrollable. I would agree with that.
Yeah, it'd be like if your grandpa designed and built the locomotive, handed it off to your father who knew how to run the locomotive, and all you did was play like on your iPhone the whole time, and then you got handed that locomotive and were like, what do I do?
Holy shit.
I don't know how to work on it. I don't know how to drive it. Maybe I can hire a bunch of these leftists who can operate the machine, and then they destroy the machine, and then there's the collapse, and then someone else has to build a new freight train. It's just how it is. I don't think there's any way around it.
I'm pretty sure when the creator says that in the end times there must be things to taken place, and before they haven't taken place, other things will not happen. For example, for the returning of the Messiah to destroy this place. I think he pretty much is in control of what is going to take place, whenever it's going to take place.
Well, if we're going to go by the Bible, it says Christ already conquered the world. The world's conquered. Christ already won.
Yeah, he already won, but yet he hasn't come back to bring the sword, you know. He will come back and bring fire onto this place and destruction, so that no stone will be sitting upon the other. So what I'm trying to say is that even though humans might be not in control, but we can be sure that the one who has created all things is 100% in control of all things. Even though we might not understand his ways, and even with my very carnal explanation of my carnal mind, I will not get any justification to his ways of how he's doing things in his authority.
Do you know how I explain it? Do you know how I like to explain it?
Yeah, the thing is, no matter what man explains, I think man will always be limited to the thing that he is, because he was created by we are all created by the one who created all things, right? So he chose to make you limited. Otherwise, he would be God.
Well, see, there's another thing too, and this is how I like to explain it, because it is a limited explanation that I can give. And so I choose something lower, way lower down the rung. You know how we talk about people and say they're NPCs?
Mm-hmm.
Truth is, we're all NPCs. We're the NPCs.
None of us know.
The player character was Jesus.
Yeah,
that was the avatar.
Like this, yeah.
That was the avatar of God. He went into Skyrim as the Dragonborn, and all these NPCs have limited knowledge, limited lines, limited abilities. He had unlimited abilities.
Yeah, and even though he had unlimited abilities, he humbled himself to let us limited beings kill him.
And sometimes he used cheat codes, which he had access to, which the NPCs don't.
But he still lived through the limited body and all the pain and all the suffering in order for us to be free.
Right.
Just think about how humble our God is. He didn't come to the earth on a golden throne. He come to the earth in a barn. You know.
He became an
think about this
NPC.
God.
He took the form of an NPC to speak to NPCs. Now, here's the thing. Basically, his offer is to elevate us from NPCs into player characters. That's basically what it is. Where we no longer have to be in the game.
For me, it's kind of like he created again, I can't justify or prove it. It's just my idea. He kind of created like a filter where he can filter out the people who are through free will are giving their lives over to him. So he can create a kingdom of people who have chosen to follow him through free will. Because if you think about it, the angels he has created, I mean, they also had free will, right? But in the beginning, and there's nothing about it in the scriptures, right? We do not know how the ones who are actually worshipping him, which are the angels, for example, in heaven, if they ever had the choice to do so, you know what I mean? Because we ultimately, through the sin that entered the world, we have the free choice of either following him or not, right? But these heavenly beings, they were just created by him, right? So it's kind of like... it's hard to explain.
I like that example because what did Jesus say when he went before the Sanhedrin? They were saying that he was claiming he was God in the flesh, right? And he said, "Well, you're the one that's claiming I said that."
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing.
The same thing happened with the Roman. He always
he did the same thing with Pilate. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So that's why I like the comparison of a video game avatar, where you go into a 3D world and you are playing as a character in a 3D world. You are, at the same time, you are not that character and you are that character. And we all understand that concept, because when you take that form in the game, you are limited. And that avatar that you're running relies on you for all the input, doesn't it? That's how God could have came to Earth. It's through an avatar that he limited as a human.
What always mind boggles me is when I think about every person that I talk to in here and everyone that I see, we all come from the same root of the first man that was created, right? So that's just something that is amazing. Kind of amazing, but also crazy at the same. There's so many things. The more the ways of the creator are so unlimited in a certain way. I mean, because he is unlimited, so the things we could think about him are actually in an unlimited way. If they even if they align with scriptures, sort of, because they're just certain things where he intentionally has not filled them with information, so we're like kind of we kind of can only speculate about it, but which makes the creation also so wonderful, right? Life wonderful. I think most of the wonderful things in life are also sometimes the things we can't explain our limited being, which then just gives me even more happiness to know that there will be a day where I can talk about everything that there might is as a question in his kingdom, you know?
Yeah. Well, there came about this philosophy during the Enlightenment that everything can be answered, and it's just not true.
That's not true, yes. And I'm happy with it, actually, you know? I'm happy that it is that way, you know? Because I'm just too weak to be able to carry all that knowledge. Man, the thing is that I think about is that the most crazy thing is, think about Judgment Day, you know? Think about the things you know already about things that happen in darkness right now on this earth. I mean, we have all seen the videos about what certain occult people do and so forth. Think about the things that are really still in secret that will be revealed on the day of judgment, and you're gonna listen to it. Read on what side you stand. I hope you're gonna stand on the side of the Messiah, and you will be saved. But just think about the things you're going to hear, and man, that's not going to be an easy pill to swallow. If
you concentrate on that now, if this judgment day will come, that if you concentrate on that and kind of obsess over it, it's not really going to help you right now.
Is it Matthew? Is it Matthew that says don't think about the end? Just do what you can each day.
I'm just saying, what is destined is that we're all gonna die, right? No one knows when. No one knows when, and I think it would be a very weird creation. It would be actually a sad creation if there would be no judgment. I mean, how sad would it be that all these people that I don't know, just getting away with what some people do here would be a sad
read Matthew
reality.
chapter 5, bro. Read Matthew chapter 5, and you'll get it, man. Read it.
Here's what I would say is the moment that you stop fearing death and you let your ego die, you can accomplish just about anything. And I think that's one reason that materialism is pushed so much by the elites. They push this weird form of spiritualism where it's like, oh, you return to the stars when you die, you're all just stardust. And it's materialism, because if there's nothing to look forward to, one, you're going to be afraid of death.
So for me, I think everything besides serving the Creator with all your heart and mind, I think everything else trying to accomplish in this world is kind of vanity, like it says in the book of the preacher. I don't know what in German it is, the book of the preacher. I always forget what it is in the English book of it. But everything is vanity under the sky, so to say, under the sun. Solomon, yeah. And I love this. This is actually my favorite book because it just always puts me down to earth to understanding what is really important and what is just the desire and the cravings of my carnal mind, because essentially this place that I'm right here, right now talking in is not my end stage. It's not my destiny, so to say, if that makes sense. This is not my accomplishment. My accomplishment is to get back to be reunited for eternity, which is there's no time span. There will be no feelings of a beginning or an end because there is no time in that eternity. Some people would say, man, eternity must be boring, man, because what should you do all eternity? Man, it will be amazing because you're just there. You're just existing because...
You won't experience entropy. You won't experience the entropy of the physical and natural world. Because then you'll be in an extra natural state.
Yeah, just understanding a little bit of what Solomon went through. If you Solomon went to the depths and to the heights. If you read through the
he did
through Solomon's books or whatever. But if you read Matthew chapter 5 compared to that, that's what he will. That's the Beatitudes. It really kind of Jesus solidified all of that. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean if you haven't really understood Solomon's life, but whatever. Solomon, in my opinion, wasn't a good guy.
Well, he was just he just loved life, didn't he?
Yeah, he loved it to an extent.
Loved it to an extent, because if you went into Solomon's palace, he would have one of those "Live, Laugh, Love" posters. He would.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah.
I mean, he. But what we need to understand that whatever he did was very important as a message, because he has lived the life of all these billionaires, millionaires, all these people that many people look up to as idols today, since they have not yet read Solomon, so to say, because they came not to the understanding that even though you can have the whole world, all the power that there is, it's still vanity at the end of the day.
Doesn't mean anything in the end if if you're not spiritually fulfilled. And that's why I don't think Solomon was a bad guy, because
No,
it was
not at
his
all.
purpose. It was his purpose.
Exactly.
And here's my point of view, Helio. It was his purpose to live that kind of life to tell all of us about it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I know that too. Yeah, I know that as well. Because at the
I
end
know
of
a lot
his
of-
life, he had a lot of
especially a lot of-
regrets, and
yeah.
that's what's expressed in the Song of Solomon. There's a lot of stuff
Yeah,
that he
there's lots of beautiful things, lots of horrible things. He loved, he lost, he had more women than anyone could ever have. But he only made a song for one woman, and he didn't get her. It was the girl he didn't get.
Yeah.
It's actually so nice of the creator to give us all these things, all these how should you say it? He always already lays out the things that we can be sure of, because I have experienced myself, I've tried to fill me up in the past with so many things of the world, and it's always a dead end, regardless of what you buy, what you have, what people you have around you. There's never a full fulfillment that is forever lasting, that you can't find it in the world. I mean, I wish someone would. I wish, that's the wrong phrase. I mean, I already found it, but it's not of this world. It just came into this world. But on the other hand, if someone is, saying that's not true, I really want to hear what there is in his life that gives him everlasting fulfillment, because I don't think that something like this can be found in the world. Man's
in this
wisdom.
world we're only meant to have glimpses of spiritual fulfillment. We're not meant to have full fulfillment here. We just aren't. We're supposed to. We can seek it, but that's where the seeking of something in this world is where the enjoyment is. Because once you get it, you got it, and it's over.
It's not fulfilling anymore.
Wait a second. The thing that I think about where I really felt full with joy and knowledge in my heart was when I discovered and really locked in the idea that this realm was flat and enclosed, perfectly safe. And then I thought that filled my heart with absolute joy, because I knew that I was the center, or not I, but we as a collective we're actually the creation, the center of the universe, or the creation. So from a standpoint of looking at all the contributing factors which lead to that, doesn't that make you feel special, and then you start to look at everything else with new eyes? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Kitty. That's the beginning of it. But as far as spirituality, I was involved in that long before I ever looked at flat Earth, and I think Mimas probably was too. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say this though. My big turning point in life was when I switched over to geocentrism, and that was back in 2000, 2001. So I was already almost there back then, because since I was 16, 17, I was always trying to challenge myself. I loved revelatory, spiritually apocalyptic information, stuff that really changes your worldview. And by the time, I was in my early 20s, 2001, that's when I got into the cosmological things, the really big things that are what is reality and all this stuff. That's when I had my first big paradigm shift, was then. And then I would say the second time was flat Earth, and the third time was well, I'll keep that third time private. That one's between me and God.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I get
so
that.
yeah, so that's I would say flat Earth can play a very important role, but if you're not conscious already in some sense then it doesn't even matter.
What geocentrism or flat Earth showed me the most is the importance of this creation for the one who has created it, and it just gives me much more. Even though maybe there are people who hate me, which is very possible sometimes, I still the geocentric Earth, the flat Earth, and my faith in the Creator, it always just resets me directly to a point where I can only love this person, because it's just this, we're all in the same enclosed system. So why hate each other? Why have there anything that is like negative at each other? It's also just vanity. So I think just this whole understanding of how wonderful and perfect this place is, and that we are actually the center of it.
Hey, Clay and Lucila, I recommend you listen to readings of scripture or teachings of other scriptures in the Bible, different. But I can send you some links and stuff. Just to understand it will help solidify your position. In with your spirit, and it just sounds like you're a little confused. I'm not, just a little bit, because it sounds like you're totally focused. But I think that it won't take long once you understand a few certain points, about the Bible. I mean, it's a long book, so it's really hard to understand. But
just saying, man, I love, I just love my fellow brothers and sisters. That's what I'm trying to say. The love for one another just got more intense since I knew that this place is this is where we all dwell upon. This is not any coincidence, whatnot. There is no coincidence in fact. Yeah. If this place is created perfectly enclosed, then everything is like a little turning wheel. So nothing that happens in our lives or that there is just a coincidence. Especially when I look at the way how Jesus saved me, and the things I've been going through before. There's nothing that the Creator does that is without sense. With everything He does is perfectly His will, and whatever He wants, He gets. And no matter how it's going to be. Sometimes if He wants a certain person and the person is not, getting the first signs, there's gonna be maybe worse things happening in his life in order to maybe get him turned around to a way that God finally gets what He wants to get, and He will get it. No matter how His mechanism is going to be to make it happen, but. If there's a calling,
read Matthew chapter 5. You'll read it 3 or 4 times, and then I think you might sort of understand exactly what Jesus was saying. It's the Beatitudes.
Beatitudes.
Yeah.
I just want to say, man, I love you guys. That's all. I love you for being here, too. and the conversations. It's just wonderful. Really, it is. This is a wonderful place, and I'm thankful that we have this, because,
Beatitudes are huge. Posting the link, Wikipedia share.
Yeah, if I say, hey, you don't understand the Beatitudes, nobody understands it. That's that's the point. But it's really good. Everybody should read that.
One of the concepts I put forward is the hand. The thumb may not fully understand the pinky. They're in complete opposition. The ring finger, the middle finger, the index finger, they all have different jobs, different functions, but they are all still members of one hand. The hand as a collective is the strongest. The finger is still important, not as strong, but strong on its own. The individuals make up the hand. Right, this is the collective idea that I like to run with, just to break it down on the simple idea that we still, although we may not know each other on an individual level, we still have a collective effort or a collective mission to move forward on. It's easier to work with 5 fingers than it is with 2.
What about the empty vessels?
The empty vessels?
The empty vessels, some people were made and filled with things. They were like pots filled with things, but some were made solely to be destroyed.
Right, and I go back to the idea that you can't make a slave release their chains.
Right. Oh, it's even worse than that, because usually what happens is the slave tries to make others slaves.
Oh yeah, they've got tons of chains. Oh yes.
Yeah, and they try and tell the free person, you should come in here. The chains are comfortable. The master feeds us. All we have to do is work for him. You don't have to worry about things. And I would say spiritually, that's more important spiritually, that you be free.
Well stated.
And by the way, all I'm doing is paraphrasing Paul.
Yeah.
In Hebrews.
Yeah, we find ourselves in a situation right now where the corporations are telling living men and women what to do. And that's a pretty horrible situation that we find ourselves.
I would say it's worse than that. It's the people who love the corporation, they're slaves, the people who enslave themselves to them are the ones out there canceling people and attacking people and saying, come join us in this. It's worse than the corporation doing it, because the corporation is the open master, right? You see the corporation, you see the government. It's all the little minions.
Yeah, from a legalese standpoint, it's the dead telling the living what to do.
Yeah.
So that's pretty horrific. But anyway, yeah, at the core of spirituality is very simple. We are each other.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's very simple. And it couldn't be more simple, in fact.
And, fingers on a hand. Think of it's such a simple concept, right? And I keep coming back to it because I'm sitting thinking on it. I'm like, everybody looks the same: a head, two eyes, etc., etc. You might be a little more skinny or fat, maybe a different color, whatever. But at the end of the day, we are all the same form.
Yeah, I always like the G.K. Chesterton thing. The million masks of God. I always like that. That's kind of, it's because he must have studied Hinduism once upon a time. That's kind of that's the way they look at it. So I kind of look at it that way. So, and I always say I'm certainly no Bible. I enjoy the Bible stuff though. I know it puts certain people off, but I really enjoy it. So, but I always say that any good spirituality is like that book. That book is not the thing. The book is pointing at the thing. And of course,
the thing.
And the thing is not the thing. The thing is inside you, of course.
The religion is not the thing. The religion is not spirituality. So
yeah,
Jesus wasn't a religion.
Nope. He was a dude. Carpenter.
He was, yes. He was a if I were just to do this from a secular sense, he was a philosopher, right?
Yep.
Maybe a rebel. But he told the Jews, keep practicing your religion. You can get saved, keep practicing your religion, because the religion was inconsequential.
Yeah.
Because he approached everyone on a spiritual level.
Yeah, I love this idea that he was a troublemaker of the best kind.
Well, and here's why he was executed for it.
And it's the coolest part about it is he was a carpenter, so you knew full well he knew what level was.
Yeah.
Thanks. Kiwi. I withdraw.
Oh, of course you went there.
Look, Andy, don't even kiwi me on that one because you know it's the damn truth, Andy. Damn it.
I have a question for you. What law did Christ give to people? Do you know?
Bro. I want to answer so bad right now.
Yeah, I always thought just Christ was a state of consciousness. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, let's just humor me, and then you can answer your own question. Do you know if he ever gave a law? He did give a law.
Oh man.
I'm no expert on chapter and verse, but if his message were that we're all sons and daughters of God, then I can't get behind it.
All right. So through him, all are saved, and all will return to God. Right. So the law was love conquers all. It was if you love God and love your neighbor, that's it. That was the law.
Yes, and with law, if you love thy neighbor as yourself, all commandments are already
fulfilled.
They're fulfilled. Well, see, that's the thing too. Is Paul reiterated? He said, "Look, when Jesus told y'all to love God and love your neighbor, he was talking about the royal law, which was laid down at the creation of the world. It was not given to the Hebrews. This was a law that was given to the first man and woman. It was not given to the Hebrews. The Hebrews were given the 10 Commandments."
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, man, loving loving is not easy, loving is not easy. Loving is really something we gotta work on. It's not literally loving is something we need to learn, like it's really not easy. It involves all the things we have been commanded to do, right? Lay down our life and turn turn away from the things of this world, because people, I think what we see nowadays is a great confusion of what love is. We see a movement of people saying, yeah, loving also means to just accept everything for it being good and whatnot, with this pride movement and so forth. But loving is also warning his neighbor, if his house starts to burn and you see your neighbor's house burning, you're not just going to stand there and wait, right? You're gonna rush in and help him get him out of his bed when he's still sleeping or whatnot, right? So
yeah, if your entire law is love your neighbor, everything else follows.
Right, but this can't be misinterpreted, right? If you're a person who does not know what true love is, or what is this word where I'm trying to bedingungslos of English, unconditional love, if you don't know what it is, you still need to learn it, right? And I'm honest, man, I'm still every time I might be having a conversation and it got a bit heated or this or that, I'm always trying to reflect and work on love, loving my neighbor, because it's not just naturally given, except for little children. I think we have been indoctrinated into a system where this unconditional love has been beaten out of us, because if you look at little children, very young children, you can still see this perfect love for each other, in very, very young kids.
Once you recognize yourself as the other, then there's no effort involved at all. You just that's basic. The kind of love that we're talking, the kind of love where we've all got confused with, especially in relationships, is this weird trade-off where you give me your housekeeping and I give you fellatio or whatever it is. I give you some loving.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, people think this is love. This is not love.
I can't tell you how many times that's happened.
Yeah, true.
Clearly, this is not love.
True.
A lot of movies start out that way,
It needs to be unconditional.
This is a trade.
Right? It needs to be unconditional love, right? That should be no condition, nothing.
No expectation. No expectation of return. It's freely giving, because what Jesus said was love your neighbor as you love yourself, which means if your house was on fire, you'd try and put it out. If your neighbor's house is on fire, he's the same as you. You would try and help him put it out. If you don't express, the 10 Commandments are great, because if you're fulfilling the royal law, you're automatically doing the 10 Commandments. Automatically you are. Because you're not wanting to covet your neighbor's stuff, are you? You don't want to steal from them, right? You would never rob your neighbor. You would never defraud your neighbor. You would always help your neighbor.
Yeah.
Those are the temporal laws.
Freely you have received, freely give.
Yeah. And I think it's funny. A lot of, and I'm going to especially pin this on Christians, think that we're still somehow obligated to like the Levitical law. And we're just not. We're just not at all. Paul says it. That's not the law. He says it's abolished. He uses the word abolished. He goes past fulfilled, it's abolished. Done. And Paul got so like spiritually enlightened that they thought he had gone crazy at one point. He's like, he said, nothing is unlawful. That's how far he went. He said, nothing's unlawful. He said, the only law is the royal law, the law of love.
Yeah, he lost his eyesight at one, and then he lost the scales on his eyes, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
See, the thing
he was forced to see.
What I find interesting is thanks. What I find interesting is the idea that we were programmed with righteousness, an idea, an innate sense to love thy brother, love thy sister, do unto others as you would have done unto you. And then Moses goes up the mountain and comes back with these 10 commandments, these commandments. I've always had a rough time with the idea of commanding love, commanding because when you put man in a box, he always seems to go to those extremities and push those limitations over. So it's like you command me to do something. Go ahead.
I can tell you why that was necessary for those people. Because you can't legislate love. And at that time, those people's like spirits and souls didn't belong to God. They didn't belong to God
now I can understand
until Jesus fulfilled the law. So here's what happened. The 10 Commandments are the effects of love. So what he did is he made a law, and really only five of them really mattered. And that was the temporal 5. Because the other ones you practiced in private, basically. The first 5 commandments are spiritual commandments. The second 5 are physical commandments. And it's like, don't defraud, don't steal, don't, hump your neighbor's wife. 10 commandments are really easy if you're even basically civilized. So that's fine. Then the Israelites went and they made the Levitical law. Which that's a law of enslavement, and that's even what it's called. It's an enslaving law.
So I know this is. Forgive me because I'm never gonna blaspheme the words of Jesus. Could you imagine how cool it would have been if all Jesus did was walk around and tell people about the concept of level? It's like, listen, man, I know everybody's been talking about this round marble. However, it's level. Here's why. He pulls out his level, he pours water into a containment device, and he starts showing.
Nobody thought in his time, people had the knowledge of what reality is, right? They knew that it is geocentric.
I'm going to tell you the truth now. Nobody thought about what the world was back then. Nobody thought about what the earth looked like. They didn't even... That did not appear in people's minds until the Greeks. But before then, nobody thought about, is this thing that we're on even an object? They just considered it the realm of life.
True.
And that's exactly what I'm getting at. So Jesus walks in 2022 and says, wait a minute, guys. And he starts showing everybody level in 2022. Hey.
I don't know if that's plausible that way.
Guys,
but check this out, though. I mean, the knowledge is there for us.
Look,
through understanding of the Bible and how we've been manipulated over the centuries and what's all, with fake history and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there is one tome called the Bible. It's not literal, in my opinion, but it definitely can lead you down a path where you can, spirituality, where you can kind of see the big picture. Go ahead, Meme.
Hopefully you'd see the dangers of ideology. That's what I'd hope it'd do. Because, one book, if we go to the Jews book, the Kabbalah and all that, it says they've got to destroy Amalek. That's us, basically. So, I get a bit frustrated sometimes thinking they've monopolized spirituality, which is your birthright. Quite simply.
Well, hey, you wouldn't have a consciousness without creation. So anyway,
absolutely. I always used to say when I first came in here, I used to say to people, "If you want to know God," which is obviously rhetorical, if you want to know God, get yourself a dog, get yourself go for a walk, go in the trees, go and sit on a bench, be as silent as possible.
Sure, I mean in English,
no words needed.
That speak English. One of the only tomes we can actually read, as far as spirit goes and through our culture is the Bible. So, if you just totally ignore it, you're going to miss a whole bunch.
So
I was like that Rumi quote that said, "Silence is the language that God speaks, and everything else is a bad translation."
Here's my assertion.
That made a lot of sense to me.
Here's my assertion to you guys. I want you to tell me what you think. Being lied to is necessary. Being deceived is necessary. Because how many of you would have woken up from anything if there was nothing to wake up from? Where would you get your enlightenment?
Amen.
It's a necessary part of our existence to live in deception. That's why I don't even hate the deceivers. Because they are playing a necessary function for humanity. It is. Exactly. This is your in the temporal sojourn through life before we shuffle off this mortal coil. That's what we do.
You just call it a mortal coil?
I'm gonna amen that one.
This mortal coil. Yes, that's from Shakespeare.
I've never heard that before. Damn.
You've never read Shakespeare. Are you joking?
Whoa. Slow your face, Andy. Slow your face. You just said I've never heard Shakespeare when I said one thing that I hadn't heard before. Thanks.
It's from Hamlet.
Pretty famous thing.
It's all good, though. But yeah, I mean, everyone finds this, finds their own path, through certain ways. And just like, it's one of my famous phrases. We're seeking the seekers. We're not here to waste everybody's time. If you're very curious about what we talk about, that's why we're here. We're not here to waste a bunch of time, going through. I mean, we do go through mathematics, hey, but we always find a gem in the rough. When we present this platform. Somebody will find us and it's like, oh, yeah, I've never heard this before. And then they're just like, oh, this is the most fascinating thing. And then because they were looking for us. No, we're not looking for them. We're just giving the platform so they can find us.
I like the fact that you said mathematics, because we all know that measurement has to be there before the mathematics can be performed.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Yeah, that's right. It's like you can pretend that the Earth is a globe all freaking day long, unless you can actually prove it, which you can't. And you can, but if you prove it to yourself, that's all on you.
What kind of a person would you have been if you had known the truth from the time you were born?
Truth instiller.
But are you sure? What if it had just made you lazy? What if it had just made you lazy and selfish?
Yeah, it would probably make you the most wait a minute. What was the thought I was using?
Guys, I've known this whole time.
Unsatisfied. Like it would make you one of the most dissatisfied, jaded people, like characters that you could ever believe. Probably, you'd be so jaded that like it'd be the worst thing ever. That's my
Yeah.
But thanks.
That's what I'm saying. Deception is necessary in this world. It's necessary. So I don't be mad about it. It's necessary.
Well, they keep telling me the volume of this box is 10, I can't even talk. 27 square meters. Or they keep no, that wouldn't work because then I'd be able to extract the measurement. They keep telling me this cube has a volume, and I'm like, okay, well, what's the volume of the cube? Like, well, you need the measurement for that. And I'm like, okay, what's the measurement? They won't give me the measurement, but they keep saying the volume of the cube, or this cube has a volume, right? But in order for us to ascertain whether or not a cube can actually have a volume, we have to be able to take those measurements and figure it out. 3 times 3 times 3 would be 27 square meters. That would be the volume, but we need to know the 3 exists. We need to verify it, measure it, touch it. We've grown up all of our lives being told that the volume is there, and now we've gotten to a point where we're asking for the measurement. But the measurement doesn't seem to be there.
I'll give you a good one. The best lie that the elite ever told was that money can't buy you happiness. Anybody who has had money knows that's bullcrap. Because happiness is a temporary state anyway. And
There you go.
Certainly, you can buy yourself a yacht and be happy for a month. You absolutely can.
Boom.
There is nothing in this world, not a single thing, that will give you permanent happiness. Not one thing. Because if you want permanent happiness, get some heroin and overdose so that you die happy, because that's the only way it's going to happen.
I do not agree.
Nothing keeps you happy. Happiness is meant to be a temporary state.
No. There's an internal happiness. I do not agree.
No. I'm talking about in this world. In this world. Once we. I know, but you suffer moments of sadness sometimes. Anger, regret, heartache.
I mean, I don't think you want to be happy all the time. You will be.
Yes.
What if I define my success through the struggle? What if I need struggle in my life in order to achieve spiritual, like a better spiritual condition? What if I need a spiritual struggle and not a physical struggle?
I think that's the only way. That's the only way. If I pray that you have more hardships, that you can understand what joy is.
Don't pray for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Sonny, don't pray for me, bro. Don't be praying for me, Sonny.
I don't do it like that. Okay, so let's just say,
give this man hardship.
I'm hopeful that you all have enough hardship that you can understand joy and bliss.
When you get through,
other than pain and suffering, are you going to understand joy?
When you get through something that you thought, like, let's say you've run scenarios in your mind, whether it's divorce or like losing a loved person in death. Let's say you've run the worst scenarios through your mind and thought, I could never get through that. I would just die. When you get through those struggles and you come out the other side, you find blissful relief. And and almost like from that point on, you're invincible to that thing ever again.
I don't know about that, man. That sounds naive and inexperienced take to me.
It's not naive. I've gone through both of them.
Well, it's pretty weird experience.
I'm talking from 41 years of experience. When you go through something hard and come out on the other side and it's not beating you, that is the most happy. That to me is some of the happiest I've ever been.
And I look at that as something that is personal to the person experiencing it, right? I believe that the whole idea of life is to go from, the victim to the victor, no matter of the circumstances. And I'll be the first person to say that the circumstances are specific to that individual. I don't think that anybody can sit and make like a list of things that they've been through, and then somebody can come along and judge that list and say, yeah, you know what it's like to struggle. I think it's something that's personal to that person. Sorry, go ahead.
And different things fulfill different people. So for some people, they might get their spiritual fulfillment through the pursuit of like wealth and honor. And I'm not going to bash them for it, because another person might do it through the pursuit of altruism and philanthropy. But if they're doing the best they can, and they're like being sincere and genuine about all the things they're doing, once they come out on the other side of everything, that's where you get temporal fulfillment in this world. Because that ultimate spiritual fulfillment, the ultimate is, that's once you die, then you'll get it. You're only going to get glimpses of it until then.
Yeah,
right,
it's funny. I was used to say to folks back in the day, part of my shtick was, you'll kick yourself when you die. Taking this place so seriously. Oh dear.
So that's a follow-up question to it, is when do you become content / fulfilled with leaving this place and looking to the next thing?
I think contentment should come on your deathbed when you're looking back. That's where your contentment should exist. I don't think we should ever stop struggling to self-improve in this life. I don't mean that in a vain kind of way, like, look in the mirror, I'm all muscly and stuff. Not like that. I'm talking about real self-improvement, whether it's physical, personal, spiritual, all those things, material. If you're always struggling in life to constantly be the best that you can be, then when you're on deathbed and you're looking back, you're like, yeah, I did a good job. That's it.
So you ever
That's when you can be content.
Think about a piece of coal under constant pressure, refinement, creating a diamond. So you're seeing every day as an opportunity to put yourself under pressure, so to speak, not pressure, but pressure, in order to create a polished item at the end of the day.
Yeah. I would say that's apt. That's properly analogous. Yes.
Interesting.
But I think if you don't wake up, if you don't go through struggle, then you're untested. And so that's why I say, like, deception and living in deception and the misery of this world is almost required. It's required for, like, collectively, it's required for humanity. It's required that there be elites. It's required that there be the plebs. It's required that there be the poor and the oppressed and the rich and the wealthy.
Let me ask you something,
I'm sorry.
If anyone wants to listen, check this out. Like Judas, he was one of the 12 apostles, right? I know we're going back to the Bible or whatever. And so during the Last Supper, he looked at Judas and said, he already knew what he was going to do. He said, go and do what you're going to do.
3 times before the cock crowed.
Yeah. No, that was Peter.
Oh, that's the wrong guy. That's Peter.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, because after Judas did this. But anyway, he said, go do what you're going to do. But he still loved Judas, and Judas thought he was going to help him out by, get him arrested and put before the Sanhedrin, So that's, it's like you think you're trying to do a good thing, which you are, but I don't know. It's so interesting when you really study it all together, And then he told Peter, after the, it's like before the cock, and everybody was judging Judas, and then he told Peter, "You're gonna betray me too." So, and he did. So it's just like, all right. So where's the honor in that? The honor comes from him. It's reality. It's all of a course of events that lead up to our understanding of true humanity. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's quite the revelation when you realize that even suffering has its place, because you can end up making a victim for yourself, and it's quite a nightmarish place to be. But once you realize, as I did, that, oh my God, even the worst of things, and this is why I put on my profile that Rumi quote, I can't remember what it says now, but it says something like, what hurts you blesses you. And it's like, wow, even that has its place. Just as Meme was saying about the deceivers, that is quite the revelation. And like, I don't know.
Even in the Book of Acts, I think that was it Book of Acts, or I can't remember the book, but it says that Judas killed himself because but like I said, I think Jesus forgave him because he already knew what he was going to do, that way. Just like he forgave the people on both sides of the other 3 crosses,
In the Spanish culture, so some people used to say that he didn't kill himself. They said that he bought a farm and all that kind of stuff with the money he got.
Yeah, it could be. I doubt it, but okay, maybe he did. Who knows?
Yeah,
but I mean, but it's the principle, involved.
If there were
that's what I'm talking about.
If there were no deceivers, how far along? Like, where would we be? Who would be seeking anything? If everyone knew everything and everyone was awake, what would we do? What would anybody do?
Yeah, this kind of buys in. This goes in on top of the idea you were talking about earlier, how we sort of build ourselves up and then into inevitable collapse. That's fascinating.
It's necessary.
It's like the comfort kills you. I always used to say that to people as well.
It does, because the first generation comes to America, dirt poor. Second generation owns a laundromat. Third generation owns 500 laundry mats. Fourth generation is driving Ferraris. Fifth generation is a bunch of degenerate morons, because zero struggle.
Doing TikTok videos with their Lamborghinis and shit.
Yeah, it's like, doing TikTok videos with your rented Lamborghini. By the way, that's all that is. 95% of what you see on like TikTok, YouTube, people are renting their Lambos. But that's the thing, is once that everything that was built gets handed off to that last generation that's incapable of doing anything, and even when it's handed off from the generation of the elites to the final generation of elites and the final generation of society, then you've got another collapse on your hands. That's it. It's inevitable. It's supposed to happen. And it's not something to be hated or feared. It's just accept how the world is built. Like, it's like when it would rain and we're like, hey, we got a 700-yard pour today, but it's going to rain. And then some guys would get mad because there was a big payday for that. And I'd say, don't be mad. It's just rain. Well, what are you going to do about it? It's just part of the nature of the beast.
I wonder if the elite are surprised by some of these things that happen. I've never been part of that, but there's some bad shit that happens to them. I just wonder sometimes that, if do they realize, it's like, with Epstein, we say, well, he isn't dead or whatever and all. Do you think that they realize it's going to happen, or they think it's inevitable? Sort of the same thing we think, it's inevitable.
Well, I think what it is they're right now they're in the drive it like you stole it mode.
Yeah,
because they know, I mean, the jig is up. But it was always destined to be up, and this will all happen again, and then 500 years later, another jig will be up, and 500 years later, another jig will be up. I'm just going to keep doing it over and over. Say
how easy is for everyone to forget 500 years? And
do
how
you
easy
remember
is
what
it
your grandfather's favorite color was?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, like as far as populations go, and different countries were created or whatever. 500 years—that's a short time, as far as like people consider.
You can brainwash. You can brainwash a generation in 20 years.
Yeah.
And within 60 years, you can have forgetfulness of the past. To even where if it's written down, because there's no collective memory or speaking of it, it's no longer in the consciousness of the population.
Yeah.
So even if it's
you've already created a new scenario. There is.
Yeah. Like right now, that's what's happening right now with like all the social justice and everything like that.
Yeah, the woke stuff and
what it is there's nothing to do. There's no fight. There's no fights. And so people are like, I want to fight.
So they're bored. In their spirit, there's a fight, but there's no real fight.
I wouldn't even say in their spirit there's a fight. There's rebellion, but no fight. Like they have a rebellious attitude, but they don't really have a fight in them.
Hey, and they don't have anything to fight against, so they're just making shit up.
It's misplaced. It's not. That's fake.
Yeah. It's pretty freaking weird. And they'll call us boomers or freaking weirdos for not agreeing with all the college students that are just protesting almost nothing. There's no threat. And just protesting no threat.
I mean, the next big revolution is not going to be physical. It's not going to be a material revolution. It's going to be a spiritual revolution.
Spiritual and psychological, of course. Yeah.
What you're saying, like the sequence of, let's say, women's right. We want jobs. We want equal pay. We want to vote. And now they're saying we want to. Now today they say we want to abort the baby, fuck the baby, like that type of stuff. Like
today, that was yesterday, man. That's old hotness. Abortion, that's yesterday. Today, it's what even is a woman.
Yeah, true. That's the up to date.
They repealed freaking Roe versus Wade. What, like 6 months ago? And now it's not a big deal now. Not every state did, but...
that's because nobody cared. The only people that... You only cared if you were a political bug.
Yeah, and the only people that care were the baby killers.
90% of people aren't going to get an abortion.
Yeah.
And so they're like, whatever. Oh, yeah, I'll fight for their right. Yeah, I'll say something. I'll change my Twitter profile. I'll change my Facebook to pink for a month, and then they move on with the rest of their life and forget this ever happened. That's it. Nobody's a fighter. Nobody.
That's no, I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
I sure the hell am.
Hey, not exactly like the rugged individualist who founded the country. That's the thing. I would never advocate for like violent revolution. Not because I don't believe in violent revolution. I actually do. I think it's okay. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it. It's that it doesn't serve a purpose because that's not what's going to win you. What's going to win you is
go ahead, brother.
Is a spiritual paradigm shift across the entire spectrum. That's what's going to win.
Amen. Yeah, I like that.
Because their power isn't in physicality. It's not in what they material have or what they possess. Because all of that stuff is in the ground. It's in the trees. It's in the air. Anyone can go outside and get that. Their power is solely in spiritually browbeating everyone into this like materialist mindset where you are dirt. There may be a God, but can't be sure. You need us for your protection. And this is history. This is exactly how it happened. Ignore all these ruins over here. Don't look into history. Don't look into anything else. We have all the truth. We have the official answers for everything. And that's not mere lies. That's a spiritual metaphysical attack.
But what they do is promote anti-spiritualism and say everything's natural and you should ignore any spiritual person, and we can explain it through science, which is a philosophy.
Yeah, like you can explain, and it's funny because science, as defined even by the men who created it, who were trying to use science to study God's creation, which they said, it is only able to study the physical and natural world. How can they explain non-physical things like consciousness through a method that can only explain the physical and natural world?
Yeah.
Like on every turn, they're full of shit.
But they misuse the term science. They just throw the word out there like everything that everyone done is science. You know,
Science has about as much meaning now as the word feminism has. Because you ask anybody,
another sect.
It's like which feminism are we talking about? First, third, fourth, fifth?
Or
the feminism we now have to call genderism?
Can a man be feminist?
But hold on, Helio. This is the exact same thing I was talking about. I wrote this thing on religion. It was just the thing that came to my mind on religion a few years back, and I'm like, it's just another club. It's just another sect for you to jump into, right? At the end of the day, these clubs were all created to look at something that somebody else was looking at and give their spin on it. And that's the crazy part, is like we've just created all these individual sections, all these individual sects, and then created infighting among the sect. Go ahead.
It's all about confusion. It's all about confusion. Go ahead.
Here's what I would say is that, I've been to plenty of churches, and I will say this. I see the great value in a club where everyone has kind of the same beliefs. There's a lot of value in it. Because then you get to decide who you want to have fellowship with, who you want to hang around. And I don't bash anyone who has their particular clubs who, has a worldview and they want to share with other people in that worldview. I don't consider that spirituality. I consider that chosen association.
Can be, though, if they're talking about it.
It can be if you get that really, really, really very rare,
I know,
whether you are a Muslim, Christian, Jewish, whatever, where what is happening in your temple or congregation is purely the pursuit of spiritual truths. That's extremely rare. Now, I've been to plenty of churches where everything the pastor said was just spot on. It's like, man, that was exactly what he's talking about. But it was advice. It was, hey, here's how you should, live your life. If you want to be healthy, if you want to be clean, if you want to, if you want to have good relationships. And I'm like, it's like going to a really, really good therapist.
Right. I mean,
and then having
like when you have churches, you get involved in, like the church itself. If it's big enough, they can apply for 501c3. And then
you know what's funny?
You're cucked at that point. You're cucked at that point.
I've been to some Southern Baptist churches, and you know what I never heard? No, not Southern Baptist, just Baptist churches. I've never heard them talk about hell.
Who?
Baptist.
Talk about who?
Hell.
Health.
It is all hell. H-E.
Oh yeah. Well, sometimes. Depends on the preacher, I guess.
But. On occasion, you have the fire and brimstone guy. Those are not. I don't really consider them to be spiritual men either.
No, sure.
They don't talk about stuff like that. They don't talk about punishment and crime. They talk about health and love. And that is generally what you're going to find in there is health and love. You're going to find stable relationships, people working on their marriages, people with businesses who are, people who are, just trying to live clean lives and stuff like that. And that's what church is. It is a club of like-minded people.
A clean health.
That's what
clean living, clean body.
Yeah.
Equals clean spirit, right?
Yeah, that's why I don't have a problem with anyone. I love it when people are religious in general. I would rather
because some of the shit we talk about are here on here. Nobody's really interested in it. Yeah. They're just generally living their lives. They're not going to sit for hours like we do sometimes and talk about this. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If I know someone is spiritual, fine. I know they don't need a church or temple or anything like that. But rather than someone be nothing, I would rather than be religious.
Yeah, because spirit is the point, and even with amongst flat earthers, it doesn't matter what if you've never studied the Bible or never are religious or anything like that. The science does add up the way we say it, all the time. But if you haven't studied the Bible, you can actually understand flat Earth without being religious, and which I totally agree with you. But you should understand that you're a spiritual man or woman. You have to grasp a hold of this, or you won't see the whole picture. That's my opinion.
I always say this. Remember when Jesus was on Calvary and the thief next to him rebuked the other thief, and he looked. All he said to Jesus was, "I believe you." That's all he said. That is all he said. Jesus turned to him and said, "You're saved."
You will be with me in heaven.
He said, "You will be
with me in heaven." That's what being saved is, right? Okay, so how much did that thief know?
Nothing. All he knew was thievery and
probably murder and theft, because public execution, crucifixion for a thief was not common. So this could have been like a thief ring leader. So this was a bad man, right? It's a very bad man. All he did was look at Jesus and he repented right there. He said, "I believe you." Jesus looked at him and said, "You'll be with me in heaven." Done. Didn't have the gospel.
But no doubt before he was hung on that cross, he'd heard about Jesus, in Jerusalem before that. So, but he was like, "Here I am next to this brilliant man that is being hung for nothing."
Well, he was mocking him. He was mocking him before that.
Yeah.
He was mocking Jesus before that, remember?
Yeah. That was in the book of Acts, right? Yeah.
Yep, he was mocking Jesus.
Oh,
and then, and then
what's his name? What's his name in the book of Acts? Not book of.
The robbers aren't named. The robbers are not named.
Oh,
I thought wasn't Barabbas? Barabbas, wasn't it?
Yeah, Barabbas.
The guy they traded Jesus. No, they traded Jesus for Barabbas.
No, they let Barabbas go. That was a scapegoat.
Yeah, they let Barabbas
scapegoat. The Jews gave him as a scapegoat.
Yeah,
because Pilate asked him, "Do you want Barabbas?"
Yeah, you
or Jesus up on that cross.
Yeah. And, so the thieves are not named, or the men on the other crosses were not named.
They're just named thieves or whatever they did.
Yeah. Wasn't there one called Demas? Demas?
No, that's somebody else.
Oh, somebody else. Okay.
Yeah, that's somebody else.
What's Demas? Why do I remember Demas?
I think he was a rabble rouser in one of the congregations.
Bro, dude, if you look into what was going on at the time, according to the story,
here's what it's worth.
I will say the Jews or whatever, or the Sanhedrin and the what's the other sect of Judaism that was involved? the Sanhedrin and
the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The Pharisees
and Sadducees.
Yeah.
No,
One believed in one believed in a second resurrection, and one believed in no resurrection.
Yeah.
Right.
But they were, he was judged before he was crucified or whatever, and that's when Judas, said, "I'm going to tell you where he is," and that's what at the Last Supper, Judas said. Jesus already knew he was going to sell him out, and he's like, "They're going to give me 30 pieces of silver," and so the whole committee, the Sanhedrin, which was the entire committee on both sides, and
that's why.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
What I do, Helio, is when people are like, "It's too hard," I say, "Well, is it?" Because let's look at the bare minimum requirements that Christ had put forward. And the bare minimum requirements was right there on the cross. What did that guy do? Did he make church every Sunday? No. Did he read the Gospels? No. Did he ever hear Jesus preach? Probably not. All he did was believe.
All he did was just look at him and say.
He looked at him and said, "I believe you." Well, he saw the earthquake, or he saw the sky darken. And when he saw the sign, he said, like the doubt, there was no doubt. Like there was something in him that was like, that is not normal. I believe.
But I have a feeling that he knew about Jesus before that, though. And then when he was he was hanging on the cross next to Jesus.
Everyone had heard of Jesus, but
everyone knew.
They thought he was. Generally, they considered him a rebel.
Yeah, but this guy, the way he said it, the way it's presented in the Bible, he knew.
Well, yeah, because the sky turned dark. He saw signs, and he said, "That's enough to convince me that this guy just told us all the truth. I believe you," and that's it. But did he practice a good life? No.
No, but at the end of his life, Jesus said,
that's the thing. Did he live a lifetime of going to church and doing all the right things? No.
Yeah.
But there are good people who don't believe, and they just get fucked.
No, that's not what we're saying at all. It's a principle. We're talking about principles. And somebody said, "Oh, you give a good life, live a good life." That's not the way God judges. And if you believe or don't believe in God, we're just talking about principles.
The principle is this: if you really believe in Christ, you will probably try to live a good life. You probably will. Doesn't mean you're going to succeed.
I actually don't even look at it like that.
The living the good life is the result of. It's not the cause. You don't live a good life to know Christ. You know Christ, and that can cause you to live a good life. So the cause and effect. A lot of people have the cause and effect reversed, especially Christians today, where they think, "I need to start living a good life so that I can get good with Christ." It's like, no.
Get to heaven, right?
Get into heaven.
Get to heaven.
That was the point of Jesus. That was the point
but
of it.
But according to Jesus, it's the other way around. First,
yeah, exactly. That's why you have to read the Beatitudes and understand it, right?
And then if you really take it to heart, then you will likely change things in your life. Just to show appreciation, not because and just to live a good life and be kind to others and help the poor, love your neighbor. That's it.
Yeah. Just go with standards. I mean, when you're doing something. If you rob from somebody, know it.
What if you rob?
Does anybody have to tell you it's wrong to steal from somebody?
Nobody has to tell you it's wrong. Nobody has to tell you it's wrong. So I'm just saying that religion overcomplicates very simple things. It overcomplicates very simple things. So I kind of view religion as more of a club, a place for fellowship. If you want to associate with people, if you want to create partnerships and friendships, that's a good place to go to meet people that are like-minded, maybe.
Do you wonder sometimes why people think that the Bible is so offensive when it's when it's fully understood? Their arguments are like, look at the Old Testament when he killed everybody on the earth with the flood.
Killed everybody. And then he promised he would do it again.
No.
Why did they have a problem with that? Why do they have a problem with that anyway? That's what I want to know.
Ask them. I don't. There's some shitty people on earth. Now, whether I didn't create me. I just live here.
Hey, right now, I'm at a point where right now, if the elite wiped out like everyone, but right now, I'm about where the Georgia Guidestones would be if they were still standing. I'm like, yeah, it's about right now. I wouldn't.
How about that? That was fucking
okay.
Last year they destroyed the
elite guy. I am 100%. I'm 100% on board. We only need 500 million because I've met a lot of people and they're dumb.
We don't need you.
That's a good one, man. I like that. Yeah, it's just like, bro, just like I was saying earlier, we're seeking seekers. If you're too dumb to figure some of this shit out, even if it's whether it has to do with math or whatever, if we're talking about spiritualism, as long as you can figure this out, we got this. But we're not looking for people to just act dumb.
It's like everybody. Let me think about this. It's like when you think about who the bad guys are, and the elite are like, we want to get rid of all the useless feeders, and I got to sit there and think, are they really the bad guys? Guys, are they really the bad guys? Sometimes I don't think they're the bad guys. Like maybe that's part of the necessary self-cleaning oven function we have. Is ruthless elite men who are like, all right, cleaning house. We're turning on the oven for 6 hours.
I don't know. What are the useless eaters part of that? Are they going to be burned up?
If you read some of these people's writings about the useless feeders, they're actually talking about essentially the last generation of people.
Okay. Can I jump in with a question I've been holding for a second? Sure. What's your thought about Russia? Please. Save this conversation, Keely. Okay, no, question being, what are your thoughts about Russia bringing the gold back April 1st, 2022? Element-backed currency, the Jubilee, on the seventh day he rested, 1,000 years of peace. Have you heard about this? What are your thoughts?
Are you talking about like Adventist religious philosophy where there will be 1,000 years?
I can't say the R word. I'm just going by the painting on the wall, i.e. we know for a fact that Russia is now operating on a gold element-backed currency, a gold-backed ruble. And we know that BRICS, right? Britain, Russia, India, China, and I think South Africa have started their own economic little breakout. So, my painting on the wall that I've heard about before, because even JFK talked about it, was this element-backed currency. And this, to me, I've heard about this before, being the sign of Jubilee, the 1,000 years of peace.
That being the case, do you have any evidence that they have gold enough to back their currency? No, which that's actually not even the point, because they can lie about it as much as they want to. Do they have enough gold to back their currency, for one thing? And you have most of the Western world, talking about digital currency and all that kind of shit. Where's the balance and where's the threat? And if you're going to bring that question up, should it matter?
I don't think it's prophetic. if you want that, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Like I'm talking to my dude over there.
Sure, I'm not dismissing it. I'm just wondering, I haven't heard that before, so this is new to me.
Where is this painting at? Hola?
Painting? Who? What?
Yeah.
You talking to me about a painting? Painting?
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't make any reference to a painting. I apologize.
Oh, I thought you said painting. Oh, okay.
No. That's I just the gold-backed ruble, Russia, and things of that nature. 1,000 years.
So has that come out like publicly that they're using they've switched the ruble over to gold?
Yeah, April 1st. April 1st is the fiscal new year for the financial sector, and that's when Russia reported that they flipped over to the gold-backed ruble.
This year,
I will say this: I have heard lots of prognostication over the past 150 years, and
that's what I'm saying. Do they have enough gold to back up their currency? That's all I was asking. It's simple.
Yeah, Russia's already gold backing, but I don't think it's a sign of anything personally. I think it's just Russia's doing what's in Russia's interest. And Russia may be part of that self-correction. Who knows? Maybe Russia will be ascendant, and Russia will be the next United States of America, and the United States will become the collapsed Soviet Union.
I'm looking at
it. Already sort of is meme, but that's
yeah, I know.
You know, I know.
I'm looking at Russia moving to gold as basically the beginning of the withdrawal from the petrodollar, the Rothschilds and all that shit, Capital Bank, the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, but I think that's actually good in my opinion.
Oh, it is. I'm saying to you, Helio, this is the next step of the natural progression of this. I don't want to even call it a reset.
Look at all these fucking dumb Americans just like, oh, these people are colluding with Russia. It's just like, and Russia's holding their ground over there. They're not attacking fucking Ukraine. No, see, this is something
Don't say that on
talk about on here. I'm not gonna fucking talk about it.
Ukraine good, Russia bad.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it.
Guys, I'm not here to try to
retardism that I won't even address it.
Guys, again, I'm not here to try to pad any sides. There's no sides in this. These are just like characters.
No, I totally get it.
What I'm saying is the painting on the wall for me from a standpoint of, wait a minute, this is a little too weird because, again, we are cresting the 6,000 years. We're entering into the 1,000 years. We had the 2,000 years that were prescribed as the quote unquote church age, right? And it's interesting that this bankrupted system, which was birthed in 1930, is all of a sudden starting to become into a focal point for a lot of people, starting to realize what the hell's going on 90 years later, right? So it's almost at the turn of that 100th century where we have this change that's happening, right? Because that petrodollar, that Rothschild system crap that's going on has to stop. Because that is a system, the birth certificate system, the Maternities Act, all that is a thing where people are being born into a bankrupted system, and their literal souls are already being written off as money banking slaves to a system that's bankrupted, and that's not cool.
Well, their bodies.
Pardon me?
Their bodies are being owned.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. The meat suit. Yeah, 100% the meat suit. But with respects to the actual system, right, people don't even understand that you turn 18 and you've got, maybe 40, 50 years on the clock where you're going to be working towards contributing to a system that's already broken. That's literally insanity.
Or it could just be that the elites have no idea how the system that they inherited works. Never know.
So mad.
What do we do? Just keep doing. Sell off all the profitable stuff to make money, and we'll keep all the unprofitable stuff.
Oh man.
That sounds smart. Because that's what they do. To make money, they sell off the profitable things and they keep the unprofitable businesses.
Yes,
And it's the stupidest thing.
You are born, son, to hold these levers and pull these levers at the given times. You don't need to know why you're pulling the levers. You are you will be the top lever puller, and you will continue to pull these levers until,
hey, I'll tell you what,
as you pass it on to your sons or daughters. Will be the next in line and the lever pullers.
I'll tell you this. If their name wasn't Rothschild, it'd be something else. Somebody would fill that role.
Yeah, don't have
none of these people are there by really by choice. Someone was going to fill that role.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's inevitable.
Well, the end result, it doesn't matter who was doing it because they didn't know what was happening either.
That's why I don't even hate the people who are doing it. I don't.
Yeah.
Because why? Somebody else would do it. Grab your popcorn. Watch it all burn down.
Oh, buddy, it's the best part. Every time.
In clown world, you got to be a honkler.
Mm-hmm. It is pretty amazing. Still, the psychotic clown being the one in charge is the one that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Psychotic clown doesn't know, just psychotic. A narcissistic psychotic clown. Teaching his narcissistic ways throughout the whole entire thing like a virus. If I use the term colloquially.
Wouldn't it be more like a parasite? You know how parasites will make the host behave certain ways to benefit the parasite and to move to be able to move forward the parasite's next generation.
Yeah. Now think about this. The parasite has to have has to go into the other entity. It has to be inserted artificially, externally inserted. Yep. It's a surgical implant. It has to be put into the person. What better way than the windows of the soul, right? And all the other senses. Tell them lies about what you actually sense, and then show them picture shows of what you want them to believe.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Hey,
Sonny, can I grab a needle, like a vial, and inject the parasite into the body? Can I do that?
Not this particular type of parasite. No, this one is kind of just an idea, isn't it? Inserted through your eyes.
Your eyes, your ears,
your senses.
It's a parasite that if you aren't spiritually fortified, that is how these parasites get in you.
And I relate this to the globe Earth idea, the whole thing that was planted in all of us. Clearly, bringing it back to the Earth. So,
yeah, I think you got to start healing someone spiritually before you can wake them up, because I think it's only people who are spiritually conscious who are going to wake up anyway, because they're destined to wake up. That's why so many people will see so many facts. They'll see indisputable reality and deny it, and that's a spiritual problem.
Yeah, let me ask everyone, honestly, because we all, some of us are older men, some younger men. Who's your favorite Russian leader? None of us will have a favorite one, but
Tsar Nicholas.
Way better. Putin is way better than the other ones.
Tsar Nicholas.
Say that much.
Yeah, the
Tsar Nicholas.
That motherfucker called out the Iraq War, all the bullshit,
styled
man.
I styled my beard and mustache and haircut after Tsar Nicholas. It's my favorite one. I'm not joking. I really did.
Who's the one that came back to life in The Simpsons out of the glass case?
That was Stalin. No, that was
There you
Lenin.
go.
Lenin. Must crush capitalism.
I'll take him, but the cartoon, the Simpsons version. Oh shit!
But anyway, it's just like, oh god, we probably shouldn't even talk about this stupid Ukraine shit. But
Nah,
don't.
Pointless.
No,
we
don't.
had a
Why don't you
we
stop
had a
mentioning
message.
it, man?
Yeah, we had a message yesterday to just
not do that.
Don't even.
Everyone repeat after me.
Shake the
Ukraine.
giants.
Repeat after me. Ukraine good, Russia bad.
Ukraine good, Russia bad. I mean, all the Democrats, they love that phrase.
Flat Earth good, globe bad.
There you go. I like that one.
Ucrania malo, Rusia bueno.
Bueno, muy bueno. Hey.
Yeah, muy bueno. Yeah.
Blayat Ruskis. I think I said something bad.
But anyway, yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, there's so much shit I want to say that we can't say on air, but anyway, it do what it do, don't it?
Hey Helio, who sang the song "Tell Me Lies, Tell Me Sweet Little Lies"?
I heard you singing that earlier.
Yeah, it's stuck in my head now, man.
Tell me lies. Tell me lies. Oh no, can't disguise. Let me find it real quick.
Fleetwood Mac.
Lies. It was
Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, it was Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac.
Yep, I got it.
Awesome.
Old dude, me and old dude were on it. I had it.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, I love that.
I hit
song.
that, and then Midnight Oil, man.
Yeah,
How
that
can we
Midnight
sleep,
Oil song is.
bro?
Yeah.
What was that other song? They Diamond Mind or Sky Mind or something like that.
And
How
dude,
about the
another Australian band that I love, NXS. Man, they had some really good songs,
NXS
too.
guy, bombs in the sky.
How about the Lindsey Buckingham guitar part on Never Going Back? Oh, shoot. I could play that.
Bombs in the sky. Bombs in the sky. I better shut up. We might get copyrighted because I'm that good. Oh, shit.
No, you don't sound anything like this motherfucker.
Damn it.
Have you guys seen the trend about boycotting the Qatar World Cup because people don't agree with their local laws and stuff?
Qatar? Or Qatar? I think some people call it Qatar. Or Qatar. Qatar? Or Qatar?
No, you're thinking about tartar sauce. We're not talking about food, Helium.
Actually, I've heard people say it's not called Qatar, it's called Qatar.
There's a whole thing I heard some Spanish news and stuff talking about people boycotting the World Cup because they don't agree with the rules that they have put in place.
I haven't seen that.
All right, a little Thanksgiving music while you ponder. She broke down and finally let me in. Sat down and talked flat earth again. Go down one time, go to 2 times. Ooh, never going back again. You don't know what it means to win. Come on back and talk flat earth again. One time, roll the globe 2 times. Ooh, never going back to the globe again. How was that?
That was awesome, Sonny. That was awesome. The only thing I'm finding on Warren Cotter is
Wait, I gotta comment on Sonny's song. Sonny, my favorite part was when she broke down and she let me in. That was my favorite.
I like that. Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, that's what. Sonny got some skills. Skills to pay the bills, or at least to keep things going. I'm jealous of his guitar playing. I love to play guitar, but I can't even touch his skills. But yeah, I mean, as far as this guitar or cutter, however you want to pronounce it, the only thing I'm finding is the World Cup. Let's see, explainer: Qatar's role in diplomacy ahead of 22 World Cup. So they're just talking about soccer, man. I don't feel like they think they're in danger of being attacked by anyone. Oh, here's something. This is from AP. This came out November 15th, which is about a week ago. For decades, Doha has flung open doors to Taliban warlords, Islamist dissidents, African rebel commanders, and exiles of every stripe. Now, the tiny emirate is receiving extra scrutiny as it welcomes over 1 million soccer fans from around the world for the 2022 World Cup. Oh, is this what you were talking about? They're having the World Cup there in Qatar? Qatar's quest for global influence ranges wide and runs deep. Flush with gas billions. I don't even know if this is a weird phrase. The country has sought to mediate conflicts far afield, but its brazen stances have also sparked diplomatic conflict back home. 3 Gulf Arab neighbors, along with Egypt, severed ties with Doha in 2017, accusing of financing terrorism and harboring fugitive dissidents. Somebody asked about this. I'm reading, the latest article that I could find.
No, estoy inventando.
¿Está inventando qué?
No español. We do English. We do English here. The Taliban opened a political office in Doha in 2013 with Washington's consent. Ooh, that's interesting. The Taliban opened a political office in Doha in 2013 with Washington's consent. The insurgents made their home in the stylish capital. Qatar's Islamist leanings and close ties with the group ultimately proved vital as Doha played host to the American diplomats and Taliban officials seeking to end America's longest war. Amid the United States' frantic airlift out of Kabul last year, Qatar stepped up again. It received nearly half of all Afghan and American evacuees, more than any other country, winning praise from President Joe Biden. Now Qatar has a key role as interlocutor between Afghanistan's new rulers and the West. Thank you, Joe Biden. Unlike its Gulf Arab neighbors, Qatar is sympathetic to political Islam. In the early days of the 2011 Arab Spring uprising, it bet on Islamists across the region in Egypt, Qatar, and its Al Jazeera satellite networks, or news network, backed the former democratically elected but divisive president who hailed from the Muslim Brotherhood. Wow, I didn't know this, man. Holy shit, I'm glad you shared that information. After the military-backed ouster of Mohammed Morsi, Qatar gave his supporters sanctuary. Qatar also backed powerful Islamist militias as wars erupted in Libya and Syria that triggered accusations that Qatar was bankrolling terrorists. But Doha's ties with the militant groups have sometimes proved important to the West, which has used them to negotiate hostage releases in countries like Syria, while Qatar enjoys a reputation as a safe haven for Islamic militants and other assorted strays. It has seen violence in the past. Former Chechen separatist leader Karakan Yanderbayev, who was living in exile in Doha, was killed in a car bombing in 2004. Eek. This is crazy, man. I didn't know this shit. You asked about it. I was reading some of this. Curious. This is what I was reading. That's from AP, so, trusted news source AP. Right? Hey, Battle Mod says Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Post that in the live stream.
Nice.
Yeah, he sent me a message. He said Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Whoa, that's weird.
I'm about to go cook some sweet potato casserole. Going to my brother's house later. I'm gonna cook my famous sweet potato casserole. It's gonna be good. Some tight chips, honey. Like weeping.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You're on your own mission of discovery with chords, right?
Totally.
Oh, damn!
This is all on my acoustic. I have like slinky strings on the high, so I can bend just. See, I want to do it so I can like combine those elements.
Hey, can you
See, I'm getting better at it. This is the whole song.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting better, but it sounds like you're getting into some jazzy shit right now. It's crazy.
I love that. I love that kind.
That's called a tritone. On that little switch there.
That's coming into a whole different light thing for me.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, what's that Pink Floyd song where it goes down, battle down, 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 down. That I can't remember the name of the song. Bottle down, down, so. There we go.
Go ahead.
I was going to sing it. I mean, just play it a little bit slower, and I know there's a little lag, but I can sing it.
Okay.
So, do you think you can tell? That's a D. Heaven from hell, blue skies from pain. Damn, I can't remember.
From a cold rain, a smile from a So
do you think you can tell?
Did they get
you change your way? Your ears for doors, hard eyes for trees, hot air for the cool breeze. It's probably not going to sound. If you're going to sing it, if you sing it, it's not going to sound good for everybody listening.
Keep going. Change.
Well, I don't know where we're at now because you keep singing it.
Did you exchange? Did you exchange?
Did you exchange? Walk on part in the wall for the lead role in a cave. Forgetting the fucking words. What's the next word, Sonny?
There it goes. How I wish.
Oh, here we go. How I wish you were here.
We're just two lost souls.
Shit. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to do it, but I can't.
With two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl.
We're just two lost souls in a fishbowl. Year after year. Running over the same old ground. Have we found same old fears? Wish you were here. It's all good. It's all good. I like that. Yeah, it's really hard to collaborate on here. I mean, there's so much lag, and I especially since I forgot the lyrics, you know.
I know. That's hard.
Hey, can you play some CCR? Down.
I'm messing up because I'm using my fingernails. I shouldn't do it. She use a pick.
How about one simpler? Like what's that? What's that one? Roll the river song. What's it called?
The river song.
Down to the river. I know it's a hard song to sing, but for how about you play Mississippi Queen?
I'm trying to remember what key CCR is playing it in. If they're playing it in D, I think it goes like the same way. G, does that make sense? I think this is it.
To the river, those people live. I can't remember the lyrics that would. No, you got right again. Big wheel, keep on burning. I'll never keep on burning. Rolling on the river. Shit, it's way too. I'm not gonna do it. Don't you love that song though? John Fogerty can't even do that song anymore.
All right.
I've seen some of his live stuff. He's just like, he doesn't have that same voice anymore.
I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that I couldn't sing because they were so high. That's it. Touchy little thing. Face the sun more and the strings change. Their tune change. Let's see. I see a bad moon rising. Come on, Helium.
See trouble on the way. I feel hurricanes and lightning. I can't remember the words. Don't go out tonight. Trying to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Change blowing. Shit, I can't remember the words, man. And you just about have to shit your pants to actually sing that shit.
God, what was that other one? That's it.
Same song. Well, the lyrics Bad Moon Rising, I can sing it. I just got to remember I got the lyrics pulled out of it. I don't know why. Should we play or should we not? It's just like there's just like this different aspect of my voice when I try to do John Fogerty shit. It's fucking weird. And I see bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times a day. Don't go around tonight. It's bound to take your life. Shit. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear. Either way. We haven't practiced this before. I have to do some weird shit with my diaphragm and my vocal cords.
Gotta do some weird stuff with the guitar too. Try to do that in first position. Like it's easier in seventh.
I hear. I know the end is coming soon. I feel the rivers overflowing. I hear the ocean rage run. Don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I can't do that without doing it full voice. So anyway, I'm sorry if it's loud for everyone. Google them, Dave. Yeah, it's just like it's really hard, like to like even with just one guitar player and one vocal. There's too much lag, really. That's why I was saying play it slow, and then maybe we could do it. But whatever.
I know.
It's Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. Hey, Sonny, you gonna be hanging out in your apartment all night? Or all day today?
No, I'll probably go outside because everybody's inside stuffing their face, so I'll have plenty of room.
Ooh, you're gonna have fucking San Diego to yourself today. The whole city. Awesome. I'm going to my brother's house later. I'm making sweet potato casserole, but yeah, man, that sounds cool, man. I'd love to be like have the whole city of San Diego to myself today. That would be pretty cool. Even though I love hanging out with my family, but that still sounds like a pretty cool prospect. I love it.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be able to go outside and no traffic, hardly anybody outside, and I'll get some food later.
That sounds like some fun right there, bro.
I'll have a good day.
You don't have any family or friends, or you just don't give?
No, man.
Should be. I don't give a shit about holidays. Really, I just do it for my family. I'd rather be like.
What do they call that? No, I'm like a recluse, I guess. I like
recluse or hermit. But a hermit
hermit
usually is some guy that lives in a cave or something, you know. But
hermit, that's it. That's the right word. I'm a hermit.
Yeah, I get you. I get you, bro.
I don't even know what I look like anymore. They all.
It's like, do I feel bad for being a hermit? No, not mostly. No, I don't really feel bad for it.
It's not bad.
It's like hermit life. We need to do a hashtag hermit life.
Listen, I tried to be around people many times. It didn't ever seem to work out like too well for me. You know, I don't know. I get distracted.
I almost don't have a choice. My family lives like right down the street, so I have to.
Well, then that's a different.
But I still love. They love me, and I love them. So it's not like it's never really a big issue.
That's great. I know. I like all that. I like hearing that closeness. I don't know. Look, I'm just trying to surpass. Like, I think I've successfully what Mimas was saying, or what maybe he was alluding to. Eventually, you end up surpassing all this human, like whatever your human condition, and get ready to move on. And that's what I think I'm doing. To the next stage, like I'm.
But Mimas has like 2 kids and a wife, you know, so it's kind of like different for you know, you're a single man, I'm a single man, so it's kind of like really.
Like I've had all those things before. Like I've done all those things before myself, long time ago, because I just started earlier than most people, than anybody speaking on here. Not everybody, but most. I've been around longer, so I've done all those things like. What people are doing in their 20s and 30s, I did 40 years ago, 20, 30, 40 years ago. So
I get it.
You just get more closer and closer to being prepared for whatever comes next after this physical realm, whatever this is. So I've spent many years meditating, contemplating, looking inside of myself to figure out what is the actual situation here that I'm existing in? What is this whole thing? Where am I? Like that question out into to God or whatever, to the void, whatever you want to call it. You know, whatever made this place, that primordial. I think we all asked. I don't even know what to call it. Like. Look, I believe I've been saved, but there was no name associated with it. So I don't associate a name with it. That's okay if people do. But with me, the message didn't come with a name or a person or a thing. It just was.
Right. So and I think when I was talking to Meme earlier, like, you know, in Western tradition, getting saved really just means that you
became a Christian.
You're moving to the next level. You know, Christianity.
I never got the memo. Like there was.
Yeah, well, I did. You know, at a young age. I mean, I was raised Catholic, but
me too.
I went.
Yeah, me too.
I went through, you know, the Protestant thing after I graduated high school. I was doing the Protestant, which was cool. It helped me learn more about spirituality through the Bible, and like me and Meme were talking about, spirituality is it's not understood. It's only understood through the Spirit. No, it's just like, do I have to believe the Bible literally? You know, and that's what the Protestants say. The Catholics, that's a different story. But really, I think for people in the Western tradition, actually to understand certain aspects of spirituality, if you're ignorant about other aspects of spirituality that come from the East, you should at least understand what was going on with the Protestant tradition and everything. Not the rigorous, like, literal interpretation and everything, but you should kind of know. God, it's just such a deep discussion. I don't even know where to start. And going back to, Judaism and how everything. I mean, you have to understand history, spirituality, and how it's connected, and their struggles with it, all that stuff. It's just like a lot of people in the West just totally discount it altogether, and they'll probably never find their way to spirituality without understanding it. That's my opinion, but I don't see how you could without, like, you using English or Spanish or Portuguese or French or whatever. It's all Christianity, but that's in the Western tradition. That's how people interpreted the spiritual part of it. Without the not without the laws. The laws are important part of it, but then that's how you understand the New Testament. And anyway, we got into that. That was cool to talk to Meme earlier about a lot of that. So hopefully, we got some of the information about out, because I think me and Meme were on the same page. Anyway. Doesn't mean that you can't understand spirituality without it, but it's a lot easier to understand it when you can see the whole picture, because the Bible is one of the most important tomes ever created.
Yeah, I attended Christian churches for many years, and while I was in the Navy, well, I was married, and then after the Navy too. So, but I'd like to actually start reading the Bible in a more structured way. So I'm going to try to discipline myself to start from the very beginning and read the whole thing, and
Jim,
read it over.
I was talking to some other people the other night. Jimsy asked me about about it, and there was a link that I sent him. There's a guy that his name is dang, I can't remember his name right. Find it. I'm gonna send you a link. And he had a show called J. Vernon McGee. That was his name. I told you I was gonna think of it. He had a show that called Through the Bible, where he would go start with Genesis and go through the Bible once a year. It was just like a short radio show on some of the Christian radio channels I used to listen to. He'd start at Genesis chapter 1 and then go through all the way through the Bible over a year. I mean, it's not like reading the Bible. It's just his teaching, his understanding of it. It's a good place to start. I always liked him. He's a really cool guy. So and I found a YouTube channel that has a lot of his old podcasts. He's dead now, but I used to listen to him all the time. And just click the link and listen when you can.
Now, friends,
it just goes from Genesis to there's 200 videos on this playlist link that I'm about to send you. Good stuff, man. he's got a weird voice. He's like, you can tell he's kind of like a Southern. I think he's Southern Baptist or whatever. But I mean, the videos aren't long. They're like up to 15 minutes. Some of them are a couple minutes long. They used to like clips of them on the Christian radio channels and stuff. But it's pretty good. This one I have right here, that's really just Genesis. There's 200 videos of him talking about the book of Genesis. So, I'm going to send you that link. It's pretty cool. Bad moon on the right. But there's more. Listen. Yeah, there's different playlists on that channel. The video I sent you, just click on the channel. There's more. You can go to Genesis, Exodus. Oh, playlist. It has most of it. Anyway, it's a good way to get started. I always liked J. Vernon McGee. He was a pretty solid Bible teacher.
Our friends this week come today to say hello to Sean.
Hey, you guys want to listen to Sean Hibbler talking to Jim Brewer? I was going to play that earlier when nobody was talking, so since nobody's talking now. It's like, how long is this video? 19 minutes. Jim Brewer is a famous comedian talking to Sean Hibbler. Pretty cool. Cool talk. No one objects. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist.
Let's say hello to Sean. You put this film together? I'm starting to see this all over the internet. It's a full-blown film for people to watch?
Yeah, it's a 1-hour documentary. Yeah. Okay. I've made document. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I'm very blessed to be talking with you,
It's a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been making documentaries on alternative theories and truths, things they don't want us to know. Probably about 2015, 2016, I started. A lot of it was on YouTube before they would ban stuff and just take it down for no reason. So I was hammering them with so many topics, from 5G, chemtrails, you name it. I was just hammering, building an audience. And as we all noticed the last couple of years, they really stopped anything. I mean, it's like I can't even upload. That trailer you just showed, I put on YouTube. They removed it right away. And then I made a censored version. I was just telling Mike this. I made a censored version, Jim, where the word coronavirus or flu or anything is bleeped out.
Yep.
Even flu, I bleeped out just in case. And then I blocked out the words on the news banners. Everything was blocked. They still hit me with medical misinformation. And I go, I've never replied to these clowns over at YouTube. I go, let me reply. And I go, can you please reference the visual or the audio that's medical misinformation? Knowing damn well there's nothing because everything's censored, everything's bleeped out, and they didn't reply. Of course, now I'm on my second strike on YouTube, so you know,
you will not discuss the situations of the new world order that we you are a threat to our democracy. I love that word, a threat to our I want to laugh when anyone says that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking, like I was telling Mike, that they're just watching these at this point. They're not. I used to think it was like a software that would scan for words or images and be like, ban it. But now, because of what I did this on purpose. I go, let's test this. Let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. I knew I had one strike. I go, I don't think this is going to give me a second strike. There's nothing said technically, right? And they still gave it to me. No excuse. There's no reason, just medical misinformation. So now I'm on 2 strikes and I got to be careful, but thank God for Rockfin. Cause you know, my Rockfin channel.
What is that? What is that?
Rockfin is like what YouTube was in 2013, you know, say whatever you want and you can have, there's many talents there. I produce Eddie's show, Eddie Bravo's show. Look into it. You were on the show.
I love Eddie's show.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the episode that you and him were on together.
Yes.
Because we kept having the technical difficulties. But yeah, I edited that. I edited it with Soros's face and Schwab's face when you were doing your voices. That was, you know, I had nothing else to do because you were off. You couldn't connect on video. It kept cutting out. So I'm like, perfect. Let me just put some visuals over this. But
the job that she did with the wonderful and talented Lady Gaga is
extraordinary. What did you give her for the work she did with Lady Gaga? Did she get an island or a small continent?
No, when we're done destroying Ukraine, she gets Ukraine.
Eddie's show's doing really well, but yeah, Eddie's on Rockfin. His show, look into it. Sam Tripoli, he's got a couple shows on there, including Tinfoil Hat. I mean, that's a great podcast. There's a lot of people.
Love them. So you put this out, and how's it doing?
It's doing well, man. It's not about just putting the information in a film for the world. It's about putting it together in a way that grasps them. You know, anybody can put something together about, you know, what's going on lately in the last couple of years.
Right.
You know, I'm on YouTube. I'll keep it clean. But everything that's been going on, we all can put something together to show someone. But I always want to make a film or a documentary where when you hit play, you're just going to stare. You're staring at the screen until the hour film is over. And that's how I'm trying to set it up, where when it's not really for people like us in a sense.
Right.
I think it's people
preaching
like
to
us,
the choir.
Yeah, we would enjoy it. And you might learn something new. Who knows? But it's for your neighbor, your cousin, the person that calls us crazy people. This is my job in this earth. This is why I'm here, is to make films for your neighbor and your cousin and your brother, your sister, whoever. That's how you guys are nut jobs. Watch this then. It would never see the day of light on YouTube, unfortunately. And that's the only complaint I've ever gotten on the film so far. It's only been out for a couple weeks, but the only complaint is, why isn't this on YouTube? I'm like, are you kidding me? On YouTube?
Have you tried it? Have you tried to dump it on YouTube
my
yet?
trailers down.
Oh yeah, if you got 2 already, then one more and you're done.
The full film, it's instant. They were probably licking their chops waiting. Is this guy? I mean, YouTube's probably like, is he gonna upload this? Because he's gonna be gone now. And I'm like, I'm not touching YouTube for a while. I'm not gonna do anything. So it's on Rockfin. If you're a subscriber of Rockfin, you just watch it. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because again, the talent on there, the shows on there, the content on there is amazing. $10 a month. Everything's unlimited. You get to see everyone's stuff. It's amazing. There's a lot of free stuff on Rockfin too. So you don't, but the film, you can watch it on Rockfin or go to fluvid-19.com. And then you could download a copy directly to your phone, directly to your computer hard drive. And I always tell people, look, if you want to donate, support, and rent the film, $5, you get it. Put it on your platform. Or, if you don't got 2 strikes, put it. People are sharing and sharing and sharing it, but do whatever you want with it. You own it. Email it to your neighbors now. Burn it on a DVD. Do whatever you like.
You just answered a question for me, because the first thing I thought of was, I'd love to put this on my Patreon page. Yeah. So you're okay if I buy it?
No, I'll just send it to you, boss. Yeah,
I will put it on my. I know my Patreon members will love.
Sure.
How did you meet Eddie? Like, how did you guys all come together? Because
was
you're not a
years ago.
comedian, right? Like,
No,
how did this all come about?
Yeah, I'm just a filmmaker, man. Years ago,
filmmaker,
producer. Many titles. I do everything myself: the sound, the directing, the editing. I'm up all night for months and months. I don't subcontract anything. I do everything myself, including the Photoshop, the DVD covers, the graphics, everything I do. Eventually, one day, maybe I can afford to get some help, because it's hard to do it all yourself. With Eddie, years I don't know, I want to say 2016 ish. He was doing a comedy show in Hollywood, Comedy Store, and I think he's heard of me at that point. Obviously, I've heard of him at that point, but some of the Flat Earth documentaries on YouTube I was making years and years ago, he was a fan of it, and he would watch it and stuff. And I go, hey, I saw he's going to be on the Comedy Store. So I just went there with my buddy, who got VIP, everything. So we just go in there. And after the show, I had said, Eddie, because I never showed my face before. It wasn't fear. It was because I've never watched have you ever watched a film in your life where you're like, dude, who's the editor? I got like, why doesn't the editor tell me? I go, who wants to see me?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
But eventually people were caring. They're like, who is this guy? Is this a company? Who's this production company? Hilbert Productions. So it's like, okay. Let me. Eddie was actually one of the first, if not the first guy to see me. And I go up to him after the Comedy Store. I go, hey, I'm what's up, Eddie? And he just thought it was probably some random guy. What's up, dude? I'm like, I'm Hibbler Productions here. What? Oh shit, what's up, man? So we talked for 10, 20 minutes, all in the circle and stuff. I left. We talked on Instagram, 2016, chat back and forth. Eventually we built a friendship, and we'd hang out, and a lot of the comedy shows him and Sam were doing, I would, hey, you want to come in? So I would just always be with him. And then once he told me he wants to do a show about a year ago, and we got kind of get things rolling, but he just goes, dude, can you be the engineer? Can you produce this? Can you do this for me? I'm like, of course. Who wouldn't do that? So now every week I go to a studio downtown LA, and we knock it out. I bring it home. I edit it. I'm known for, when you're watching something, even a podcast, believe it or not, I'm showing visuals. They're telling the story about some UFC thing, or they're telling the story about this. I want to show it. I want people to be like, and you still hear them, but you're seeing it now. Yep. And that's just, and I think that's why he chose me in that sense, because he knows I'm not, I'm going to go the extra mile to make sure that the audience is entertained, the audience is not bored. And I had my own show on Rockfin for a while, Level Headed Podcast, that just after 7 episodes, I started my films. I got busy. My co-host got busy, but the Hibbler Effect's coming soon. I'm gonna have a podcast on Rockfin pretty soon here, once I'm done with my next film. Hibbler Effect will be on Rockfin, so I'll be back ready to have guests on and do my thing like I used to, so I'm prepared for that. But Eddie's a great guy, man, and we've gotten along for so many years now. We're on the same frequency, and every time I watch your show, when me and my girlfriend, we watch your show all the time, this guy Jim is just on the frequency. And it's like Joe Bauman. Joe Bauman is another one of my friends. King Bao. Same frequency. When I saw him a couple weeks ago in Phoenix, and he was by my house 2 weeks ago, it's just the same. You just know. It's one of the things, you're on the same frequency, and you can have good conversations, learn from one another, and this is how we change the world. Collective consciousness, Jim. If we all keep this going, they lose.
I agree 1,000%. If we don't got this, we're all doomed. We're doomed. And there's too many of this now. There's too many of this, and it's becoming like water. You may put a dam up here to stop it, but guess what? Now the water goes that way. Now you have, like what you just said, you have Rockfin, but now you have, this, like True Social, Rumble, this, that. It's just always going to keep counterattacking. And now that the other side knows how this side plays, the ones that have been established for so long, the Instagrams, the YouTubes, the blah, blah, blah. And YouTube's been very good to me. I did get one strike because whatever. But it's finding out how to counterplay and keep our voices heard. Whether you think they're right or wrong, they need to be heard. Our intentions are not coming from a dark and mean world. We're here to shed light. We're here to shed information and to open your mind and just start thinking. And you know what? I've come to the point, Sean, where there are going to people where it's not going to happen, and that's okay. It's okay. And it's just, we ain't got time for that. You just keep moving along and let them stay where let them keep going to the Super Bowl, let them keep drinking all day and whatever. And I'm not poo-pooing the Super Bowl, but I'm just saying, stay in the Roman Empire. If they tell you need to go get it. If they tell you we got to go to war, send your child blindly because whatever it is. The day of questioning is now existed. And I tell you, if it's game time. And I thank God for people like you. I can't wait to check this out.
I was telling Mike, Mike didn't want any spoilers. I was like, dude, Jim didn't see it. I'm like, the end with Jim, and it's not the stand-up, it's something else. He's like, don't spoil it. I'm like, dude, you guys got to see it. I sent it to Ann.
I know.
Yeah. No, it's cool. Yeah, eventually you'll see it. I'm sure once you see it, you'll want to put on your Patreon. Just hit me up. We'll get it done.
Well, I'm going to put it on immediately, and I'll be talking about this next week after I watch it. That I promise you.
No, I appreciate it. And like I did with my initial documentary Level, I made a part 2, the next level. So with Fluvid-19, I'm going to make a sequel probably next fall. And I already got the okay from Sam Tripoli. I'm sure Eddie will. Even Dr. Sean Brooks, I got doctors now. So they're emailing me after they saw it, like, hey, and like Dr. Sean Brooks, he's one of the doctors in this, talking about everything. I go, hey, would you want to be in the sequel? I'd rather come in person, hear you out, get professional camera. This is more like compilations. I found stuff and I put it together in a way where it doesn't seem like that, but it is. This is more, part 2 should and will be better and more efficient in terms of the definition of a documentary, if that makes sense, where it's real footage, it's new stuff, it's sitting down with people. So anyone that's in the first one, and I'm gonna say right now, anyone that hey, I'm in this film, if you want to be in part 2, I will fly to you and sit down, and even if it's for a 5-minute thing, it's going to be in the film, because I want the second one to really be powerful and marketed heavier and stuff like that, because people need to know this. I know. Even the people you were saying that don't, they need not to see it. They still need to see it, because at least we gave them the option.
Exactly.
You have the option. You unplug from the Matrix or you stay plugged in. There's no other option at this point. This is the time to unplug, and they're making it very easy to unplug. They're making my life easier. As every day Joe Biden wakes up in the morning, he makes my life easier. To show people the show that's going on, and the show that's been going on for a very long time. This isn't anything new under the sun. It's just, it's more complex now, and it's more easier to point out, in my opinion.
It's so easy to point out. I can't believe we've been asleep that long. And I think, it's like Eddie once said, Bravo. He's like, bro, we just never had the resources to question and look at everything. Before, it was just like, oh, this is what it is. Where now you go look at the things like the moon landing, and you're like, this looks so corny. This ain't real. You now look at all these, the assassinate, all these things in the past, and you're going, what?
I know. Listen, Jim, every show I've ever been on, every time I've been invited on a show, I've been on many, and the first thing, if they want to talk about anything like conspiracy, the first thing I ask them before I even start is, you think we landed on the moon? And if they say, of course, now I know which direction this conversation is headed, and that's rated G. Because I go, never mind. I'm not going to bring anything else up on your show. If you think that shit was real, I can't even do it. So I get there's a lot of doors of theories in the world that some people might not even want to go down. They like open the door. Is the earth flat? Let me open it.
Right.
That's a scary one. I don't want to ruin my career with admitting this. But again, we're in a time now. We're in a time now, though, Jim, that eventually it's going to be the norm. You know what I mean by that? The truth is going to be the norm. So, I don't care. Make fun of me all you want. Anybody can make fun of me. He thinks the earth's flat. It doesn't matter. I've proven it. And I speak truth. And I'm about unconditional love. So the world deserves to know the truth about everything, including the big one. And that's where we live. But we're still trying to figure this stuff out, man. We're still trying to figure. I can't believe a company that faked 6 moon missions, and now they're taking cartoon pictures and selling it in magazines and telling us that's where we live. I can't believe a liar. I can't continue to believe liars over and over. It's like, hey, they've lied since day one when the Nazi traders came over and started NASA. It's like they've been lying since then, and it's like, why would I believe them now? They've done. I mean, did anyone see the asteroid impact on CNN? I mean, it was. If not, I want your audience just look at the asteroid impact. It looks worse in the movie like Gravity or something. It's just terrible. It's terrible. If you question the Earth, or you've heard the rumor, or you think we're stupid, this is why I have the next level. I made that again, just like Fluvid. People that are on the fence, or people that are like, I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel. I hear this and then I hear that. This side. Well, this is perfect. This is a perfect person for both topics that are interested to watch, and this is why I made them. So we can wake up and consciousness can continuing to change. There's no other way to win this war. It's a silent war. It's a spiritual war.
Yep.
But I do think there's a counter going on. I don't know who's in charge of it or what's going on, because
Me either.
I don't know. I just know
I don't know either.
that we're going to win this. Period.
I believe so.
We're going to
I
win
love
this.
it.
We're going to be alive to say we won.
I love it, Sean. I love it, man. Sean Hibbler, Fluvid19. Check it out. Download it. Tell everyone about it. Even if you're not sure, why even hesitate? I appreciate all you do, and I can't wait to get this on my Patreon page. I'm being dead serious. As soon as I get it, it's going on Patreon. We're gonna do this. I thank you for coming on, man. And I want to. Of course. We'll get into some more stuff. We'll talk to each other again.
Sure. Yeah. You have my contact information. I'll shoot over the film for you, direct download. Okay. Put it on your Patreon. Hopefully, again, your audience will share it and watch it and enjoy it. And if anyone wants to support me, just go to HibblerProductions.com or Fluvid-19.com and support. I appreciate all the love and support, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and Mike, and tell Shot Guy I said hello.
I will. Thank you, brother. Take care.
Thanks, Jim. God bless.
Sean Hibbler, and bless you too.
We put something else on?
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Goes down and make a flat line curve. And that's all I got, man. How do you like it?
Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it?
Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man?
Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Hey everyone, we're debating the flat earth and we're starting right now. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral platform that hosts debates on science, politics, and religion. If you like reminders of our controversial debates we have coming up, hit that subscribe button. So we have Austin Whitsitt, who's taken the affirmative, and Maine Surveyor, who's taken the dissent position. This should be a good one. Looking forward to this intriguing controversy. So our debate format tonight is as follows: 10-minute openings and the rest will be open discussion. So I want to get our participants tonight and get their streams out, what they're trying to accomplish on their channel, information about themselves. So we'll go ahead and go with Maine Surveyor. If you're there, go ahead and let the audience know what you're up to and how they can find you and etc.
All right, I'm the Maine Surveyor. I'm on YouTube as the Maine Surveyor. And I got involved with this whole Earth-shaped discussion when a couple friends of mine revealed to me that they're flat earthers, and I said, oh my. And so as a surveyor, I'm well equipped to measure the Earth and have, for the last couple of years, gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth several times, just as surveyors have for centuries.
Great. Thank you for your introduction. But so now, Austin, if you want to give the information about your channel, what you're up to.
Yeah, my name's Austin Whitsitt. My channel's Whitsitt Gets It. And I've been looking into the Earth for a little over 4 years. I'm just trying to verify the story they told us. It's easily falsifiable if you actually research it with diligence. We'll get into the intricacies of the survey in a second. But yeah, I'm just a college dropout, man, which of course, conveniently enough, that doesn't matter because it doesn't make your argument right or wrong. I call that an appeal to debt fallacy. So we'll leave that appeal to authority out of the picture, and we'll just, we'll see if we can objectively measure the Earth to be a sphere.
Great. It should be a good discussion tonight. And so I believe that Maine Surveyor is going to open first, and he has a presentation he would like to share. So Maine, when you want to share that to the screen, we'll get that going. And
Okay.
On your word, I'll start the timer.
All right, do you see my screen sharing now?
Not yet.
I think you'll have to click it once he pushes it through.
Yeah.
Okay, you see that?
No, I do not see anything. No boxes. Are you sure you're hitting share? Let's see.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Says StreamYard is sharing your screen.
Huh. Yeah, so it's not showing up. Maybe you could exit out and retry it again.
Okay. Is that working?
No, there is nothing showing up for me to click in. So, are you clicking? Let's see here. I'm gonna like if you click on the box itself on the left, it says your entire screen, and you click on the box. The share should turn blue. Do you see that when you hit share?
I do.
So if we try mine, you see how that comes up? Wonder why that's not working. It's weird.
I don't see you in the StreamYard room.
Oh.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Awesome. We got it going.
Right. There we go.
So on your word, we'll start your 10-minute opening, and then we'll give it off to Witsit.
Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so surveyors measure the Earth. Measuring equipment is pretty handy. Let's see now. Well, let's try this from the beginning again. It's not. Hold up a second. It's not advancing.
Sure.
All right. You see that now?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. So what is the shape of the Earth? No matter what shape the Earth is, it can be measured. And when it's measured, it's found to be spherical. And this book details a history of the measurement of Earth from 1906, details work from several surveyors over the centuries. And here we have an actual book of measurements from 1900, measuring the American arc of the parallel. And it goes over triangulation, has triangulation measurements, spherical excess, and all of those wonderful things we expect to see. Now, when a surveyor surveys, they don't have to recreate the wheel, as it were, with surveying. We build on the knowledge of those that came before us, and we do that through textbooks. And there are some foundational principles that surveyors must learn before they can go out and measure successfully. And here we have that vertical lines converge under our feet, that level surfaces are curved, mean sea level is curved. When we say the term mean sea level, we are invoking curvature. It's been measured by other surveyors. And we have the curvature and refraction correction. Here we have the 8 inches times the miles squared formula represented in the middle of the screen here as the C equals 0.667 m squared. And we do that for elevation correction. So curvature introduces elevation error. We need to fix that by getting the curvature out of our measurement. Okay, this book here, this goes through and this just comes right out in the middle of the page here and says the shape of mean sea level tends to be an oblate spheroid. This is a principle that surveyors work from. All right, and then we have this book, Surveying Measurements and Their Analysis by Buckner. This is another book in my library, and it very plainly says that plumb lines, they're not parallel. They point towards the center of the Earth, and we have level surfaces are curved, and it has the 8 inches times the mile squared curvature correction formula in here. And then this Land Surveyor Reference Manual says a level surface is a curved surface, and it tells us that water is a pretty good example of that. And it shows down here on the left that plumb lines converge at the center of the Earth. That's important to know. So if we're going to go out and we're going to verify the information in this book, we need to understand, well, how do we know if those plumb lines are parallel or not? So how do we figure out if lines are parallel? Let's take these two dashed lines on either side of the screen. We can figure this out. We take a third line that intersects these two dashed lines. We measure the angles on one side of that line intersecting those two dashed lines. If the angles A and B add up to 180 degrees, then those two dashed lines are parallel. If A and B add up to anything besides 180 degrees, then they're not parallel. Pretty simple stuff. Now let's apply that to a practical field exercise. We have an occupy station at A, we have an occupy station at B, and we're going to measure reciprocal zenith angles. The spherical expectation is that when we add A and B, those angles, those zenith angles will add up to more than 180 degrees, and then those plumb lines would not be parallel. We would know that. Okay, it doesn't matter if we have different elevations for points A and B. We're still going to measure zenith angles from A to B and then from B back to A. When we add those zenith angles, we expect that on the spherical Earth, they'll add up to greater than 180 degrees. So I've gone out and I've done that myself. I picked two random points that were 1,252 feet apart. That was a random distance. I wanted it to be at least 1,000 feet, and I just kept pacing a little bit more, like this looks good. And I set my 2 points, 402 and 404, and I measured zenith angles, A and B there, from 402 to 404, and from 404 back to 402. I added those zenith angles together and came up with 180 degrees, 18 seconds. Hey, that's more than 180 degrees. That means that those two plumb lines are not parallel. And here's my actual field notes from that exercise. Now, anything worth doing once is worth doing 4 more times. So I went to another location 100 miles away, and I did the same procedure, measuring reciprocal zenith angles between 2 points in 4 times over 3 days. And these are my field notes from the first series of measurements. And over the course of those 3 days and those 4 series of measurements, the mean divergence of the plumb lines came out to be 16.2 seconds. Interesting enough, the National Geodetic Survey predicted 15.0 seconds of divergence. So not too shabby. We had a standard deviation of the mean of 1.4 seconds, more or less, plus or minus. And that means that the correct answer was contained within the margin of error of my final mean. Okay, and then here's some information about those 2 points. And we can see we can predict the radius by latitude. Okay, well, what about the radius? Let's measure that. So when we want to know the radius, it's equal to the chord divided by twice the sine of half the angle. Now, the chord in this case is the distance between those 2 points at the where I did the 4 series there, and the angle here is the divergence, the overage above 180 degrees. So we had what we have 16.2 seconds, and so we're going to half that, right? And we're going to find out what that radius is. We plug in our values that we had between those 2 points where the 4 series were. We come up with a radius of 19,478,018 feet. Well, the radius by latitude is pretty close. Hey, that's 93% correct. That's not too shabby. So we came up with a spherical object either way. Okay, and then anything worth doing 5 times is worth doing 7 times. So I did the reciprocal zenith angles 2 more times at one location in a northerly-southerly direction and an easterly-westerly direction. And between points 1 and 2, I had 14.9 seconds of overage. And between 2 and 3, I had 15.1 seconds of overage. That means that plumb lines diverge in 2 different directions. That's very handy to know. Okay, do you want to know more about these measurements? You can see these on my playlist called Plumb Lines. Next, I went to the coast of Maine, which has some wonderful lighthouses. Here is in Casco Bay. We have right in the foreground here, right in the center of the screen, Halfway Rock Lighthouse, and in the back to the left, we have Seguin Island Lighthouse. The elevation of the light of Halfway Rock is 80 feet on NAVD 88, and on Seguin Island, the elevation of the light is 184 feet NAVD 88, and my horizontal crosshair is 76.83 feet NAVD 88. Now, something should tell you something's wrong here. We have both of these lighthouses, which are taller than my observation point, taller than my crosshairs, which are set to a vertical angle of 0 degrees. They're both below my crosshairs, quite a bit below, in fact, at this observation that I did last year. And so let's look at these side by side. So this is to scale vertically. We've put all these points side by side. Look at the vertical differences. Seguin Island towers over the other 2 points. Yet that is not what we saw through the scope. We saw this through the scope. We saw Seguin Island very far down, halfway down the height of Halfway Rock. And this is more fitting with what we saw when we put it in the side view. And so if we curve fit those 3 points at the 0 elevation at each one of those points, we come up with a radius of 25 million, a little bit more than. Hey, that's not too bad. It's a little more than we would expect, but it's still spherical. And this is why I didn't show it to scale horizontally, because you just see a line. Okay, if you want to know more about that observation, you can see my playlist called Lighthouses and Curvature. Now, finally, I got together with 2 other surveyors, Larry Scott in Maryland and Jesse Kozlowski, who went up to a point in New York, and we measured zenith angles to the sun. And Jesse has this video on his channel, this video as well on his channel. You'll want to go to Jesse Kozlowski's channel, check out this information. And so there's my total station set up for solar observations. That's what the sun looks like with a solar filter. And here's what we did. I was up here in Maine, and then Jesse was in New York State, and there was Larry down in Maryland. And we measured zenith angles to the sun, and we came up with a radius. So the measured radius that we came up with between Maryland and New York is here, the 3960.778 miles. WGS 84 predicted 3963. And then over here from New York to Maine, we expected
1 minute.
Okay, 3964.647, and we measured 3964.272. You know what? I'd say that's not too bad. We did pretty good. So surveyors measure the Earth. These principles that we use every day take curvature into account, and that's what we do. And I yield my time.
Awesome. See about 30 seconds or so. That's really good. Thank you for your opening, your presentation. So Austin, when you're ready, go, and I'll start the timer when you're on your first word. I think you're on mute.
Yeah. Can you see my share screen?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, cool. So let's just go through this. For one, you just heard him say himself, oh, sorry, we can go ahead and start it. Well, it won't take 10 minutes anyway. So he's saying, oh, look, we got into 93% of the value of the radius, which is literally what he's invoking geodetic surveying to supposedly be substantiating. So you can't claim to measure the radius if you take a geoid dimension and then say, oh, look, we got kind of close to what we expect it to be, haha, because you're supposed to be measuring it. But anyway, here's the difference, right? So plane surveying, ordinary field and topographical surveying, in which the curvature of the Earth is disregarded, i.e. all consistent measurements for all practical use, whether it be engineering or anything. You take a local plane that's vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal plane or the Earth, then you take small increments, then you compile them together. Now we can look at geodetic surveying to understand the difference. Surveying in which account is taken of and corrections made for the curvature of the surface of the Earth. Very simply being that whenever they compile the plane survey data, it isn't consistent with a spherical assumption, so they must make corrections. There's numerous ways that they do this. One way is that they'll continue to make measurements from all angles around the same terrain. Another way is they'll actually calculate a potential flux within the plumb itself based on a distance further down beneath the surface, and the gravitational flux will actually cause a fluctuation, which should give them a window of error. They have numerous tactics and figures they factor in to then make the data work when it doesn't work, because of course they're trying to measure a ball that doesn't exist. So of course geodetic surveying requires a geoid model. The definition of a geoid is the hypothetical shape of the Earth coinciding with mean sea level and its imagined extension to under or over land areas. So it's a hypothetical model that literally has nothing to do with reality. Anyway, so typically what they will do to try to get their measurements a little bit closer to what they expect on this magic spinning cartoon ball that doesn't exist and defies physics is they'll flatten it out and make an ellipsoid. And it's still off. And again, they have to factor in figures to try to make it more accurate with the dimensions that they have. Moving on, here are the numerous geoid models that they use, and this is a recently up-to-date list. Ironically enough, we know exactly what the Earth is, but we have to have dozens and dozens of models that are all different, trying to figure it out, and then map the terrain, and then figure it into one of the models. Here's an abstract definition of geodetic surveying. Geodetic surveying is the branch of survey which deals with areas so extensive that it's necessary to take into consideration the true shape and dimensions of the Earth. Its primary objective is not to determine the exact figure of the Earth, but to establish a very precise and rigid control for coordination of all other surveys. This point is often overlooked, and the scientific aspect, i.e., presupposing axial rotation in a radius of 3,959 miles, causing the plumb to actually have a deviation from parallel. This point is often overlooked, and the scientific aspect is sometimes stressed to the detriment of the more practical side, i.e., the only way you can actually use survey data in any practical use like engineering or building. It's true that the Earth's dimensions must be known to enable the exact computations of positions. Wow. Right down here, it also tells you, actually, the position is that geodetic surveys are carried out firstly to establish rigid coordination of all surveys basing the computations on a previously known value of the Earth's dimensions. And secondly, as the survey extends or is completed, further data becomes available for a check on the figure used, or if necessary, for the calculation of another figure to fit more closely the territory being surveyed, which is what I just now discussed with you guys, that they have numerous different ways that they do that whenever the data isn't correlative or correlated to what they presupposed. Now, most people maybe know this, but what you do is you establish a local plumb. That's the first step of any type of surveying. And so you simply drop a plumb bob connected to a line, typically made of lead, and it will be dropped vertical, and then that will be perpendicular to the upright surface of the Earth or the horizontal plane. So the difference here, and just to touch on this, he said numerous times level is curved. When we say scene level, it means curved because we measured it. They measure flat, they composite the data, then they stitch it into a geoid dimensions, and then they apply the fluctuation of the plumb so that they can get the arc length. But we'll cover that in a second. So clearly, objectively, level doesn't mean curved. And you guys, you should take this in. This is the type of mental gymnastics and complete nonsense that you must stake as your claim to somehow say that the Earth is a magic spinning ball in the face of actual measurements. The actual measurements show that it's flat. The actual measurements show that the water is level. But what he's saying is, well, even though for all practical use and all observation that we have attainable, it is level, I promise it means curved. Clearly, it doesn't. Level means at the same height. Synonyms, flat or horizontal. Moving on. Now, this is the difference. On a plumb on a flat Earth, it is completely vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal plane of the surface of the Earth. Of course, on a globe Earth, like he said, it will be different. It will be at an angle because it will go all the way down, extending to the center of the Earth. This is because down is only down relative to the center of mass, and that's a result of gravity due to axial rotation. So you must presuppose a spherical nature of the Earth. You must already have a radius value down to a very particular figure so that you can get the angle of the plumb, and you must assume the causation of axial rotation and the relative nature of down being gravity, literally invoking every single detail of the model that supposedly this proves us stupid flat earthers, or proves us flat earthers stupid for not believing in. You're literally reifying and begging the question, and somehow this is a home run to people. It's hilarious. So what you do is you factor in the radius down to 3,959 miles. That's how you get your angle with each plumb. And then you use those angles and you map from point to point. And that's how you get what's called an arc length. So this is the arc length, right? This will be different than a line on a flat Earth, of course, because a line is the shortest distance between 2 points. A line would go through the Earth. So you have to obviously assume the difference all the way down to the radius. You have to have the radius value to even invoke geodetic surveying, to even to begin to act like you're going to do anything with it. This is objective. Now, he may try to challenge it, but it doesn't matter. I'll just go to the sources that he knows are real: geological surveys. The geoid's a surface along with which the gravity potential is everywhere equal and to which the direction of gravity is always perpendicular. The later is particularly significant because optical instruments containing leveling devices are commonly used to make geodetic measurements. When properly adjusted, i.e., whenever changed and assumed that the model they claim to be proving is already accurate, the vertical axis of the instrument coincides with the direction of gravity and is therefore perpendicular to the geoid, literally a reification of what you're claiming to be proving. All project development work, mapping, planning, design, right-of-way engineering, and construction for each specific department involved transportation improvement project shall be based on common horizontal and vertical datums, coordinates, and elevations. Now, what he's saying is that elevations are wrong because we know the Earth's a ball, so we're going to have to factor in elevation all the way down to the middle of a ball. Once again, literally, remedial presupposition of what's in contention. You can go down here. I'll link these. It explains it very explicitly what you have to do. So here's the geodetic reference framework. If you just type in plane coordinate, let's see how many times that they have to reference a plane coordinate system to even begin to attempt to do geodetic surveying. Over and over and over. Oh, wait, and over and over and over. So very simply, they have to establish plumb. and then assume the gravitational flux and then go down to the radius. To pretend that you're invoking this to somehow prove the measurements and dimensions of the Earth is so incredibly laughable. It's honestly insane that this is a debate. But nevertheless, I know numerous surveyors myself. You must establish local plumb, assuming vertical relative to a perpendicular flat surface. Only way that the data is ever accurate. It's the only way that we can even build things. You then stitch that together, map it into a presupposed dimensions of a geoid. Most of the time, you got to flatten it and make it an ellipsoid. Still doesn't work. And you take numerous measurements. Now, specifically to his introduction, he's talking about looking through numerous yards of atmosphere, taking an approximation of what he observes, trying to find the middle ground, work it into where he thinks it is. And he said, oh, we're only 1.3 degrees off. That's pretty good. Oh, we're only 93% off of the presupposed radius value we had to use to even try to figure this out. Oh, that's pretty good. So he uses optics, not actual measurement. He denies the actual measurement, which the efficacy is dependent upon assuming a planar survey. It's the only way you can get accurate data. So it's incredibly laughable, non sequitur for all practical usability of geodetic surveying. It requires plane survey data. So if he doubles down on the optics, I've already explained, it's nothing more than an approximation. It fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions and observer height, and to pretend that somehow is a substantiation of a physical actual location is laughable. So there you go.
Awesome. See about a minute to spare. We'll add that to the super chat and the end of the stream. Now we'll go into the open discussion, and I will break it up if there's any over talking ad hominems and etc. So go ahead, guys, and we'll try to get this done soon.
Okay, Austin, if you don't mind, I'd like to address where you talked about plane surveying. Plane surveying is not flat. Plane surveying uses the 8 inches times the mile squared formula to correct their elevations due to curvature. The disclusion of curvature is where it comes into spherical excess. Plane surveyors don't take into account spherical excess because they're not surveying areas that large, but they must take the 8 inches times the mile squared formula into account to correct their elevations, or they will be wrong. And they do that all the time. That's why digital surveying equipment is automatically built. When you store that shot, it's corrected so that we can remove error.
No, we have sea level, and what you're claiming is sea level's curved. So they use sea level for elevation. You know, elevation, that's altitude or distance above sea level. You're claiming that isn't what it is because sea level actually means curved. So presupposing it means nothing. For practical use, you establish a local plumb vertical to a horizontal axis or perpendicular to a horizontal plane, correct?
I never say anything about a horizontal plane.
Okay, whenever you establish local plumb, you drop a vertical line, and that is perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, which is a plane, right?
Well, the surface of the Earth is not planar. The Earth is curved, as I showed you before.
When you establish local plumb.
Excuse me?
Is it assumed to be a plane when you establish local plumb?
No.
It objectively is. So
Excuse
feel free
me?
to specify.
So you just made a claim that the Earth is planar wherever you drop a plumb, Bob. Do you have measurements that back that up?
That's not what I said. What I said is when you drop the vertical plumb, it's vertical, so it's perpendicular to what?
I don't drop a plumb, Bob.
I know you don't because you don't do real surveying. What you do is you take the real surveying data, then you go over 12 kilometers, then you invoke geodetic surveying, stitching their data together, presupposing the geoid dimension. Did you not listen to my intro, bro?
Can you show me where I said anything about 12 kilometers?
Well, that's the typical measurement where geodetic surveying begins. Now, you're going to invoke something optically through 200, 300 yards and take an approximation, I would guess. But geodetic surveying is invoked over 12 kilometers. Do I have to cite it?
So I didn't say anything about 12 kilometers. I said that surveyors, even plane surveyors, take elevation corrections due to curvature into account. They use the 8 inches times the mile squared formula.
What was my rebuttal?
Did you have one?
Yeah,
elevation relative.
Elevation relative. You don't even remember my rebuttal.
Well, let's go over it again. What did you say?
Elevations relative to sea level. You're saying sea level's curved. So you're just begging the question. You're begging the
So you dispute the textbook that I shared that said the shape of mean sea level is an oblate spheroid.
So you're appealing to a textbook presupposing that the Earth's a ball, which means that sea level would have to be curved, but sea level means level, it's horizontal. You have to assume that it's convex over an orthographic view. So that you're appealing to a textbook, that's your response?
I already showed you that I have backed that up with my own measurements. When I showed
let's
you the
talk about this
lighthouses.
specifically, then I'd love to dismantle them.
Well, I showed that already with the lighthouse observation, that it backs up the textbook. So if you have something, the measurements that you made that dispute the textbook and what I've done, I'd love you to share those now.
Well, yeah, but just a second. Let's just go poke all the holes in your little fake claims, because falsification is independent of replacement, and I just think it's very disingenuous to claim geodetic surveying objectively measures the dimensions of the Earth when it requires dimensions to work around, and everyone knows that. I've read literally thousands of documents about it, so it's laughable that you'll be this disingenuous. So let's stick to your claims. Now, you're claiming that you saw a lighthouse that looked a little bit lower than your level view, right? So what we're using, a theodolite?
I was using a total station.
Okay, so you're using a total station. You establish level relative to your location and your elevation, and you look over a body of water. You see a lighthouse, and it looks below what the horizontal that you established was. And so that means that it must be bending over, down, and away from you on a ball. Is that your claim?
The only way for Seguin Island Lighthouse, the elevation of which is at 184 feet, the light, to be below the crosshairs that were at 7683 feet, is for the surface between us to be curved.
That's patently false. So what happens when you go back the next day? Is that the exact same location?
The next day?
Yeah, or like 365 days in a row. Is it the lighthouse at the same place every day?
No, refraction is a factor.
Exactly.
Which is why we got a radius measurement that was far too large.
Right. So what you're doing, bro, is you're looking through atmospheric conditions over distances, and you're taking the optical resultant or the perception of whatever's there through the atmosphere, and you're trying to correlate that to physical reality by assuming something physical must be. It's literally begging the question. So it'll fluctuate constantly. If I go back the next day, that lighthouse will not look the same way. Objectively.
Did you make that observation? Did you make that observation? Did you go and repeat what I did?
Well, you're invoking it as a positive claim. So would you like to show? You just admitted that it changes.
Mm-hmm.
What? You just admitted it changes day to day. So
yeah, surveyors deal with refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so you knew exactly what the refraction was, and you knew that you compared them day to day and saw the optical effects relative to your perception.
Don't need to.
Don't need to.
What I need from you is I need measurements from you that dispute what I've showed you.
So this took about 5 minutes, and you're already disavowing all of your nonsensical claims that you measured the Earth being a globe. So we can move on to flat Earth evidence now.
I made no nonsensical claims.
Yeah,
what I need from you is I need you to show me measurement data that competes with what I've done, significantly competes.
Yeah, sure. Well, here's what we're doing right now. We're pointing out the fraudulent nature of your claim. You're trying to shift the burden because you don't want to stake your claim. But that's not how this works. That's not how intellectual exchange works. You made a positive claim. I'm so stupid. I'm a flat earth. Your introduction was that flat earthers are stupid. So since we're so stupid and you proved us wrong, how about you substantiate it? How can you know the lighthouse is actually going down over a curve if it changes hour and hour and day to day due to atmospheric conditions?
Well, see, here's the thing. You're saying that my claims are fraudulent, but you have not demonstrated that they're fraudulent because you haven't presented competing measurements.
I'm asking you to specify your own claim prior to me rebutting it with evidence, but you're afraid to stake your claim because you know that it's completely nonsense. Because if you claim, oh, look, this is below my total station horizontal. And look, that means if it's below it, it must be below me. That means the Earth's a ball. But then if you go back the next day, it'll be a little bit higher. If you go back 2 days later, it'll look a little bit lower. If you go back 5 days later, it'll be close to your horizontal. That substantially proves that what you're observing is nothing more than a perception, an optical illusion. It fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions objectively. What you're doing is claiming, well, we're going to take some approximation because it fluctuates, and then we're going to tell you which one we think is closest to what we think it should be. That's literally what you're doing.
So you're saying that surveyors can't use optical equipment to make measurements?
They do use optical equipment, but they do it in very small increments, very controlled, and they establish a plane or a vertical, horizontal, or perpendicular to a plane, and they do it in small increments. Now, if you're going to look out over vast distances over atmospheric conditions and then take a median and claim to know that you know the actual convexity of the terra firma, that is lunacy.
So what you're also missing is that the lighthouse observation agrees with the plumb line's divergence observation measurement.
Okay.
because they
So we're
both
moving to your
show
other
that the Earth curves.
Let's move to your other claim then. Okay, so you can't answer my refutation of that claim. So
You didn't refute it. You had nonsense that you came out with.
if it constantly fluctuates, how are you staking a definitive measurement of actual location?
I'm showing that it is below the crosshairs.
If it constantly fluctuates, how can you use that to definitively claim an actual location?
Well, what you need to do is you need to go to that location and see if you can get Seguin Island light above the horizontal crosshairs.
Hey, man, if it constantly fluctuates, how can you claim that to be a definitive measurement of the actual location? Because it's not. It's objectively not it's the apparent location, right?
But the result is still spherical, and that's what we're here to talk about.
Oh, that's the best you got. Because the result
you haven't presented any measurements that rebut anything I've said, so it's really interesting.
I will actually, yeah.
Oh,
but we're gonna just point out that you are just making shit up. So, no, we'll move on now. Okay, are you going to respond to my rebuttal then?
You didn't rebut anything.
Yes, I did. I just said, how can you claim? Because what you're claiming is to know that the reason that the lighthouse is lower is because the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball brought to us by Jesuit priests with a certain rate of convexity dictated by the radius claim. That's what you're claiming, bro. So that means that lighthouse is being obstructed by physical Earth curvature and it's bending down and away from us. That's your claim. Well, if you're going to make a definitive claim about an actual location of convexity, you're going to have to support that with something other than an approximation within a fluctuation of apparent locations. It's dumb.
I see. Well, what you're missing is that observation agrees with the plumb lines. So I still have a spherical object. So we're just talking, is yours spherical or is it flat? So we have a spherical object. And so an object that is taller than my location, more than twice my height, will always be more than twice my height unless you think that parallel lines actually converge.
Oh my goodness, man. Are you just going to straw man me? So I explained in my intro, the difference in flat Earth and globe Earth is on flat Earth, we go establish a local plumb. And for all practical use, we assume the Earth to be flat. But with the globe Earth, you take our local plumb data, then you bend it, and you say, well, actually, it's going down to the middle of a magic cartoon ball with a core that's somehow magnetic, even though that defies physics. And then we get the angle, then you get the arc length from point to point. You must assume the radius value to even know what the difference is. Now, you're claiming you're looking through the atmosphere at the plumbs you established locally, vertically relative to a horizontal axis, and then you're trying to measure the differentiation and approximation through the atmosphere again, then reverse engineer it, and the best you could do, muddying the waters by messing with your figures like that, was get within 1.4 degrees, because I paid attention in your
I said 1.4 seconds, arc seconds, not degrees.
So
much tighter than you realize.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so is it exactly what it's supposed to be?
It's the answer predicted by the National Geodetic Survey was within 1.2 seconds of my final mean that I had. And my margin of error was 1.4 seconds. So the correct answer was within my margin of error. So that means I got the right answer.
What was the highest you got?
What was the highest I got? Well, let me go look at that.
Because you need to know the highest and the lowest. Now you're taking the middle mean, which we know you didn't.
Means not the middle. Means not the middle. Means not the middle. You got to get your mathematical terms right.
Median's the middle, means the average. So now that you're getting
it's not the middle though,
because you're imploding. How about you try and argue what the point is?
Let's see.
Okay, so anyway, you're taking an approximation of an apparent location. You're trying to tell me via reverse engineering based on parameters that you're assuming that you know it's accurate.
I didn't assume anything. I just measured the zenith angle between those 2 points back and forth. I didn't have to assume anything. You just measure.
So you use the sun and the apparent location, right? And your the apparent location of the bombs, right?
When I measure reciprocal zenith angles, has nothing to do with the sun.
Okay, and so did you measure the apparent location of the plumbs?
I don't need plumb bobs to measure reciprocal zenith angles.
So you don't need to establish plumb anywhere in this situation.
See, the total station and the target are both plumbed up,
right,
on the tripods.
Thank you. I know. So you do have to establish plumb then.
Right, but not with a plumb bob.
It doesn't matter.
right? I just want to make sure that you understand how surveying works in the modern era.
I think it's weird that you don't.
That's your claim.
Well, I think you do, but I think you're being disingenuous a little bit. So whatever.
That's what you think. But you still haven't presented any measurements that compete with my measurements.
Specificity, then, bro.
Excuse me?
Stop dragging me through the mud. Did you look at the plums, or you determined the relative nature of the plums, right? Because that's what you just said. You just said this literally agrees with me looking at the plums and finding out that they're not parallel. That's what you said. So how did you do that? Cut to the chase. How did you know the plums weren't parallel specifically? Don't just say spherical excess like you're teaching the room. We all know spherical excess is you take a point, you triangulate it, and if it exceeds 180 degrees, that's spherical excess. We know what the principle is. That requires the presupposition of the actual plums being relative to center of mass. I'm asking you, how did you definitively demonstrate that without presupposing it?
So you missed my opening presentation, obviously.
No,
so if two lines are parallel, to figure out if two lines are parallel, we must connect them with another third line that intersects both of them. And we measure the angles on one side of that intersecting line.
How do you do that?
Well, you set up your total station at one point, plumb it up, and then you set up a target at the other point, plumb that up. You point the total station at the target and read the zenith angle that's on the screen. You do that in both faces, face one, face two, direct and reverse measurements, and you do multiples.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Excuse me?
What distance was this done at?
Well, I've done this with various distances, but the one where I did it I did it four times in one place. It was over 1,500 feet between the 2 points.
You look through 1,500 feet of the atmosphere whenever it's known all across the board. I've talked to dozens of surveyors that you're messing with getting accurate results extending over like 200 yards. You're really not going to get a you went 1,500. Did you say feet? 1,500 feet?
Yes. Yeah.
1,500 feet. So you go 1,500 feet out and you look through the atmosphere. Then you get an approximation of the apparent location, and then you get an average, and then you figure out what you think off from parallel it is, correct?
No, it's not what I think is off of parallel. It's what the measurements show.
The measurements through the atmospheric conditions that are constantly fluctuating, right?
If you want to keep making the argument that surveyors can't measure through the atmosphere, go ahead and keep doing that, because you're going to land yourself in a really ridiculous place.
Straw man fallacy. Cool. Good job, bro. Beat that straw man up. Do you actually know what I said? Do you even know what I said?
Yeah, you're saying that I can't measure through the atmosphere.
Okay, once again, a straw man. So you have to measure through the atmosphere. It's the only way survey data is compiled. But I said you have to do it within short increments, like maximum 200 yards or so. You just said 1,500 feet, and you admitted that what you do is you look through that 1,500 feet of atmosphere, and then you take the mean of the apparent location, reverse engineering what you think it is. That's
you got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. So I point the crosshairs at the center of that target, right? And then I look down at the screen, and it tells me what the zenith angle is. I write the zenith angle down in my field book because I don't want to collect any of this data in a data collector and have it apply curvature corrections after the fact. I need to know what's happening before it does any kind of curvature correction. So that's how this observation works in all the times that I've done it.
I got a question before we go further.
Excuse me. Let me hold on.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
I'm not guessing where the center of that target is. I'm pointing my crosshairs right at the center, right? And then I flip the scope, turn it around, shoot it in reverse. And then I do it 4 more times. So this is already put through so much rigorous measurement that I'm very certain of where this ends up. That's why the standard deviation of the mean at the end is plus or minus 1.4 seconds, not degrees.
Because it's only 1,500 feet away. So it wouldn't be much.
Only 1,500 feet away? Oh, okay. So you agree that it's not a very long distance.
Oh, yeah. Keep interrupting me, bro, after I let you monologue bullshit. So it wouldn't be much off if the Earth was a sphere if you're only 1,500 feet away, because the radius is 3959. Your angle would barely be off. So what you just admitted, and you don't seem to admit, is that you're measuring such a minute fluctuation through the atmosphere of an apparent location by sitting the center of what you appear to see. You're also admitting to get a mean, it isn't always the same center. You go the next time, you got to move the center down a little bit. Then you're taking the average. And of course, it isn't a big fluctuation because you're only 1,500 feet away. If the Earth was a sphere, it wouldn't be big. So you're just giving us this little bitty minute comparison on a standard of comparison. So to know how accurate something is, you have to have a standard to compare it to. And the standard you're comparing it to is the very thing you're claiming to prove, which is the dimensions of the geoid model. And I said this in my opening.
And I didn't actually say anything about the geoid model, comparing it to that. So geoids for elevations. Anyway, so what I'm doing is I'm measuring over and over and over. Repeatability is a foundation of good surveying. You seem to be saying, now correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be saying that doing the same measurement over and over is actually adding error. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say again.
So I'm saying that repeatability is the foundation of good surveying. So by measuring this over and over and over and over, I'm saying that's going to get us a better result. You seem to be saying that repeating the measurement over and over is introducing error rather than reducing it.
No, wow, that was so.
I just want to make sure, is that what you're saying? Because I wanted you to clarify.
You're so desperate, man. You're so desperate right now. You're straw manning me. It's intentionally deceptive. It's very
No.
I'm going to actually clarify now, man, because you straw man me. So you establish the local plumb, you drop that vertical, whether you're using a total station or not, the principle's the same, even though you want to divert that too. You drop vertical, that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth, assumed to be a plane. You assume your critical starting points or your control points being a plane coordinate system. And then you're going to compile the data under small increments. You're going to repeat it even under small increments. So even at 200 yards, you're going to repeat it more than once to try to make sure you get as accurate as you can. But your plumb is not what you're looking. You established plumb at the beginning. What you're doing is looking at 1,500 feet of atmosphere and trying to tell me by centering it on what is looked at, what you perceive through the atmosphere, which means it's inherently being refracted. You're looking at it, putting a little line on the center of it, moving it up and down as it changes, and then averaging out the zenith angles, and then telling me, oh, it isn't parallel, bro. What are you talking? You never see the actual plumb. You see the apparent location. How would you know it wasn't parallel? It was assumed to be parallel to even be established locally.
So the answer is in the error analysis, right? So plus or minus 1.4 seconds over four series, 3 days. 5 sets of measurements each time, direct and reverse. That's actually 10 sets of measurements, really, if you think about it, each time through the series from each point. So 20 measurements each time through the series. So what I'm hearing is you saying is, nuh-uh. So what I need from you is I need to see measurements that you've done this and that you have shown that plumb lines are parallel because you seem to think that they are.
Hey, was there ever one of the times that you saw that it did appear to be parallel?
Never once.
Right. Now, do you know what? Now, let's say this. Let's see how honest you are for the whole audience. Okay. So if it was perfectly parallel and you backed up way through the atmosphere, would you ever perceive it to be perfectly parallel?
That's a good question. Well, you have to look at the margin of error of your equipment, right?
The answer is
so
exactly
if you came up with 180 degrees and 1 second, and your margin of error was plus or minus 1.5 seconds, then they're probably parallel.
Okay, so let's see if you can answer the question, man. So if it was actually parallel and I looked through the atmosphere, would it ever appear to be perfectly parallel even though we knew objectively it was? Would it ever actually appear that way through the atmosphere?
I can't say because I have never encountered that.
Well, refraction's inevitable, right? Because there's no way to remove the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms because, well, there is no sphere and gas has no inherent shape, but whatever. So you can't.
What's the claim?
You can't. Yeah, gas doesn't have an inherent shape. Are you challenging that claim?
No, you said.
Yeah, I wouldn't challenge it either, bro. So stop trying to divert.
You said something about a sphere, so I just found it amusing.
Yeah, you're spiraling, bro. So Anyway, you're looking at the plum through the atmosphere. All you're getting is the apparent location because of atmospheric conditions are going to refract the image. This is objective, not debatable. You can say you don't know, doesn't matter. So you want to move on to where we measured the Earth to be flat?
You got measurements for me?
Well, yeah, it's very simple measurements. Do you know what the geometric horizon is?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, it's a ball that's bending all around us, right? Because it's a ball. So we know the rate of convexity based on the radius value. Okay, that's where you get your geometric horizon. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where the geometric horizon should be. It can be closer than that, but it cannot extend further than that because the geometry necessitates that the rate of convexity be below that marker, right? You're following me? So that means at 1 foot, the square root of 1, of course, being 1. If we made an observation at 1 foot, we should be able to see the geometric horizon or Earth curve no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation from 1 foot where we see the horizon beyond 10 miles. That would make the radius of the Earth need to be 260,000 miles. That falsifies the claim that it's a physical location like you're trying to claim with your freaking lighthouses through the atmosphere. So we have the only way that survey data is valuable for practical use is assuming plane. And then we have observations that would require the radius value be 260,000. Now, would you just see if you're honest, would your geodetic surveying computations be accurate if your radius value assumption was wrong?
Don't have a radius value assumption.
So how do you know what the angle of plumb is then relative to center of mass?
Don't need to know what the radius is to measure the divergence of plumb lines.
Okay, so you just said that you got within a certain amount of a standard of comparison. What's your standard of comparison if you don't know the radius value?
The National Geodetic Survey. I don't have to have the radius in my head.
They use the
I
radius.
don't have to have the radius in my head to make a measurement.
Well, good thing I didn't say that, did I?
Well, I'm just letting you know.
Well, I think everyone knows that you probably don't even know the actual size of the Earth. So, but you measured it though. So anyway,
so you can straw man me and all that other
what's
stuff.
the circumference of the Earth?
It's not really important, is it?
Oh, I thought you said that I was straw manning you. So you don't know the size of the Earth. It's all good. So 24,101 miles at the circumference, 21,160 nautical miles, 3,959 miles of radius, whatever, doesn't matter. So whenever you get that radius value, that's how you get what the angle should be relative to center of mass. You, of course, can't get your angle to center of mass without knowing where the center of mass is. So the very survey that you
know that. Don't have to know that.
Okay, so how do you get your angle to center of mass if you don't know where the center is?
The divergence of plumb lines.
And then you compare that to what?
I don't have to compare it to anything.
Well, that was your whole postulation, was we got within this amount of the standard of comparison.
Right.
That's what you said.
I thought that you'd find that interesting, that independent.
So what did he say he got close to? He said they did very good. What was he getting close to? The numpty main surveyor. What an idiot.
For the
your
predicted
assumed model you're supposedly proving.
It was within a very tight margin of error of the predicted divergence of those plumb lines.
Based on the model, right?
Based on the WGS 84 ellipsoid.
Yeah, ellipsoid, which is a flattened geoid, because the geoid doesn't even work that good. Geoid's used for elevation, where we say water goes through the land and all this crazy nonsense, bends convexly because level's curved, because I'm smart and I read out a textbook and I don't critically assess things. And then you're saying that makes sense, sea level's curved, and that we can just go from there. And if you don't believe me because I presuppose the ball Earth with the radius dimensions of the geoid model flattened to an ellipsoid, but it still has the same radius value whenever you calculate plumb, then that somehow means that your reification and begging the question's accurate. You're getting on here debating a flat earther, calling him stupid in your opener, which is why I might be a little bit
Never called you stupid.
Well, it was implicit in your wording. And so whenever you come with that arrogance, I mean, dude, it's kind of ridiculous. You're basically coming implicit under the guise that this is measuring the dimensions of the Earth, but it's not. I just read on the Geological Survey website, it requires those dimensions to even do it. So would you be honest and concede we cannot definitively measure the radius of the Earth using geodetic surveying?
No, geodetic surveying can measure the radius of the Earth definitively.
How so?
It has. It already has.
I just explained that it can't.
He's saying he didn't have a measurement. He's saying he didn't have a radius.
Great. Give me the evidence that you collected that shows that it can't be measured.
Hey, Helio,
Stop trying to
Earth's
divert.
the ball. Helio,
Geological Survey's
Earth's the
main
ball.
website says
Hold on a
you
second.
can't do geodetic surveying without the dimensions already being accessible. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
So you disagree with the Geological Survey's website?
I disagree with your characterization.
Okay, I paused the thing. It's almost over anyway. We could stop it there, actually. Witsit clearly tore this stupid geoid surveyor up. Ridiculous. Anyway, what were you going to say? Is that Waterworld?
This was an epic debate. I knew absolutely nothing about land surveying, total
Yes.
station, geodetics. I knew absolutely nothing about it. And I've watched this about 3 times now. I've taken notes. And I tell you what, you get a land surveyor online that believes we live on a ball, you can tear that person apart just because of what Austin said during this debate. The number one thing that I've realized from this debate is that a land surveyor who believes we live on a ball and does the plumb lines to the center of a ball, to the center of the, has never ever seen it. It's a calculation that they take a shot, digital shot, put it in their total station. The total station does all the work for them, and then if they have a problem, they go to the National Geodetic Survey. Throw out a bunch of, outliers, come to 3959 as close as they can and go, hey, I prove we live on a ball. These land surveyors have never, ever witnessed or seen curvature of the earth. It's all a calculation, based on Buckner's book from 1900 and further. And they're total clowns. Land surveyors who believe we live on a ball are total clowns.
Yeah, they are. You can't compare. Like, obviously the guy was evading at every turn. That he's using some sort of reference is what Witsit was trying to point out. The reference they were using. What did they compare their differences? It's a very simple question that should be easy to answer by someone that has any technical skill at all. Would be able to answer that, but avoiding answering or admitting to the obvious, which is the flashing neon card in the top pocket in this poker game that flashes globe measurements. That's the standard they're using. And he kept lying about it. It was literally lying up front. Bold-faced lying is what Main Surveyor was doing. I'm glad we had a chance to comment on it.
What's fascinating is at the beginning, the land surveyors has 2 lighthouses, one that's closer and one that's much further away. The one that's much further away is like twice as big, but it looks smaller. Therefore, it must be bending over the curve because it looks smaller. No, that's perspective. When things are farther away in the distance, even though they're bigger, they look smaller due to perspective and vanishing point. So if you have a 200-foot tower close to you and you have a 10,000-foot mountain range behind you quite a ways away, and the 10,000-foot mountain range is shorter to your perspective than the 200-foot tower is closer to you, guess what? Nothing to do with it bending away. It has everything to do with perspective, because things that are farther away, especially much further away, look smaller and look shorter than things that are closer. And I don't understand. I'm not taking anything away from anybody here, but there are certain quote flat earthers who don't understand this. That they'll sit there with a glober, and the glober will say, "See, it's bending away out in the distance. It must be a curvature there." No, it's perspective. It's vanishing point. And we got to stand up to these globers, grow some balls, and say, "You lying glober. You believe in a globe lie. You believe in Satan's invention of a globe. Now go away. Don't be a pest. Don't be a fly. They have to swat you away, because I don't want to swat you away, because I don't want to kill you. Intellectually, I want to kill you, but I don't want to physically kill you. So go away, Glober. Don't bother me. I'm not stupid flurf like you think I am." Thanks. By the way, happy Thanksgiving to everyone, including Globers. If you haven't seen Maine Surveyor versus Austin, I believe you can go to Maine Surveyor's website, and I think he still has it up. So you can find it. I don't know if Austin has it up on his website, but you in Modern Day Debate, and that wasn't Modern Day Debate, but I think Maine Surveyor has it up on his website. So that is one of the best debates that you can actually learn something from, as well as Carissa and Loon McToon when they debated Austin and Kai before they were married. So those two debates are just absolutely awesome to watch over and over again. Thanks. I'm gonna sing along to Sonny's. Playing music. You ready, Sonny? Keep going, Sonny. I used to be a Glober, and now I'm not. I used to believe in tiny invisible microbes that cause disease, and now I don't. I used to believe in Donald J. Trump, and now I don't. I play my guitar because I now think for myself. Or Helio. He can't keep my singing abilities.
How you like that? That's my own style. I invented my own style. I copied a bunch of people though.
Sonny, you should play at night with Flat Earth Dude.
I love that kind of stuff. So you like go like B minor Dorian. It's actually a Coltrane. That's Coltrane pentatonic. That's my own style. This part. Go right back into the first thing. If I had a pick, I'd tear it up. Wait a minute, where's my pick? I did all that with my fingertips. Anyway. That's as high as this one goes. There's both of those weird chords together. This one and this one. Both of them. One to the other. Hold on. Different moods for the Thanksgiving. Okay, that's enough out of me for a while.
The other debate you were talking about, or someone was talking about?
Survey says.
So do I need to pick it? I'll screen share again then.
I want you to listen to me very carefully while you're looking for that. I don't need to know the radius of the Earth before measuring it. That's
seems like you're
silly.
lost. All right, well, I'm just going to read it again then. This is ridiculous. Okay, so it says right here, actually, the position is that geodetic surveys are carried out firstly to establish rigid coordination of all surveys, basing the computations on a previously known value of the Earth's dimensions. Is the radius value the Earth's dimensions, yes or no?
It's part of it.
Okay, so would you need to know the radius value if you need to know the Earth's dimensions?
So the surveyors that did the work originally to figure out what those dimensions are didn't know what the dimensions were before they measured it. Their
I'm glad you brought that up.
gave
That's
us
actually
the model.
patently false. So where did
What?
the radius value first come from? Do you know?
First came from? Well, some
Yeah.
people attribute it to Eratosthenes, but there's many different measurements. Our equipment gets better and better through time. Thousands of people have measured the radius of the Earth.
Sure, fair enough. Technology gets better over time. I get it. I have an iPhone. But Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to establishing the radius. And what he did was he measured angle dips in the horizon. But we know the horizon is just an apparent location because it constantly fluctuates. If I go back tomorrow, it's going to be much closer. I go back the next day, it's much further away. It isn't an actual location. Horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's nothing more than an optical illusion. You can replicate this over a flat surface a quadrillion times, a quadrillion ways. Just look at railroads. It's very simple. So we know the horizon is not an actual location. So if you're trying to prove a definitive physical actual claim of a radius value, you couldn't reverse engineer it based on an apparent location. For one, that requires you just assuming there is a physical convexity there. And secondly, you would never know that you're actually getting the right figure. But then they got 3959. He got within a small percentage, very small percentage of 3959, like 1,000 or more years ago. And that was ran with forever. And now you fast forward to now and people say, well, we measured it, but they don't know that's patently false. They used the radius value attributed to Al-Biruni to create the geoid dimensions, flatten it to an ellipsoid, and then figure out what your angle should be. You have to have the R value for geodetic surveying. It didn't measure the R value. So this brings us full question. If we never see the geometric horizon or Earth curve, how do we know it's there? Oh, we measured it. Well, how did we measure it? By looking at the apparent horizon. That doesn't work. So how do we know what the R value is? And by the way, guys, it isn't as simple as it might be wrong. That means the whole model's wrong. Everything about the model's wrong.
So very interesting. I didn't invoke the horizon to measure Earth's radius in my presentation. You did, but I didn't. Not in this presentation.
Did you understand the context?
I heard that you're attributing.
I hate
it
to interrupt,
Al-Biruni.
guys, but we're going to try to wrap this up in the next 5 to 10 minutes because I know Maine has to get out of here at 11 Eastern, and we got a bunch of super chats. And
we'll wrap it up right now. Let me stop this thing.
Okay.
All right. Good.
So
Good
before
one.
we get too far away from this, you said something about seeing
Oh, we'll wrap
the
it up.
horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot above. What equipment did you use to establish that distance?
There are oil rigs in the water with known distances, and they're used as a frame of reference of distance, verifiable distance.
Who told you where those oil rigs are located?
Who told us? Well, it's on any type of mapping you want to use.
Oh, did you verify that
From
independently?
the company
that distance?
itself,
Did you measure it
ridiculous.
yourself?
Are you
No.
challenging the distance to the oil rigs from the shore that's on like every map in the world?
No, I'm asking you. Did you independently check that distance yourself?
No,
Okay,
I
let it-
trusted that every map in the world knew how far off the shore the oil rigs were that they built.
And the companies probably know.
What
Duh.
was the coordinate used for the
Holy
coordinate system used for
crap.
location of those oil rigs? Was it
coordinate
latitude and
system. Red
longitude? Was it
herring.
latitude and longitude?
Why do we need
Red
a
herring.
coordinate system? Oh, you mean a Cartesian coordinate system?
No, I'm asking you. Did you
Which
have a
flat map
latitude
did
and
they use?
longitude to determine
The flat
distance
one,
between
yeah.
you and those oil rigs?
They use
Did
the
you just say
flat
longitude
map
and latitude aren't Cartesian coordinate
over water.
systems?
Charts.
They're not Cartesian
flat
coordinate
charts.
systems. They're
Oh,
spherical
what's the
coordinates.
Cartesian coordinate system then?
What a
That's a
dipshit.
rectangular coordinate system. It's not spherical.
This is hilarious. This is the main surveyor
Latitude and
comedy
longitude are
hour.
spherical. So what you're saying is you don't know what the distance is to those.
No,
you have
you
no
don't
idea what the
understand
distance is to those.
You're freaking out. Cartesian coordinates have an x and y axis. They extend from the central point. They're disproportionate relative to the distance outside of the central point because, of course, two lines are going to verge away from each other. Nevertheless,
so what I hear you saying you don't know what the distance is.
No, we do know what the distance is. It's like 9.4 miles. So anyway.
But you didn't establish it yourself. You're relying on the work of surveyors. You're relying on the work of surveyors to tell you that distance.
Bro, you don't even know what longitude and latitude are, and you just invoked it like you were going to
know what a
school
straight
us
line
on
is.
it. It's Cartesian coordinates. You have to impose a z-axis, presupposing sphericity to do anything outside of that. Cartesian coordinates have x and y central from the central point objectively. So we can move on.
Well, everyone, you just heard the most blatant nonsense you've ever heard in your life. So you don't know what the distance is. You relied on the work of surveyors to establish where those
plane survey, yeah.
Taking curvature into account. Plane surveying isn't flat. So you relied on the work of surveyors.
Oh, so plane surveying doesn't mean plane.
And yet you're saying
Wait a second.
surveyors, you don't believe.
Shut this numpty up. So we could stop it here, but anyway. Plane surveyor, main surveyor doesn't know what a straight line is. And yeah, there's big problems. That's like something you would have on display as somebody who's a nutcase. Like, here's what a nutcase would say: that these things are that the things we know for fact that it's all warped and plumbed, and that there's some imaginary ball underneath it all. And yeah. Anyway, Lunatic and Miggy, hey, how you guys doing?
How's it going,
Happy
Sonny?
Thanksgiving. Happy carnivorous day. That's almost completely carnivorous lately.
What's going on here?
Let me
You guys
turn
having
this
a
up.
party or what?
No, why are you so low? Hold on. No, what's going on here?
I'm not close to my mic. That's why.
Oh, I'm not. I didn't have the live stream up to 100 either. That's probably better. Yeah. Not much. Gonna go outside. Early, very early. Quiet streets. You know how everybody's like getting ready to stuff their face or already stuffing their face on Thanksgiving with all those carbohydrates. By afternoon, they'll all be about asleep. And I'll be able to ride my bike carefree without many distractions. It's great on the holidays. I love it. And it looks like some east winds are blowing from the east. Hold on, let me see. That could be good or bad. Let's see.
Sonny, either you're making something or it's raining outside.
Well, I always have a pot of water boiling. I distill my own water, so yeah, sorry about that. I could turn the mic this way.
No, it just sounds like it's raining or something.
Yeah,
like
I'm the water child. Had water all around me.
Yeah, there's 16 people watching right now, so anybody there's want to have questions for people in here, they can come in and talk to us.
Exactly. Yeah, we dominated for a little while with the main surveyor with Witsit. That was from a couple of years ago. Very good. Or a year ago, maybe.
What do you mean? There's a surveyor that came in here?
No, it was one of Witsit's on Modern Day Debates. One of his Witsit with main surveyor was the.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Remember? Yeah. At least a year ago. So I played that. Yeah, we have, looks like bendy light. Hold on, let me get up to current, what's happening here in the live stream. I wrote a little while ago, when do the Globettes perform again?
Moxie and the Globettes, yeah.
Yeah. So then we had they haven't written after that. Hold on. Unbelievable. Earlier on, let's see. Multi Tom Tom. All the trolls must be tired. Bendy Light. Hey Flurf. Who? Michael J. Smith. Happy holidays. Yeah, exactly. Same to you, bro. Old dude says, who is one of the wrenches there. Someone named Who Knows keeps writing a bunch of stuff. Band Ibanez or Washington guitars. Hello. Good song to rewrite. Helio. Happy Thanksgiving all. Yeast. Perfect. Trying to dominate that. Biff Tannen says, take time to be thankful today for the things in life that truly matter, like beer and football. Oh, they're all laughing. Yeah, they're all high-fiving in the back. Mr. Tummy's in there high-fiving with big tears on the happy face. Moxie as well. Moxie writes, I like an Ibanez, me. Moxie, but I'm a telly guy. I could have never guessed you were a guy. Just kidding. Sanko-san, the kitsune. What are you doing fighting? It's like talking to a brick wall. Bendy Light, even a brick wall knows Earth is a globe. That was really great, Bendy Light. Really got any proof of that globe? Research Flat Moon says, Happy Thanksgiving, folks. Bendy Light, Happy Thanksgiving, Bob. Von Neumann, howdy. Multi-Tom Tom, quote unquote. Slow-mo Moonbuggy. Ben, will you be saying Happy Thanksgiving to all of the Bob and medical catastrophe guys' sock accounts? What? Never mind. It's easy to debunk the globe. Multi-Tom Tom. Thanks. Yep. Then that's when I asked, when did Globettes perform again? And since then, nobody said anything since Who Knows said Miggy, Sonny, hello, my flat earthers from Mark. And Von Neumann, howdy, again. That's it. That's all that's happening on the YouTube chat. Oh. We have Effie Warden checking in. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire. Good to see you here again. I wonder if he's near his mic. He might be under 6 feet of snow. Up there where a whole bunch of giants were found. His area too. Sorry to break it to you, the news to you all. But as long as the news is there, I'll keep breaking it. That's right. See, the problem is that now we have the technology that Sonny can have a mic. I'm like the anti-Big Brother. The antithesis of 1984. Yeah. Anybody that is out there listening, can I mute? Okay, you can't hear. What? What's going on? No, I think my connection is just fine. Thank you, though. Wait a minute. Miggy, say something.
Something.
Okay, good. Thanks. That was quite literal.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly what I asked for. That was awesome. Don't often get that, but let's see. How far are you from the Mississippi?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Pretty far. Huh?
Nah, I don't think it's too far away from where I'm at.
Doesn't it go up above you to the north of you? It goes up to Minnesota.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it curves over above you somewhere.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody. We got Trucker Bear that just joined us. What's up, Trucker?
Nice. Trucker.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I was just hanging out at G.
You were just hanging out where?
Try again, big buddy.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
On and off.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Try
You're good now, I guess. Try again.
Oh yeah, I was just at Geo's. Yeah, they got some Globe Zealot there, just going on and on, making no sense. It's comedy actually. Like, I was just thinking.
I agree.
I mean, how do they keep coming back every day with the same stuff? Like, you would think, all right, if you're not able to convince or prove, like, just go home. Just don't keep coming back every day. I don't understand it. Yeah. It's like
That's not gonna happen.
Well, they're committed. I got to give them that.
That's all it is. They're committed.
So
they could also be committed too.
They should be committed. Likely to be committed. But what that's called rhetoric. It's called rhetoric. That's all they have is rhetoric. Rhetoric is clearly like a script, right? It's like propaganda. It's written. It's like a news weekly. But they have the same script, and they keep repeating the same thing over and over by the thousands. The magnitude of how many of them say the same things. And also another thing that's common with the script, tie together any loose ends you can of any part of the scenario and tie it all back into one singularity, which is Earth as a globe, no matter what these flat earthers say.
Yeah, I really liked Witsit's stream. He broke it down Barney style, their tactics and what they do. It's pretty good.
Yeah, they're pretty boring, those guys. They stroll in here every now and again, but they don't usually come in here.
Pretty monotonous.
Well, I've tried commenting on all these anti-flat earthers videos on YouTube, and really none of their subscribers want to come here. They don't want to actually talk to a real flat earther. They just want to sit on YouTube and just mock flat earth or what they think flat earth is. But I mean, it's pretty telling they don't even want to talk to a flat earther.
Oh yeah, they won't come in here, Trucker. They won't come in here.
Yep. Yeah, there's just one atheist named Martimer81, and he's like an old school science educator, and he recently did a series on debunking flat Earth. And man, I really want to see that dude show up in here or in any flat Earth debate server, but he won't. He won't go anywhere near a debate server.
Yeah, they're too. Those guys are afraid of coming in here. They won't come in here.
Yeah.
Like one thing I would say is that if somebody does set foot in here, I always make it to where everybody's heard. Like I don't like too much the dog pile, so I'll start sorting out like the people one on one, like with the person that comes in here, so they don't complain like, "Well, you guys are dogpiling me." So I always make it to where everybody has their turn, like if they're going in order, and if not, I'll stop the conversation and I'll clear the room. Then I'll have one on one so that we can know that they're just talking with one person, so we don't get like a dog pile going on.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, when they do show up, I do agree they do get heard. You don't just mute them and talk over them. Like they get to speak, but even then they won't do it.
Right. That's right. I always invite them and say, "You guys come in here. Let us know why you think the Earth is a globe. You got any evidence? Come on in here." This is the best place to actually see if what you actually think is either a belief or you really know.
Shoot, guess what? We have winds blowing from the northeast, 78 degrees, winds 20 to 30 knots from the northeast. Desert winds. Oh, yeah. That's fun. Got to
How's
watch.
it going? We're getting people dropping in here. How's everybody doing?
You?
See, Quetz stopped in here. What's up, Quetz?
Thanksgiving on flat Earth.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Oh, nothing much. Just having a great day.
Nice. Good to hear. Keeping it clean here. No Glovers, I see.
Yeah, it's really nobody that wants to come in here. And you know, think about it. It's open today. Everyone's home. You guys have any questions for flat earthers? You can come in here if you want. No worries at all. I think everybody's just stuffing their face with turkey right now in America. Well, the majority of people anyway. Where's Artemis at? Taking any good pictures? Artemis. It's crazy all the deception they keep putting out there, huh?
Yeah.
People hook
Isn't that,
globe.
yeah. Isn't that crazy? The Artemis thing, like it's so fake. Unbelievable.
Looks so fake, it has to be real.
Right? And people are okay with that, just satisfied with, okay. They just convince themselves it's real.
Yeah.
By the time they reach here, it's already too late. I think that's what my conclusion is. By the time they get here, they're already just negotiating with the information. The information's already gone in. And if it hasn't, it will after about 30 minutes of being in here. It's already too late at that point. Now they're going to have to negotiate with it on their own, they'll have to figure it out one way or another. It'll never leave them alone, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That won't ever go away. That'll be a nagging like thorn in your side until you resolve it.
Well, at least the rocket didn't blow up. I guess it was a success on that end.
Did they make it all the way back?
I haven't looked yet.
I think they. Well, it hasn't blown up yet. Who knows? Maybe they're going to divert it to Mars and they'll be like, lost in space. Oh no, we lost one. They're out there. They just continue going out. We still have continued. 30 years later, they'll still be communicating with them. That's the way it should be. They got Voyager out there, right? Well, why aren't they voyaging? No, they're only voyaging on the TV screen.
It's not the
place
TV
where
screen.
no one's been before, yeah.
They're voyaging in your mind.
In your mind.
With your
yeah.
imagination.
That's it. They took your imagination for a ride, and they're in control. So you got to go wherever they're going. So they say, you know, Uranus smells like farts. That's part of your problem. Sounds like a personal one, but I digress. The comedy of it all is just striking. Obviously, you can tell in my tone of voice. Man. Who would have ever thought we'd live in a time like this?
I do think more.
What happened?
I think more people are getting skeptical. I mean, they may not be flat earthers, but I think they are looking with a more critical mind at the so-called space images they're being fed. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, if you guys are out there right now listening to this conversation that we're having, you want to have a question for Flat Earthers, just come in here. Click the link that Nightbot has on the YouTube live stream text chat. Jump in here and we'll get you unmuted so you can have a conversation. Lots of interesting topics to discuss. If you want to talk about them, we'll get into them with you. I would say just be honest when you come in here, you know. Don't give us a runaround. This isn't a meme on the internet. Like, we really mean what we're saying. So that's important. Very important. Where's Hollywood at? You guys going to Antarctica? You guys going to the Arctic? What are we doing here? Are we going to be on Discord all the time? We need to go to the Arctic.
He's right.
Oh, is he one of those that he thinks he can prove flat Earth by going to the Antarctic?
Yeah. I think Elm might be partial to what his rhetoric or his style about everybody. Guys, what are we doing? Yeah. We're just sitting here on Discord. Yeah. We're not doing much. Let's go to the Arctic. Come on.
It's more about the mystery, man. I just want to uncover it. You know, everything points north. You got Polaris, you got Moss, you got the fucking compass. Everything points north. It seems like it's clear that that's the goal.
Well, he needs to start by going and proving that there's a South Pole. So, yeah, start with that.
Well, actually, there's a lot of work to be done logistically. So, first find out what it would take logistically to do what the campaign that you want to do. And then see what the cost would be for, you know, you got to count the cost, right? You're not just going to go willy-nilly, start asking, or you have to like do some research. I mean, it's pretty big research to actually do this voyage. So if he's right, then it's going to take a while before he actually assembles like a legit crew, and not just be on a Discord asking if anybody wants to join. Like, he's really going to do what it takes to assemble like a thorough campaign. Like, it's going to take a lot of resources and, time and effort. By the time he comes even in here, he should have like a lot of groundwork laid for what he wants to do. This is going to be like asking people to come along with him is like one of the last things you should be doing. Not the first things. Because a lot of people aren't interested in something that looks half-baked. You know what I mean? If that's going to be the case. Like, it isn't easy. It's just like making a lunch sack and a couple of sleeping bags. Like, this is serious logistics. Not to mention how much it would cost to get like permits to do the thing you want to do. But who thinks that the Earth is spinning in 2022? That's what I want to know. Huh? What'd you say?
I'd rather go north, since apparently that's not illegal. But that would be just as hard as far as resources anyway.
Sorry to break it to you, but it's been illegal since the Cold War. It's called the DEW line, the Detection Early Warning Line. It's a perimeter at basically from 50 to 60 north. So
when you say stuff like that, people would get the idea that you're trying to protect the Arctic, and it's like, you know what I mean? Like that. They don't understand like there's actual limits to it. They're like, dude, you're just saying that. Why do you say? How come there's a 60th parallel? What are you saying? Like, why can't we just go? You don't want to go. Like, that's what they would say. Like,
they just say I'm a naysayer, huh? Yeah,
you're a naysayer, man. Like,
yeah, good point.
You're a naysayer. No, but like seriously, like if you actually look into it, you'd figure it out for yourself. It's not like Sonny would be the one stopping you. Like, by all means, try it. Like I would say.
I'm not going to be out there on some cutter like the Coast Guard, waiting to, cut you down. If you keep going, they'll tell you to stop.
Yeah. And if you're taking a rickety boat, they'd probably just be like, just let him go. Just let him go.
They will.
He's gonna die.
If you avoid them boarding your ship, like you better get away from them as fast as you can, because you're not going to make it very long. Like if they say they want to board your ship and you don't stop, they'll just chase you down until you do stop.
You don't have a boat fast enough to outrun them. That's all I can say.
They have
It sounds like we're entering the age of pirates. It sounds sick. Right?
Listen, the cutters have the Coast Guard has cutters that can do 40 knots on water.
Good luck to you guys.
And actually, listen, Navy ships now probably have hydroplanes and lift up out of the water and can probably go in excess of 65 knots over water, flying in the air. These are huge ships.
You can, when you talk about the actual military power, like what their capabilities are, you got the guys on the other end who are like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. You're just saying that. Come on.
Right.
Nobody's going to stop you.
They don't want to listen to me from the Show Me State from Missouri. Show me the data first. That's what I stopped. They get at a standstill talking to me because I'm going to ask them to show me the data. Show me the actual equipment and the data that came from this equipment at this time. The log books of somebody actually using a technology. They've never shown me in 5.5 years of asking like this. Nothing has been shown for the globe. Nothing. Quite the opposite. All the documents stating they fly over flat Earth. Everybody does. Like, you'd be stupid to be thinking you're flying over a round Earth or surveying railroads around Earth where 6,660 feet of drop in 100 miles. Think about a canal or a railroad. engineer, figuring in that much drop on both sides of the Sagitta.
And then you get the absolute craziness of the globe side. Well, what if you just walk south and you just keep walking south? Like,
yeah,
just
hey,
keep walking.
Can someone do a mathematic? Can someone figure this out? So let's say, just like I said, in 100 miles is 6,660 feet of drop. Can somebody do the difference of a straight line and a curve of that much drop from the Sagitta? How much extra track in feet that would be? Does someone know how to do that math? Because a curve is definitely longer. You're not getting a shorter distance, so you have to have extra track, 6,669 feet or so over 100 miles. So take the Sagitta, and then on both sides of that peak of the curve, right, you have 6,000 and a drop, vertical drop. That's one side of the triangle, right? So I would like to figure out what the curvature is in feet, in the difference of curved on that 100 miles and straight line.
Hey, Sonny, can you get in a boat, just like a big boat, and just take off without saying anything to anyone? Just
I could. I sure could.
And
Well,
just go south.
No. Listen, no, you wouldn't be able to do that. No. You'll never get on board a ship unless you plan on climbing and being a stowaway, climb on through the ropes of the ship or the anchor line. You're going to dive and then take a boat to the anchor line. You're never going to enter ships through the gangway and get on board without them knowing it. So yeah, you have to be scripted on board somehow.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. I meant like this. Like if you had let's say you were the owner of an icebreaker.
Gotcha.
Let's say you were the owner of an icebreaker ship, right? Let's say that.
Yeah.
And you wanted to go south. Do you think anybody could stop you if you were just in an icebreaker ship? And you're like, hey, you know what? Let's go visit the southern region.
Oh, you would be stopped. There'd be several navies on the way, actually, that you'd be stopped by, especially if your papers weren't in order as you're traveling south. They know who's out there on the sea lanes. They'll see a ship they don't recognize. They go, you didn't report to the next port. You have to report from port to port when you're coming into port out of international waters. You have to tell them that you're coming into their port. If you don't, they're going to say, why didn't you call in? They really get suspicious.
Like for everybody on Earth?
Country. Huh? Yeah, this applies to everybody.
Does it apply for everybody on Earth?
Yeah, these are all the port authorities that are in every port. That's not just some like loose name for something. Those are strict guidelines that deal with international waters and entry into foreign ports. Yeah, you have to be signed in. You have to go in and check in your crew and have your passport stamped. Yeah, you have to be there. You have to go there. You're not just going to sail by. Now, listen, we sailed past Nicaragua during the Contra Wars when I was sailing, and I was in my 20s, 21, in 1979. We sailed past, and we could see the ships, but we could see the boats, little like shore boats, with the binoculars, almost 100 miles away on the shore, but we were in international waters.
Oh, how did you see 100 miles away? It seems like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy?
Hey, what about if you pose as a fishing boat? Are there fishing lanes in the Arctic and Antarctic?
Well, that's a different story in the Arctic altogether. Most small vessels will be destroyed in those kind of weathers.
You need to be a larger ship to actually manage those rough seas, right?
30 and 40 to 30 to 60 foot swells. Can you imagine getting a 30 or 50 foot wave every like 12 seconds? Another 50-foot wave hits your vessel. Sorry.
It could capsize any ship, right?
Yeah. Big, huge ships have been capsized. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Huge ships. There's a big wreck by Navy ships that happened right in the Santa Barbara Channel, and right around World War II. The biggest naval disaster almost in history was right off of Santa Barbara, where the Black Swan was filmed. Look it up.
What if you want to travel as a non-citizen, independent? Don't they have to let you go?
I don't think that works out. Oh, wait a minute. You're a non-citizen? Go ahead. By all means, you're free to go.
Look, tell I'm gonna go to Antarctica, across Antarctica to the Iron Legion.
No.
Hey, they're gonna be like, "Hey, Ralph, this guy says he's a non-citizen. We'll let him on through, okay? We'll just wave him on." Like,
yeah, they're not going to let you through.
That's right.
You have to report. You have to go on. You have to go physically in front of them and say, "This is the crew." And sometimes some places will want to. They have the right in Admiralty law to search your ship.
Yeah,
they're the authorities. You better have a bigger cannons than them, and we don't anymore. So that's what the real pirates were bucking against the system because, whatever reason, they couldn't live under the tyranny of being controlled by the money changers, whatever.
I think Flat Earth Dude has the best idea. The transatlantic voyage.
No, it's to the west, bro. To the west.
West. Exactly.
Yeah. Pacific. Trans-Pacific.
Oh, Trans-Pacific. Okay. Yeah, he's got it. That's what I want to do.
That's what I would do too.
Well, what are you doing? Going where?
Trans-Pacific. Just keep going west. Just keep going west. Go as far west.
Yeah, from like California. Yeah.
Yeah. You're from the west coast. You might sail down to Chile or Panama and then sail across to.
Yeah. So, and I got something about that. Like, where's your destination? Like, what is the destination if you're taking off from California? Where are you going? Is it like when those guys say, "Hey, just go west," and like don't have any? Because like
you would go to the next. You would go to the next spot, the very next closest spot. So you would skip. You go California, Hawaii, Hawaii.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you're going from port to port, or are you just taking off on a boat and saying we're just going west? You know what I mean?
You're going to Japan.
You're going port to port. Yeah. Realistically, logistically, you're going port to port. Exactly.
Okay.
Well, from what he said, his destination would be Japan from California.
Hey, but are we doing anything different from what other people? Because like I don't see. We might as well just get it on a cruise ship. Like why is there like somebody going out of their way to say we're gonna go west and we're gonna do this? And it's like, well, why don't you just join any other way to travel? Like, well, what's bad about that? Like, why do you have to make it like, no, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go west. And it's okay. But like, isn't there other things that are going that way too? Like, why don't you just hop on a ship that's already going that way? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what difference is it going to be if you do something yourself versus you feel me? Like what?
Yeah, me actually knowing Flat Earth Dude, Kenny and I sailed together for 3 days over the summer. Anyway, I've been to a couple of Flat Earth meetups with Sonny, with Kenny, and I think it was more like him saying, like, ideally, if I were able to do it, I would get on a boat and just sail west because it's like this idyllic, if that's the right word, dream of these hot beaches, like palm trees and sand and blue water. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Kenny was alluding to this, that would be like a pretty beautiful thing. But if he's talking about going to Japan, there should be a change of plans. Yeah, that's too cold for me. I would stay where it's hot in the tropics myself.
You guys are just going. Yeah. You guys are just going to a place. I thought you were gonna search out the uncharted places. Like, just go somewhere where you've never been.
Well, yeah. I mean, that might come into it if you kept going. There's a possibility of that, but that wasn't. It's okay. That wasn't really the primary motivation. Was just to go sailing because it's such a beautiful experience and seeing different places. Continuing to go west, you might actually find someplace that they didn't tell us about. But all this is speculation. What you would find like.
The map is definitely different than what they tell us. So
yeah.
I mean, it'd be an amazing trip.
You know, it tells us that definitively and irrefutably is what we use to actually do navigation is a flat rectangular coordinate charts. They're not curved lines, completely square lines. And you find
Right.
your way exactly to these places out there on Earth, even if they're sticking above the water from the under the ocean, very accurately to those places. You can find your way from those charts. That's pretty darn accurate. Why do you think they're used like that?
That's
That used to be-
incredible.
That's what I'm telling you, man. This thing about where they were sailing to from the very beginning of what they call the age of discovery or exploration back in the 1500s, that was top secret. They were sailing. They went back and went, Your Highness, we found out what Earth actually is on the surface. The water is all flat. We used triangles all the way across the Atlantic and found our way back and forth several times. That's why when Columbus went the first time, when he went back, they had exact knowledge of where the celestial bodies were over zeniths. They've just tracked their way back across on flat maps. So the king and queen said, fuck, no, we're not letting the regular peasants know any of this. This is top secret now, and shall be put into the archives, never to see the light of day or print in books. We'll keep it away from these commoners as long as we can. Top secret information. You get that? Yep.
You know, I'm pretty sure that they, explorers found the perimeter, I guess, well before Captain Cook or Admiral Byrd did.
Probably. Well, yeah, you have the Piri Reis map, which is supposed to be from 1000 AD, I think. Piri Reis is a Arab navigator, right?
Oh,
It
okay.
shows South America and the peninsula that looks like it connects to Antarctica, and Antarctica is shown with all the rivers and everything in place where they actually were from the geological survey they did in 1958 in the geophysical year. Isn't that amazing? See, when I found all this shit out, I was like, holy crap. Like, I looked at all of this because most of it all happened the year I was born. So I started looking back. What happened? NASA was formed, the geophysical year, the Navy and the who was it called? The National Geographic. No, not National Geographic. Anyway, whoever was with the Joint Navy and the geophysical year, they did under ice sonar, radar, whatever they did. And they found that those rivers and where the land was underneath the ice was just like the Piri Reis map, or that it lined up. It was correlatory to the Piri Reis map. And apparently Piri Reis map is showing everything with no ice on it and animals and ships right along the coast of Antarctica. So Columbus knew stuff that, he had 20 other maps. He had 20, apparently he had something like 20 reference maps. If we could believe anything about Columbus at all, he was probably a Moorish, dark-skinned, swarthy individual, and came along with a bunch of other black conquistadors from Spain and Italy. Does anyone know where the Valley of Ajalon is by chance? Do you know where that is exactly? Ajalon. Aztlan. Never know. Well, the temperature spread today is from 78 degrees, 13% humidity, to 48 degrees tonight. 78 to 48. Ayalan Valley. Wait a minute. Where's Ajalan? All I find
Yeah, I call.
There
I'm
it
in the
is.
middle of a multi-state rain cloud.
So Ajalan is a valley in the lowland of Shephelah in Israel and the West Bank. Supposedly, I bet. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. It's like no Globers want to come in and debate Miggy.
I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. May God bless you and keep your family safe.
Thank you.
Amen.
Likewise, happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, amen.
Everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
What's up? What's up? I'm back, y'all.
Yeah, all right.
Did you eat your turkey yet, Radwin?
Happy Thanksgiving, Miggy.
Hey, you too, Godric. Everybody's should be already stuffing their face, if not already eaten. Or getting ready to anyway.
No, I'm going to eat at 2 o'clock. Got a couple hours.
The turkey will be ready at 3:30 Pacific time. It's about 30 pounds.
30 pounds? My goodness. You got Godzilla in the oven or what? Jeez Louise.
Holy mackerel. 30 pounds of what?
Yeah, that's a big boy.
Dang. Mongoloid.
That wasn't a bird, man. That was a dinosaur. freaking.
It was an ostrich.
Godric's like Fred Flintstone over here.
Yeah, the pyramid of Cholula. Cholula.
That's a fun word to say, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It's in the Valley of Mexico, actually. Puebla. I've been there myself. And near there is Cholula, and they're saying.
I was gonna tell you, Sonny. There's a Netflix special. This guy's actually going over. Golly, man, I forgot the name of the damn show, but he's investigating like old ruins, and he's going mainstream. The mainstream. Now get this, because I don't know if you know, like this show. It's one of the recent ones actually, and he's investigating like old ruins, and he's basically saying, "Go ahead."
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, he's basically saying that we as people have like amnesia from our past, our ancient past. Like we've lost a lot of like what we were before, and like they're dating things even past the supposed ice age and structures that are as old as 20,000 years, and like all crazy stuff. Like more further back than like what they would say the specific ice age was, and
exactly,
and all that stuff.
So listen, that's Graham Hancock. So one of his first books in the 90s was A Fingerprint of the Gods. He was onto something, but now he's clearly, in the most recent times, he's gone back and said everybody was all wrong about almost everything, and now America is the old world. And so Graham Hancock's coming on board with that as well.
Yeah, great book.
Dude.
Yeah, great book. The America Before, it's called, is most recent one. It's very interesting. It's a long book, but it's full of information.
So here's an interesting thing that I was kind of looking. You do a lot of research in this, and you're going to find out this yourself. But the Native Americans, they have the spoken word taught to them by the ancients, which told them about the Great Spirit, which is in the talking leaves that were going to come and be united with them, with their brothers from the other lands. So they were supposed to meet with the evangelicals that were coming, and they were going to combine and talk to them about the completion of their knowledge from the talking leaves, which was a book, the Bible, which was going to tell them about the Great Spirit, and like in combination with their knowledge, combining it with the knowledge of the Bible, like to be in essence like a true word, because they have the spoken word being taught from generation to generation. And so like some of the tribes, they're not all tribes, but most of the central tribes that were actually carrying these like precious elders that were holding this keys to this knowledge were going to come, like they knew of a prophecy of like the day that they were going to be united with their light-skinned brothers, and they were going to come and bring the talking leaves with them, which is the written word, the Bible. And they were going to be united with them, but instead it was the opposite. They didn't bring peace, they brought war and bloodshed. So so the unification never happened like the way it should have. And so there was war and there wasn't peace. And so but it was supposed to be a unification of harmony and joy. They were going to welcome them in, but they didn't come in as peaceful explorers. They came in as conquerors. And so that's why and so they put themselves at odds with the Native Americans that were here already. And that was the issue. And so the grounds that they had here, they were disrupted by those people coming in and just spreading war and imposing their religions and such. And they didn't see value in what the Native Americans, whom they thought were savages, you know what I mean? Like that's what the meeting was like. It wasn't a good one. It was more that they were studying the people that were living here, and then they sent out for more ships to come by so they can conquer them, like with technology and such. And yeah, it was not a unification as it should have been. It should have been like a where they met together and understood each other and you know, kind of unified their ancient past. But because that, they forged a new way, which was a bloody past, which, yeah. Ideals are peaceful, but war is violent, you know, like our history is violent. So that meeting that's supposed to have been, you know, for them unifying their knowledge with the evangelicals never happened.
Yep. So from the Cherokee in the southeast to the Nez Perce tribe in the northwest, they carried versions of the Ten Commandments that were written in Paleo Hebrew, and that wasn't that Paleo Hebrew had not been properly figured out until 1846.
Right.
So it kind of like rules out somebody they would have to not only know that information, but they would also have to know the size and shape of the actual cuneiform tablets that, like for instance, Chief Joseph carried with him and gave to the white men that he eventually surrendered to, showed them the oldest version of the Ten Commandments ever found in a version of Hebrew that hadn't been discovered until 1846.
Interestingly enough, everybody thinks that the United States was like, it was blank, it was empty, and then the New World was discovered, and then we started to populate. That's not how it was, man. Like it was a conquest. It was a bloody conquest over the whole entire land, and peaceful tribes were being, you know, destroyed one by one until it was being taken over completely. It was a savage takeover.
Wait, didn't Christopher Columbus discover America?
Oh no. Actually, there was the Celtish language and Welsh languages were also found in America along the Mississippi River Valley, as well as Phoenician, Roman.
No, because then how do we have Christopher Columbus Day?
What's that?
I said no, because how do we have Christopher Columbus Day?
Or even this day, this specific day, Thanksgiving.
This day,
even this
made
day.
up to fit a false paradigm, a false history timeline. Yeah, false timeline and narrative.
Nobody was eating turkey the first Thanksgiving. So
they were either.
Sorry to burst your bubble, guys, but yeah, it's not what they were eating.
They were.
But why would they lie?
Why would?
That wasn't the staple of meal when they first met the people. You know, the people actually shared a banquet. It was nothing of what you knew about in the past. The mainstream like narrative was what it was. Nothing like that.
Like you think it is. The plants that grew here before we got here were nothing like they are now. It's been decimated.
Yep. Everything's been altered, man. Everything's been altered. All the food we eat is now genetically modified. It's all altered versions of their original form. That is like, I'm always talking about like health is important too, right? But like even with history, if you just look into what I'm talking about right now with health, look into how food is not what the original form of the thing that you're eating that you call an apple, or that you call an orange, or that you call a banana, or that you call cauliflower. Like none of that stuff. There was none of it at all. All of these things are altered forms of food, and people just say, "Hey, let's eat healthy." No, we're not eating healthy. All of it's malaligned with like what truth is. And you try to give people little tidbits so they can do the research because you want to spark that kind of interest in it, but you get a more, kind of lackadaisical kind of, it's too much work. Let's just eat whatever we got and call it and say that it's good. There's nothing other than that. There's nothing we can do. Just keep making people aware. And it's crazy though. Like history, we do have amnesia. I would say that that seems more real to me than us saying that we know what history is, because that we don't know, man. We don't. Everything that we've gotten so far, we say, well, this is what happened. Like, if it's not like from the words of the people that handed down traditions of like their elders held down like the spoken word, like strictly, because these Native Americans, man, they have like the elders that they're very strict on how they pass the word down. The person doesn't become an elder or chief unless they understand completely, like verbatim, everything about the spoken word back to them. They have to recite it. They have to memorize it. They have to know. It's like they carry the history of the people with their knowledge. So they have to know everything, and just the way it was told to them. So their word has been. It's not like the, you know, when you, what's that game called when you tell somebody something in their ear and they tell some other person, and by the time it gets down to like the 20th guy, it's like it sounds like something else was being said. It's not like that. This is like you have to know everything precisely, and then you can.
Chinese whispers.
Yeah, it's not that for sure. They have to know exactly what, and so like that's why their stories, whenever they do talk about stuff, I would say like, yeah, that stuff really did happen, because everything that they're saying has been passed down like verbatim, generation to generation. We don't have that these days. Like even, I would say even knowledge that we have, even with the highest technology, that stuff gets rewritten. And you know, you have Wikipedia. Look at that stuff. Just people can just go in there and change things. So they can rewrite things in our histories. And, you know, the future generations won't be adhering to the things that we have. So, yeah, we do have amnesia.
Yeah, he always says species with amnesia.
Well, just take a look at like how people would speak even 75, 50 years ago. We don't speak like those people, do we?
Not at all.
Like, look how proper people in the 40s and 50s would speak, like children in school. I mean, they sounded like really well thought out sentences, and you know how they would speak to somebody, very coherent way of like talk. And so like now, you speak to somebody,
words were
like the language is not there anymore.
Words were important and they had definite meanings, and now they've just gone to a word being a word, and it can, you know, have many meanings, as we see on here all the time.
Well, think about the acronyms that we use: LOL, TWL. Like, yeah, this is it's so bastardized. Like, we're so lazy that we're just using acronyms nowadays, right? Like, we don't even.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like a long time ago, it wasn't like that, and so like we've lost a lot of like what it makes us. You know, people that are intelligent and can speak coherently to each other, and it's things don't matter anymore. It seems with the globe mindset, anything goes, right? So long as
well, you know, you just you just change the definition of a word, and then okay, well now it means this, but it means both. Yeah, okay, well it doesn't really matter. It's only a word.
Yeah, it's only a word. Yeah,
yeah. But, you know, that's why words are invented, because they have meanings.
Yeah.
They mean something.
It's like at one point we agreed. At one point we agreed what this word was. It's like now it means something else, doesn't it? So we said, when me and you are standing next to each other and we point and we say, that's a hill. Okay, I agree, that's a hill.
That's
but
a
if
mountain.
that's over there, that's a mountain, and we're pointing to it. And at the same time, you're like, no, you know what? I changed my mind. That's a hill. But if I say no, we both agree that it's a mountain. You can't just change what it is in the middle of you, because we're never going to know what we're talking about. You said that's the sun. No. I changed my mind. It's the moon. Okay. So now we're just making up stuff. You'll never. There's no one's ever going to know anything, and I think that they're happy in the gray areas. You know, just live in the gray area.
Well, that's what they're teaching them at university these days anyway. So, you know, that you can be anything you want, you know, literally. I'm not going to say any words because words have meanings, but and they come out of university delusional, you know, like Oh no, you can do this, you can do this. It doesn't matter. Life doesn't matter. We're all blobs that came from dust, and fish crawled out of water, and we don't mean anything. We all die
We're
and
not
turn back into
special. God
dust.
doesn't love us. God doesn't know you or love you.
Testing. You guys hear me?
That's why the Earth is a sphere and a blade spheroid and also a pear shape all at the same time.
Right.
You can fall for that, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Rev was trying to say something, but I could barely hear him. So when he comes off of deafen, we probably just get a hold of him. Yeah, so people are just gonna say, like, even I always talk about higher learning being the people go in a bad way when they get to higher learning, because usually in high school you start to get like the critical thinking side of you where you're already starting to really dig into some questions. But at that time, once you get to the next step, which is higher learning, and you start getting into philosophy and stuff, that's where you lose everything. It's like, I think in higher learning, that's where you lose that sense about you that was once, sensible, common sense. You're more able to really understand things in a way that you relate to people. It's like, I feel like it becomes where you're just like a really cold, separated, club-oriented type of person where you're just like in a class. Now you got classes of people. We're high class, that's low class, this is middle class.
Yeah.
And
Educated,
you know what I mean? You separate
uneducated.
Uneducated, educated. And so when you speak to people, you're like, let me speak to the educated people. Let me speak to people with the higher learning, because you guys are not able to keep up. And it's like, and just discard anybody else. And it's like you thumb your nose up to others, and that's what these guys are. Bob the Science guys like that. I'm gonna point them out to you. Like Bob the Science guys like that.
Professor Phil's exactly the same. Professor Phil. He talks down to everyone.
Talks down. Yeah. So this is what we get, and this is the reason why. Because when they go to higher learning, they're taught to think this way, that they're above others, and people don't get that. And some people love to be subjugated by these kind of people. They love to be underneath them and like, oh, you're so smart and blah blah blah. It's like, man, if they were that intelligent, they would tell you that you can learn also with, like, maybe not everybody's the same in that respect, but it's still available for you. So they could be humble about it. You know what I mean? And just make the information available to all people. It's like you lose touch with humanity, I think, once you get to that higher learning stage, and then you're just like, well, I'm going to get my career, and I really only care about like making the 150 grand a year. So really, I don't care about anything else. If you ask me, I don't really care about flat earth or whatever, as long as I just have a good life, and that's it, And
they seem to, they seem to be teaching philosophy at the wrong stage of life. I think they need to teach it when they're younger, but they're also teaching the wrong philosophy. So originally it should be about questioning everything and then coming up with some type of answer that makes sense. To me, that's philosophy. But what they're teaching them is like a kind of philosophy that you question everything and then you don't have to have an answer for it, or whatever answer you come up with is okay, and you don't have to re-question it. Your answer is your answer, even if it's wrong and doesn't make sense. That's what they're teaching the unis, and whereas some countries like France and they teach philosophy in high school, and actually a good philosophy as well, not this unrealistic one. They also do it in places. I think they do it in Spain and a lot of the Spanish colonies as well, like South America, like Colombian schools and things like that. But the West, we've kind of lost it. I know when my dad went to school in England, they used to teach philosophy when they were maybe about 10, 11 years old. They started learning about it, questioning, and and I think it makes a lot of sense because they grow up with a mature mind at a young age, which is good.
Yeah, so it's adapted a version of like what we would consider nihilism.
Yeah, nothing matters.
Yeah, nothing matters. It's a rejection of all religious and moral principles in the belief that life is meaningless. So, I mean, that's going along the definition, isn't it? Like, because if you think about it, that's how they come in here, and the way they speak, it's just disconnected from reality. Like, there isn't anything. There is no objective reality whatsoever. There isn't. There's only subjective. What is truth, right? And so truth is whatever you make it. That's all it is. It's whatever you make it. Is that true to you?
Even made a
That's
word
true to
for
you.
it. Yeah, it's my truth.
It's your truth. Yeah. Your truth. Your truth is your truth. And people say that often at times, and I hear it almost sounds like a funny way to just kind of agree with everyone. Agree to disagree, or however you want to say that. But that's always like, there's certain topics that we could say that fits the description, right? Agree to disagree. Chocolate's the best ice cream in the world. Agree to disagree. The earth is flat and stationary. That is not agree to disagree. That's either right or wrong. So, do you know what I mean?
Hello?
Hello?
I can't hear you, sorry.
Did somebody say hello? Oh, okay. Yeah, people would say agree to disagree. Like we used to have those debates with those the Globe Earth guys. They'd be like, well, I agree to disagree. No, you can't agree to disagree. You're just wrong. You're going to have to just accept the fact that you're wrong, because if you were right, then there would be none of us in here. And we're not just rejecting truth, we're actually exposing it to you. Because you're the ones that say that the earth is something other than what we notice it to be. Other than. It's not what it is. Other than that, there's 24 people that are watching the YouTube live stream right now. If you guys want to come in here and bring evidence for the earth being a globe in 2022, be my guest. I would like to hear why you think the earth is a globe. And if there's any evidence you have to support the earth being a globe, come on in here. Or if you're on the fence, or if you know the earth is flat, also come in here, because we do want to have a talk with you. You guys are awesome being here on this American holiday, which is Thanksgiving Day. Hopefully you guys are eating a lot of turkey lurkey, having a good day. And then maybe we can have a good discussion. Come on in here. We'll talk about it. So just saying hi to everybody. Adam Unsalted is here. Chili, David Z, Dr. Astrophysicist, Effie Batman, Godric, Mary Gillette, myself, Quetz, Rev39, T-Wad, Timbo, Trinity Loves You, Car, and Sunny. Welcome.
Can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. I was just trying to test to see if it was working. Sorry.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out in 2022 who thinks that the earth is spinning on its axis. I'll bring up a question. If you think the earth is spinning on its axis, please come in here and let us know how you know that. Interesting. And trust me, if I heard it 1,000 times, that won't stop you. Go ahead and tell me how sunsets prove that the earth is spinning on its axis. Please, by all means. I want you to stand here and tell me why it's spinning on its axis when you see the sun moving across the sky. Notice I said the sun moving across the sky.
The anticipation is killing me. Just waiting for someone to speak.
It's a nail biter. Yeah, I know it. But
I'm in suspense right now.
I know that Sonny's at the edge of his seat waiting for the next guy to come provide that evidence, but yeah, exactly. It would be interesting. 2022, guys. Earth is spinning on its axis. Or, I'll give you a better one. How about how we can have pressure without a container? Because, the air that you and I breathe has pressure. But how is it possible that the Earth is an open system, right? There isn't anything stopping from the air rushing out into space. How is it possible for us to have that? Let me know.
Yeah, I was talking with this. I think his name is Truth Seeker. He was here before. He was. He can tell you. I don't know if there's any Globers here.
I know this one. Gravity.
Oh, there we go.
With the mic drop.
Okay, wait. So let me ask you this: can you demonstrate a open vacuum using gravity next to gas pressure without a container?
Yes, look outside.
Yeah, look up.
Okay.
That was easy. Next
Yeah,
question.
just look outside. Wait, will you look up? Where's the vacuum? How do you know it's a vacuum?
Look, it's up. When you look up, the vacuum's right there.
Or you just point to it?
Yeah.
Well,
I can point to it.
Point to the sky and it's a vacuum.
Yeah. There it is. One
the
done.
atmosphere
Easy.
The atmosphere is thicker on the Earth's surface, and then as you go up to Mount Everest, it gets thinner. Then above that, it gets almost nothing, and then therefore space.
Yeah, being a Glober, it takes no effort because it takes no thinking whatsoever. You don't have to think about anything. You just say a few trigger words like, well, that's easy, science. Or just point to the sky and say, look, it's up there. That's all you got to do. You don't have to support. There's no evidence required when you're somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe. No evidence required. Point to NASA pictures. Point to the sky. It's so easy. These guys don't know much. The body of science. The body of science. That's all they say. They don't provide any evidence whatsoever to anybody. That's all they say.
You know what's funny about that? You could actually say, when they say look outside, you could actually make the same argument for flat Earth. Just look outside. There's no curve. And just look outside your window. There's no curve. You could make the same argument.
Yeah, definitely.
It's kind of funny, actually. It is actually.
Yeah, you just got to pull them to a side and say, okay, here's one question that nobody has answered. I'm always saying this every time. I need to know how we derived radius, diameter, circumference. At what point in history did somebody measure the Earth for the radius, the diameter, and the circumference? Give me that answer, and all is well.
Yeah.
How about Pythagoras?
Nah.
Just nah. Maybe someone did he have any did he use land or sea when Pythagoras measured the radius?
Did he do what?
I should say alleged radius. Was Pythagoras, was he on land or was he on water when he did his alleged measurement?
I think he was on peyote.
Well, I think he spoke in Greek, so you can't really understand anything.
Oh yeah.
Everything was Greek.
Yeah.
He's a pretty smart guy.
I don't think Pythagoras had. Hold on. Let me double check.
Or did he just write something down on a piece of paper? Or was it like a real measurement? Like, what did he do? I don't even. Because I know the other guys, sticks and shadows, but that's not Pythagoras.
Pythagoras was like advanced math for his time. So I don't know if there's any actual spherical measurements, but he was the math guy of his time, supposedly. He was alive at any time.
Okay.
I think Aristotle, the one who saw the mass of the ship, the last as it sailed away, therefore sphere.
The ship? Aristotle saw a boat? Okay.
The hull was missing and the mass was the last thing he saw. I think that's
right.
And therefore sphere.
Right.
However, things will vanish into the horizon on a flat plane. Same way.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's any Globers in here actually.
No,
Also, I don't think Aristotle had a P100. Like now, you can get that whole ship back into focus probably.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
He's hot micing. The serious conversation.
Rev, you're hot, Mikey. We're listening to your convo.
He got the big call. Probably his wife. Put the turkey in the oven.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
One second. I'll look at it. 1 second.
You hear what Britannica says about Pythagoras? Said more probably the bulk of the intellectual tradition originating with Pythagoras himself belongs to mystical wisdom rather than to scientific scholarship. Thanks, Britannica.
Mystical wisdom. That's the good shit, dude. That was before science. Metaphysics.
So,
yeah, that's the one in the picture. Yeah, that's right.
mathematical jazz hands, huh?
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya.
Sorry, I had to disconnect.
Hey, Rev, we were hearing your conversation, dude. We heard that you ordered like 5 pairs of SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas.
Yeah, a new headset because my mic wasn't working.
So,
yeah.
You got the cat ear headphones with the. Just
He ordered a rainbow flag.
I ordered flat Earth headphones. There's no curvature. It's just like a box, you know. Have you ever seen a flat headset?
Flat headset.
I mean, to be fair, you can buy a microphone that's flat, right? Because it could be like a cube. You could have a microphone that's like a cube, you know, that's flat. But the problem with that is that cubes have edges, and that, you know, there's no proof that. Go ahead, Senator.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I apologize.
No. You go ahead.
What does it have to do with the price of beans
in China?
I heard a Globey argument. The new Globey argument is the sphere is the most natural, efficient form in the universe and in nature. For example, your head's a sphere, breasts are spheres.
Oh, I thought a hexagon was.
This is the logical shape for anything efficient is a sphere. Therefore,
yeah, I don't know if they had. Yeah. I don't know if they had here. I wouldn't consider.
You sure?
My head's kind of like a little bit of a oblate.
It's not a sphere.
It's pear shaped.
It's pear shaped.
You're in the middle.
You might as well say the silhouette of a tree is a sphere too.
I'll accept pear shape.
Yeah, the crown.
Look, a seed is a sphere, right? It's not. A seed is not flat, is it?
I think we see hexagons more than we do see spheres, but
not a
it's
sphere.
Just me.
Like a drop of water is a sphere.
No.
That's the most efficient form in the universe.
It's concave.
It's drop shaped, not sphere, not spherical. Drop.
Wonder Twin powers activate form of water.
When you put it on your finger, it's actually a dome shape, but we can't count that because you're touching it, so we don't count that.
It would be convex on one side. Be convex on one side and concave on the other.
Yeah. Oh, we got a new person. Who's that?
Introducing Kiwi Kinks Clown, coming in at about 352 pounds of pure muscle. Sorry.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for the intro. Hey, welcome. Hope everybody's well. What's happening?
Anybody see? We're still looking for the tilt. You know, have you seen the tilt anywhere?
Well, 90 minus 23.4 does equate to 66.6. So I don't know if that's convenience or just happenstance, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Needless to say, 2 plus 4 is 6. Another triple 6. Why not?
You know, after years and years of searching for the tilt, I'm starting to get tilted.
Wait, how do you have time zones on a flat Earth?
Oh yeah. Damn, you got me. What's the
Bro.
tilt here, guys?
I keep saying the sun has to travel and light up places. It's 12 p.m. sometime, somewhere, sometime. Goes around 12 p.m. somewhere.
But can't we see infinity? So how is the sun leave our sight?
Because
I
it
can
has
see
to
how
go.
Atari stars watching the sun at night.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, y'all.
Yo. Good day. All I say is the sun shows up to make 12 p.m. for you, and then it has to go away to make 12 p.m. for somebody else.
But that can happen on a spinning globe.
I love that meme y'all had that's like, if the Earth is flat, then explain how everything in the universe works. It's awesome.
The kid that stomps their foot and says, "Oh yeah, well I want this then. Gimme."
It's like,
These are
well,
the same persons who have the nerve to presume themselves so balanced and neutral and unbiased and such bastions of reason, then they're willing to admit when they're wrong, and they're willing to accept that they don't know certain things, and they're willing to accept that they can't know certain things, but then refuse to accept critique, refuse to even consider critique, refuse to scrutinize themselves, and refuse to seek knowledge.
Which ultimately leads to a place of, no one told me that.
Hey, we got trees on deck. Never mind.
Trees on deck. Racks on racks.
Yeah,
Hey.
He just left.
Turkeys on turkeys. Oh, man. I'm starting to get into a rap, yo. Shoot. Turkeys on turkeys. But yeah, that's the thing. When when somebody doesn't seek enlightenment or find or questions or continue asking questions, you end up in a place of just being, and you never stop enlightenment. It leads to a place of darkness. Darkness.
They have a common human experience. And within this common human experience, we also experience people making various knowledge claims. We also experience people lying, either telling falsehood accidentally or deliberately telling falsehood for some end that is detrimental to the person on the receiving end of this lie, and selfishly beneficial temporarily for the person trying to promulgate the lie. So now we are provoked within us to ask the question, what is the truth to the question? Then we also experience that some people refuse to accept and answer an argument, no matter what is said, how it's said, and how many times it's said. No matter how strong or valid or sound the argument is. So then we have to ask the question, what caused that to be the case about human nature? Why do humans behave that way? In addition with the previous questions that we were asking earlier at the beginning of the dialogue, whatever we're talking about. Supposed to be making sense of the world not being bigoted, invincibly ignorant lawyers for whatever particular worldview that we want to be true, while presuming ourselves and lauding ourselves to be tough-minded interlocutors that just seek the truth wherever it may be found, unfettered by the shackles of bias.
All the while selling out our own very senses to believe a story that some guy wrote.
I feel like every
You
time
say-
Gregory is not a poke at you, Gregory, but I feel like every time you come in here, dude, I need a thesaurus to keep up with you. You're.
I know how to
come out
feel
with-
just a couple minutes ago. There's this
Let me-
other guy who was in politics and religion. His name is Tiger. His username is Tiger something. And he used the words prestidigitation and legerdemain. Had no idea what those words were. Did you know what those words were?
That's a $10 word.
No.
That's a
Those are
$10
new.
word, man. We're gonna have to charge every time you use that, man. We're either gonna have to start a drinking game or we're gonna do something crazy because that's a mouthful, man. Just
I
those two
struggled
words
for like 12 attempts to say the word when he sent it to me in my DMs.
Those two words don't pass the syllable test. Y'all ever heard about the syllable test? Where you're like, hold on a minute, that's like a 5-syllable word score. And if that really, really works that well, I would have heard about it by now. It doesn't work. That doesn't pass the sniff test.
Prestidigitation. 7 syllables. No, 6.
Wow.
Yeah. Prestidigitation.
I'm gonna see if I can phonetically score it.
so. What is? It's just the basic dictionary sentence is magic tricks performed as entertainment. I don't know.
Yes.
Did he use it in that form, like when he was speaking?
He was commending me for being, he was complimenting me for being quote unquote based, that's 1 syllable.
Okay.
Teehee. He was complimenting me for being based in PNR, for defending the faith in a PNR against, insufferable, unbelieving atheists in there. And I guess he was listening for a little bit, and he said I was based. And he said this is a display of sad narcissistic prestidigitation and the legerdemain of mob psychology.
Okay. Yeah. What he said.
Yeah, Gregory is
look that up real quick before I agree with you.
Magic tricks. Yeah. Oh god. So wait a minute. Hold on a minute, boys. Hold on a second here. You mean to tell me that Globers use prestidigitation to describe their model?
Uh-huh.
Bro, I'm always telling you, I've been Kiwi. I've always been saying it's mathematical jazz hands, bro. Like you just gotta I'll see that what I was saying. Yeah, what I was saying this whole time was not just a snide remark to them. It was actually for real. That's what they're doing. They're
Mathematical prestidigitation.
Exactly. Well done,
You just
G.
dressed it up, Gregory. Now it's got a tuxedo. Freaking
tuxedo. He just put a pencil dress on that.
He's got a
That
tuxedo,
one.
and now can walk the red carpet of refutation.
With a nice date. She wearing a pencil skirt, buddy. Well
No,
done.
really. Think about it, man. Like they come in here, and they might be intellects and regurgitating knowledge, right? That's about where it ends. Common sense
Yeah,
is flown
superficially
out the window.
astute. Right.
Yeah, because anything outside of that, it's like it's like the robot when he doesn't know how to answer you. Like it's just going, no, this is the answer. This is the answer, and you're like,
This is the
no, that's not
answer.
what I'm asking.
Computing error.
Computing error 404.
And have the nerve to ridicule me for being the robot.
They said that?
I have been told for the past a month or so that I sound like an AI software. Especially when I utilize the thrust of my thesaurus.
The only thing I would say is that you speak with words a bit more eloquently than just your average bear. Just your regular.
Yeah, but he's a monotone. He has a monotone, so it does sound like an AI. Actually. by Siri.
I don't know about that. I'd beg to differ, sir. But yeah, you can think that.
Well, maybe
You
like a
said-
super
you sound like a
advanced
robot.
AI.
I still
I don't agree.
Like if this is what AI is, man, I think we're done for.
Like I don't know. There's I mean, Gregory speaks, and I can almost see when he's leaping from place to place. And when I say leaping, meaning like I'm making connections here, right? And I don't even see how program could work like that. Mm-mm.
You can see the progression in every place that I'm progressing to in the line of thought.
Yeah.
Gregory, do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. I don't have any uploads, but I have a multitude of playlists that I've gathered over more than 10 years just doing research.
Bro, you can get a fan base real quick, like a 0 to 100 quick.
Yeah.
I already have about like 32 subscribers now that check out my playlist.
No, you drop your channel in here, bro. You got it. Is it your channel's good to go, or are you still working on it, or what's the?
It's like just a random user channel. It's not really a content YouTuber uploader channel, but I have plenty of playlists up there that you can check out.
What I'm saying is, like, I wouldn't mind like listening to some of their thoughts, man. I think iron sharpens iron, so I wouldn't mind like checking out what you got to say about certain topics, or just I mean,
Gregory,
if you're gonna go that way, with it, it's up to you.
Gregory, you have a YouTube channel to talk about God and the Bible.
Well, it's not me. I don't have any uploads, but I do have plenty of videos, more than 1,000 videos that talk about theology and all these various philosophical topics and subject matters that concern the Bible.
You talking?
No, not me. Not me talking. Unless, of course, you scour the internet for the various live streams that are uploaded in these channels, like this one. But of course, that's almost
Have you
not.
thought about making a channel, Gregory?
I've been told that multiple times now. That might have been the 8th or 10th time someone has strongly suggested you should make a YouTube channel.
I'll make it 9 or 11. You should.
I'm just listen from the perspective of just because you really get into like some things with like how people are saying things and just like the psychology, which is what I like doing. I do it in a different way though, but you get in a little bit in a different way, and I think people they really like the way you speak. So having a YouTube channel, dude, I would support that for sure.
Definitely.
You would have more than 32 subscribers. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I would say that too.
Thank you.
You're just a podcast.
The community, bro. So
Someone said I'm a podcast. I've heard that too.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, just do a podcast if you don't want to do a channel. Just podcast is good.
yeah, that's also good. That's also good. But then again, I would say that about a few people in here too, like Mimas or heck, man. Like I know Indio has one, but it's just people got life and that sort of thing, so they're not really. I think what's good enough for everybody is just that their presence is known in different places. Yeah. But other people would like to see that person doing content and stuff, and that's really upon the person's own like feeling about how they want to go and do that. Like I was thinking about doing that as soon as I'm steady in my job. I'm going to start a morning show. I'm going to have my own channel in the morning. I'm going to be in here actually doing my morning show.
Good.
Nice.
We got I used to have a show before. Some people knew me in the past. I used to have a show before. Like Crit Conspiracy, he was a part of our group back then. But I had like a format, so I had like Zany Space News and just different things that we'd like call people out. We'd have Glober interviews, and it was crazy. We did a bunch of things. But it was mainly just like starting out was budding. But I had like 500 subscribers at the time when I got taken down. Yeah.
Don't worry. Progress back to where it was again.
I'm coming back with a vengeance.
That's it.
The rise of Mickey.
That's
Bro, and I'm
kind of
like-
happened. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just like I've never lost it. Like there has never been diminishing returns for me when it comes to like my passion for FE, my passion for biblical knowledge, my passion for like anything truth. Like I've always had that like fire that's been shut up in my bones. Like that's always been the way with me. But I just feel like in these platforms that we have, it's kind of hard to really get the mojo going because it's like you get kind of like the platform changing. It's like you know, like what its requirements are for like what you can say, what you can't say, and it stifles the
Changing the rules of engagement. Yeah. Being a stumbling block to those who are trying to promulgate the truth.
And there's certain points where you feel like, man, this is really relevant. I need to talk about certain things, and your tongue is withheld because you care more for like getting the truth out in a major way versus you saying something provocative and then get taken down the next day. It's like you got to really count the cost and what you think is worth saying those things.
One course of action seems fruitful and worthwhile doing. The other seems fruitless and thus not worthwhile doing. But what I've had to say before, when persons take up this noble cause in this battle against the onslaught of falsehood, as it were, is that we have a greater effect than we are able to perceive at any given moment. The effects that we cause, be it in word or in action, are greater than we're able to perceive.
Oh, big
So
time.
it's
Yeah,
much
that's
more worthwhile than we're able to perceive at any given moment or over any given length of time. You may not see a impressive effect instantaneously. You may not see an impressive effect over days, weeks, months, years even. But that effect will always be greater than what you can perceive.
No, I was thinking about naming it something in the way of like war for your mind or battle for the mind or something in the same kind of field as that, because of the fact that I feel like when we're speaking, we're battling for the minds of ourselves and others. Because like when you're speaking to somebody about realizing the truth, right? That war that's within them, they're going to have to do battle with like the challenge that you give them, right? There's a challenge that you give them. So when they deal with that, with whatever demons they're dealing with, like whatever, it's like a professor that's instilled this particular knowledge in them, and now they have to deal with like how they're going to, go about, dealing with it intellectually or morally or however they feel they need to address that. But they're going to deal with these battles, on their own like battlefield. What we do is we prepare them for that type of battle. Like, do you really think that there's nothing we can know objectively? Like it's all subjective. Like, you talk about things that really matter, right? Things that hit home so that the person can actually do battle with that and know other people are in the same collective experience as them, are going to be like, yeah, we agree with you. Because the mindset of these guys who come in here, the globalists, they want to say, well, this is what we see at night, and the stars are doing this, but what is happening on the flat Earth? And it's like, it's not happening on the flat Earth, bro. It's happening in the same Earth that you're on. Like I'm seeing the same exact thing you're seeing. So the experience, collectively, is the same. They're trying to see how what we're saying is different, however. And so we need to kind of like, there's some points I think we need to address when
Technical
we're speaking
term
to
that
them.
another technical term that is befitting to this contention that is been ensuing for millennia since the beginning in the garden up to the present time and unto the end of the age is what folks the likes of what Dr. Bonson would say, Dr. Greg L. Bonson from the University of Southern California, died in 1995. You heard me talk about him before. He called it, and I think his teacher, Dr. Cornelius Van Til, also said this term also. Another befitting technical term for what you described is the ancient antithesis. It's an ancient antithesis between, as it were, the city of God and the city of man.
Right. Two people experiencing two different realities at the same time, standing together. Like, and the crazy thing about it is that when we relate with those who are of the globalist mindset because of that, then it seems to like we do make a little bit of headway in the same fact that we're saying we don't see anything different than what you're seeing. So that's why we can identify to say that what we're saying should make sense to you. But I think that doesn't really get conveyed because I think at the beginning of conversations, there's like this division, flat earth and globe earth. It's like, okay, what do you tell me that the earth is like that? And so they're telling you their experience. Yet when we come over here and talk about our experience, it should relate to, in some way, it should relate to what they're saying. Because like the experience that they have when they're up at the night sky, we're going to say, yeah, I agree. I see what the stars are doing with the star trails and, you know, the sun moving. I see all of that. I see what you're seeing. And what
You're
is the sun?
experiencing
What
the
is the moon?
same objective concrete event, right?
Yeah. So what does the moon look like to me? It looks like a sphere. Do I know it's one? Of course not. I don't know that. Like, but I'm telling you, I'm identifying with you what it looks like to me. It looks the same way. Like, so when we start to get into the fact that we're, you know, experiencing the earth, you know, the same, I think we start to really peel back the layers of like why they were deceived in the first place to think outside of that perception. Because like when they're taught these things, right? And actually, I'm going to rephrase what I said because I was corrected with Chad the other day. When they're told these things, they're actually told that the events are happening outside of their perception. So if they're looking over the earth and they see a flat earth, well, they've been told that it's something else other than what they're perceiving it, meaning that their senses are saying one thing and then the perception outside of those senses are another thing. So that's the part where it starts to get mixed up and they're confused, right? Obviously, they are very confused on what known reality is. And our specific ambassadorship should be one of conveying that message about the confusion bit to them. Like we have to give them the tools so that they can provide, demonstrations so they can say, I can see a demonstration of gas pressure in a container. I can see that we both stand on the beach and it's a flat level horizon. I can say that with all assurance. That's my base axiom. Now, anything outside of that, I'm going to have to provide evidence for that. Other than me saying that I can see the earth looking like it's flat, now I'm going to have to start going into the demonstration mode. Is it flat? Well, let's find out. You know, so that's different, right? I mean,
that's some quantitative data.
Yeah.
Along the lines that you were just talking about, I think you've heard me say this before, when I'm talking to the globalists and they commit this error very frequently. They do not appreciate, as you were just describing, they commit this error. This error they commit is that they, bear with me, they univocally identify their a priori theory with the a posteriori data. What are you talking about? They repeatedly identify their cosmic paradigm as being one and the same with the empirical data. They don't appreciate the distinction between the two things in question. They don't appreciate that they have a cosmic paradigm, a belief system, a network or system of premises which they believe to be true and attempt to argue for, that they believe is substantiated by the empirical data, the physical things, right, that correlate to the physical things. They don't appreciate that there's a distinction between the two, and they don't appreciate that we are exposing the incoherencies and the empirical inadequacy of that theory, that cosmic paradigm, that network, that edifice of premises that they hold, which are not coherent and not empirically adequate and not justifiable under scrutiny of questions and answers and arguments.
Yeah, that makes them very disagreeable when we start to have them try to agree with what we're saying. At said time, they're going to be like, I disagree with you on the face that they can't look at it at an intellectual side, because from their side of being intellectual, it was something that they didn't learn what you're telling them. So now it's going to be the challenge is to have them identify with you the same collective experience. So we can't do that if we're putting ourselves at odds with their way of thinking. It has to be something that we all as humans experience together. And I think that's for me anyway, I'm looking at it more like I can see the effectiveness of it being, it takes hold when I'm like, bro, I'm standing right next to you. I'm seeing what you're like. I know what you're saying. Like you're not Nothing that you're saying is like, wow, this is like another Earth. Like, no, it's the same. So, they because of that fact that usually, you know, what you said, Gregory, they become disagreeable. That's usually the point where they're just like, they're saying no to everything. Like, anything you bring up, no, can't be. And it's like, well, I mean, we're not going to get anywhere that way. If they're just going to sit there being disagreeable the whole time,
which demonstrates two things: that this cosmic paradigm itself, or the authority figures in the authoritative institution they were taught this paradigm in, is what they hold with supreme value, aka their religion. That's what a religion is. In addition with that, they have their hands, as it were, so tightly locked around this doctrine, around this cosmological doctrine, really just this whole worldview, particularly, specifically cosmological doctrine, that, like you said, because they do that, it makes them disagreeable, and so they are refusing to consider. They won't even consider, let alone accept, any supposition contrary to it, especially any supposition that is trying to attack it, that is to say, to refute it, to debunk it. And so they think them, in addition with that, a third thing, the irony is that these persons who revile religion, they revile God, they revile theism, and have all this abhorrence and aversion against God and the Bible and religion in general and all this other nonsense here, they themselves are guilty of the very same thing they ridicule others for. There's no justification for that. They ridicule others for being religious, they themselves are religious. They ridicule others for being bigoted, they themselves are bigoted.
Yeah, I was saying that it's a battlefield for the mind, and it's true. But they don't know what side they're fighting for. They were taught to fight for the wrong side in the very beginning. So they're fighting for the side that's not on the side of, like, and this might rub people the wrong way, but that's just the way that I see it. It is a true dichotomy. It's good versus evil. It is a true dichotomy. It's God versus like the devil. It's like, it's really, you can't cut it any, like there's not any, well, it's nature versus like people. It's what it is. It's just what it is, right? Because when we say God, it's a title. It means like creator, any way you want to put that into the form of like, you know, why we're here and such. But it has been the wrong side that they're, so what it is people that are taught these things at an early age, they're garnering more soldiers for the cause. So what we're doing essentially is getting more conscripts for the good, for the side of good. We're actually getting them to realize that they're fighting on the wrong side. They're not, the knowledge that they're fighting for it's void of any true real intellect. There's nothing's rooted in real knowledge. Like, you're not going to go and find the globe anywhere. It's all like it's a magic trick, you know. It's like something to get something to believe, a deception. It's sleight of hand.
Just as the Apostle Paul said. Just as the Apostle Paul said in his first epistle to Timotheus, avoid profane and vain babblings, falsely called science, knowledge. Falsely called,
yeah, falsely so called. And I think it's so much truth in there, Gregory. Like, it's like you can't. To say that that's not a part of like what's happening now and how the deception is taking hold of people is to negate the fact that truth has been spoken over in a prophetic way. Like, and that's like, you can say that these men of old were saying that this is what's going to happen, because indeed it was happening in those days. It was already happening, but they could say, you know what, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. There isn't going to be a way that people are going to repent and say, oh, we've come to the knowledge of the truth. Now let us turn away from these things. No, it says the love of people will grow cold, which means that we are not in a downhill slide of like all good and happiness of happy days. We're going to, the battle that you and I are engaged in right now, the battlefield for the mind, we're fighting a war where we're the few. That's what even the word says.
The remnant of the Lord that he has always preserved throughout all ages.
We're the few. And there's prophecy written about the few, right? It speaks of the few. It speaks to us who are like clinging to the truth. And you can find solace and joy and peace, a peace that surpasses all understanding within the truth. Like, and I would say this, right? I know a lot of people aren't of the same religion in here. I get that. I truly get that. But when you find truth, my friends, you find solace, you find peace that surpasses all understanding. Like you can't even, you don't like, sometimes you're just like, I'm at peace when I know that the earth is flat. I just know that it's not what they've been telling us. And it doesn't matter what religion you say you're from, but just knowing that truth, that little chunk of truth right there, it adds to why you can rest at night knowing that a killer asteroid is not going to destroy Earth. Or
it actually explains the reason why, when you look at it that way, why flat Earth is the top religion of them all. It's not even a religion; it's a fact. But once you know that the Earth is flat, religion doesn't matter anymore because you know exactly what's going on, whether you like it or not, or whether you can say it out loud. Flat Earthers know what's going on.
Well, it's not contrary to religion. It's integral to religion because one's cosmic paradigm will inform them profoundly about what is of supreme value. Now, what very much happens all too often among even interlocutors that engage in dialogues about this subject matter is that we are inconsistent, specifically concerning, we talk about the cosmos objectively, what it objectively is, regardless of our subjective perception of it. But then when we talk about matters of religion, when we talk about matters of theology, of theism, we then act as though there is no objective knowledge to be had about it. And that is not consistent, and that is not a valid attitude to have. Just as objective and tough-minded and rigorous we are about the cosmos, we should be just the same about theology, about religion.
I feel like because the abuse was happening to our minds at such an early stage, Gregory, that it hit us on all sides. There wasn't any kind of recourse that we could take because we were so impressionable. We were impressionable as young people, so they could pour over our minds the paradigm, the cosmic paradigm. So I'd say this way, right? Mind, body, and soul. They attacked all three fronts. They attacked our mind with like false information. They attacked our body with false information of like what you put in your body. They attacked our spirituality with like giving us divisions of like how we're to perceive spirituality. And so with these three things, right, was the complete takedown for like a person to be able to be confused. And then so like let's just say, right, intellect, you got that part. With you understand how things are working now. Things make sense to you. Well, how about your health? How about spirituality? With those two, like one of the ones that you just mentioned right now. So how can you say that everything's flowing in your life when one of the things that you know is good, but the other two are malaligned with the truth? It's like they coincide with each other. They work together in tandem. And
they're distinct but inseparable and necessitate one another.
Because you live on this earth, right? So to be in the physical form and to also be in the spiritual form, you have to all be like thinking about like this world, what it really is. So reality has been like there's the wool that's been pulled over our eyes right now. We're trying to perceive a reality in which we're only seeing a more physical side of it right now, the material side, which is difficult because I was talking about this earlier a couple of days ago, and I was saying like we can speak about flat Earth in the sense that it makes sense to us that there is no curvature. Of course, we're looking onto the Earth physically. We're seeing things manifest and do things, and we're all just speaking in a way that we can all understand what reality is in that sense. But then when you take on like how we're perceiving, they're giving things, the information to us about our health or spirituality, then it becomes like where the divisions are aplenty, right? We're talking about like, well, your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth, and it's like, well, we all live in this physical form. The physical form can be taken care of, right? It can be, there's things that can do right for your body and to ingest. There's things that can do right for your spirit to adhere to. So there's a lot of things where those two things are still, it's almost like we're at the, I would say, Gregory, like this, we're at the footsteps at the very beginning of the stairway to getting to the place where we need to, where people are having those deeper kind of discussions. I've been kind of sprinkling them every now and again, but I don't get too far into them because I know it's too hot. It's a hot topic right now. Like, let's say I want to bring up the topic of health, or the topic of other things, not in this specific channel, but in another one. I'd say, okay, let's take the next step forward and let's talk about what should be good for our bodies, or what could be good for our spirituality. I would have everybody in their staunch positions, guarding their what they would consider truth. My truth is my truth. Your truth is your truth, right? And so you're saying what I would agree with, like there's an objectivity to things, right? We can say for certain there's only certain things that do good for your body. And if you think that you're going to live outside of that means and go to like eating Cheetos and corn chips and whatever, that stuff is going to harm you. However, you might have a very staunch position in saying that's okay. You can still eat this, and defend that. So I think we haven't got to the place where I think we can all feel in a great place to discuss the many other ways we can understand objective reality in that sense, Greg. So I know I'm with you in the sense of like you maybe long for what I long for, and that's to be of one mind, one accord. But it's where we've just gotten to the place right now where we've settled on this truth, and so what I've been seeing is that we're solidifying the group to. It hasn't been easy doing this either. Not even the first step, Greg. So have you noticed that? Like even the first step for getting everybody on one mind, one accord with just flat Earth, and we're just talking about only flat and stationary. That's it. Like not going any farther. It has been the toughest thing to get people. Even the sense of like what we're saying. Okay, we're talking about objective truth, right? We're saying when we say flat and stationary, we mean objective reality. We're not talking about it's a 99.99999% chance that it's flat and stationary. No. We're talking about there isn't anything other than flat and stationary. That's what we're certain of. And you can be as redundant as to say it's 100% sure. Like you can go that way if you want. But
I mean, the matter of specifically with that mention, for example, like you just said, that the question of is the surface of the Earth planar or spherical, that is not a matter of probability. It's not an event, right? It's either is the case or it's not the case.
Which is kind of the place that we need to arrive to with the community as a whole. Because I think there is still some people that would say 99.99999% that they're certain that the Earth is a globe, and it's kind of a little bit disheartening to hear. But I know that there's still a lot of people that are like, nope, there can't be that, because if there's that, then there's whatever else can be true. Your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. It's subjective. It will still be subjective.
When persons say that, they're not describing to make sense of the words, right? To say the sentence, it is 99.9% probable that the Earth is flat, that's an absurd statement, because talking about the flatness of the face of the Earth is a geometric property of a concrete entity. It's not an event, right?
Whoa.
So what they're really describing is their confidence level in the supposition, the concluding premise that the Earth is a planar object. The surface of the Earth that we walk upon and live upon is a planar level surface. That's what they're really describing. So they're expressing that they have a small measure of doubt, or whatever measure of doubt that is below certainty.
Indeed.
Hello? Hey guys, I found the I think we do have a Glober in here actually. Klesser, are you there? I think we actually have someone who disagrees with us. Oh, okay.
How can anybody disagree with us?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah. Are you? Yeah. Are you?
Oh, there he is. He's out of jail.
Kessler's out.
Welcome back, man. Good to see you.
I always see him down in the private room that they've developed just for him.
There's a private room just for him? What the heck? All right. Yeah, what brings you back, Kessler? I see you in the mix. What's going on?
Well, I was just away for work. That's why I was away.
Good to see you, man.
No, Kessler, I think we had the conversation about Star Trails, and I think that's where we left off.
I don't think we
Wasn't
did.
it? Yeah, I think so. We were talking about how Star Trails, and you were disagreeing that Star Trails were, and the conversation I was having with you, Greg, is that me and Kessler were talking about Star Trails, and I was saying I'm seeing the same thing you are, Kessler, in the night sky, and he said no. But what if I go to the south and I look at the south and I see the star trails, and then I go to the north and I can't see the south anymore? Like it's like everywhere
That
you go,
wasn't
if I'm standing next to you, I'm seeing the same thing when I look up at the night sky. Same thing.
Yeah, just to let you know, that wasn't me.
What conversation did we have? Because I do remember talking to you.
Well, the last conversation we had was about radio frequency. About a month
Wait
ago,
a minute.
maybe.
Okay, the volcano. Where you talk about the volcano provided evidence for the Earth?
After that. That was before.
Yeah. No. But that's
radios
real, right?
prove globe Earth.
Yeah.
No,
Let
we
me show
just
you what he
talked
was.
about it.
Let me. hang on,
Radio
Kessler.
frequencies prove globe Earth.
We were
Radwin, I'm going to show you what he
The
provided.
3rd of November was the last time we spoke.
I'll show Radwin what you were talking about, Kessler. I'm going to
Sure.
put it live voice text, Radwin.
That's not the volcano. That's the radio frequencies, right?
No, that's the radio frequency. Yeah, but you were using this before you got back into the eruption. You were using this, right? This is where you last left off before you left.
This is what I originally started talking about before anything. My first conversation when I originally came back was about. I can't remember who I was talking with. Might be.
Yeah, I
Sonny,
do.
I'm not sure.
Let me see if I find the.
I don't think you were there when I was talking about it.
Not this. Not the. I wasn't. I think I was at the tail end of your radio waves conversation, but I was at the beginning when we were having a conversation about the explosion. The eruption.
That's like a separate sort of discussion.
Sasha, do you have the meme that he put up? I'm trying to look for it.
Me.
Wait. No, I found it. Never mind. I found it, Sasha. There it is.
I want to ask him something different. Does he knows what is common sense?
Are you asking what is common sense?
Yeah. Kessler.
What common sense? What, you asking me to read the definition of Google or my own interpretation of it?
No. I don't. Normally, like a human being, I'm asking. I don't care for definition. If I say common sense, you know what that means.
It's someone's intuition or something along those lines.
Okay. And what your common sense telling you about water?
My intuition. It's affected by forces.
That really?
Yeah.
That your common sense is telling you. When you go on the beach, your common sense is telling you that some forces are there.
Yeah, sure. I see waves as such.
Oh, I'm not speaking about waves. I know waves. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, waves are part like an interaction of water with something else, right?
Your common sense is telling you that water is curving.
Well, common sense tells me that water is, manipulated by forces. Well, my intuition tells me.
Whoa! That is not what Sasha said at all. That's not what Sasha asked you.
Does your common sense telling you that that water is curving?
My intuition would say that water is curving. Yeah.
Your common sense telling you that.
Yeah,
so your common sense and your intuition says do not use levels to build things.
Okay. Next question: why all other people using common sense and does not have intuition that water is curving? For example, I want to have the same. We are people. We need to have. I hope so that we have the same common sense. But somehow my common sense is different than yours.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of the disagreement, right? Is that the intuition is
No. I didn't speak. I didn't speak about disagreement. I spoke about common sense.
Yeah, which is the root cause of disagreement is that intuition differs.
Okay, for me, common sense. If I touch the fire, I will burn. For you, common sense. If you touch the fire, nothing will happen.
That's conditioned intuition.
Yeah, and your intuition, your But your common sense, I'm now comparing with the water fire. It's telling that you will not burn.
Listen, why do you know that fire burns you? Why do you know that it hurts when you touch it?
Put your hand in it.
Are you saying why, or do you mean how?
Because
How
my
is that common
sense.
sense to know? That's just conditioned response. It's completely separate. That's not common sense.
That's not common sense. Okay. Is it horizon, horizontal?
He won't answer that one.
Use common sense.
Well, it depends how you define horizontal. It's got like a plethora of...
No, it depends on how you define horizontal. Really?
Okay.
Really, you're gonna play word games?
Oh my
Can you imagine from which word we get the word horizon?
the horizontal.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
And why is that not common sense to say the horizon is horizontal, that we need to add now something or whatever? You didn't answer.
I don't base my reality on, definitions. Definitions don't prove anything.
No, I'm asking about common sense, not about definitions. Is it horizon,
My common
horizontal?
sense of linguistic capability doesn't really have any bearing on reality.
So you're saying the horizon is actually curving?
If that's true, if your language doesn't have any bearing on reality, then that includes your thoughts.
Do I
And
mute
so
you
you
or
cannot think
let you
the
talk?
truth about reality if that's the case.
Didn't somebody say we finally got someone in here that actually disagrees with us, and now it's talk about
let him
muting me
talk,
again?
No, just
Wait, what I just said is what I'm saying is being
Feel I'm being
trampled on.
disrespectful
You
about
just said your thoughts, according to your common sense, have no correlation to reality. So if your thoughts are not correlating to reality, you're not thinking the truth. If you're not thinking
put
the truth,
words
you
in my
don't
mouth.
believe the truth. If you don't believe the truth, you can't tell the truth.
What I said was definitions don't prove anything.
Okay,
No,
guys.
you're listening past my response to what you said. You're listening past
Right,
my
sure.
response to what you said. You just
you've
said to us that your
Gregory, I'm gonna
thoughts
tell you,
don't
you've
correspond to
misunderstood me.
reality. If that
I
is
didn't say
true, then you're not thinking truth, you're not believing truth, and so you're not telling truth.
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Okay, I was talking about language as in definitions, but you can extrapolate that and put words into your mouth,
And how?
into my mouth
How do
about
you?
thoughts.
You're just
if you
whistling
want.
past what I'm saying to you. You're not reasoning.
You guys.
Because I'm telling you, I'm not talking about thoughts. I'm talking about specific definitions of words don't prove anything, not actual the entire language as a whole or what you think.
Okay, so one last time. Hang on. And then after I'll say this last sentence and then Sasha. You are telling us that your thoughts don't correspond to reality according to common sense.
Not what I'm saying.
That's what you told us.
Then I'm
That's what you-
incorrect, or you misheard me.
That's what you
Is that
told
good enough for you?
us.
Okay,
You're not being
Gregory.
honest now.
Listen,
Did I mishear
and
you?
I was either you either misheard me or I'm incorrect. Which one do you want to choose?
Okay, so you're incorrect. You told us that you and your common sense doesn't correspond to reality, doesn't correlate to reality. If that's true, then you're not
what I
thinking
said.
truth. Then you're not believing truth. Then you're not telling the truth.
Listen, Gregory, you're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. If I did say that, then I've misspoke, or you've misheard me.
Can you repeat what you said?
I don't remember. Go back on the live stream. But I'll summarize
This
the
happens
point. now
very
if you want.
frequently with persons that are pig-headed. They say things, and you address what they say, and they give you responses that whistle past what you either said, also what they just said a couple seconds ago.
No shit.
It's not my job to remember for you what you said in defense of your argument.
People that lie a lot tend to forget what their lies were.
Are
That's why you can't remember.
Respond? Can I respond? So what you're doing is adjusting what I'm saying, and I reply to you saying, that's not what I said, even when you've said you've adjusted it. For clarity, what I'm saying is that
let's just take it-
definitions in language don't prove anything in reality.
Sasha, do me a favor, Sasha. See if you can take it to a conclusion with your point. That way we can let other people jump in, because otherwise we're going to have other people talking over you. So please take it to the conclusion point of, if you can, sir.
I want to ask him about his proof. This about volcanoes. That's proving that Earth is a globe. Is that true?
It's evidence. It's not proof.
Okay. Oh my
Is
God.
it evidence that the Earth is flat?
Okay,
Guys, we
Kessler,
gotta let
listen,
Sasha get in
listen,
there.
listen,
Sorry.
Kessler, listen me carefully now. Listen for one for all time. Evidence and proof are the same thing. Can you repeat that?
No.
No. Listen this now. I'm Croatian, okay? I'm not English.
Yeah, I know.
Now, okay, great. Evidence in Croatian means, I will tell you now, it's called dokaz, okay?
Oh, we're going on linguistics again. I can't be asked,
Okay.
especially Croatian
Okay,
linguistics.
great. But it's Croatian word. It's called dokaz. That's evidence.
God. Okay.
This
And
is
it's the
very
same what the same
important.
word means
This is
proof.
very
You have no
this is very
distinguishing
important.
difference.
This is very important. You said this is not this is the evidence is not a proof. Now listen to me.
Here we go, Croatian class today.
Evidence. Okay, great. Let me finish. Evidence in Croatian means dokaz. Do you know what mean proof in Croatian?
Dokaz.
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, next point.
Okay,
Move on past this guy. This guy Kessler is just being argumentative, contentious, and petulant. He's not trying to reason. He just
I'm
sat
not
up
here
here
to
and
talk
tried
about
to
linguistics.
revile us for being linguistically precise in what we're talking about. So if you don't like language, then stop talking and stop thinking. Because you speak in a language in order to say the truth, or what you
Please don't
believe to
speak
be the
Czech,
truth, and you
Croatian.
think in a language.
I don't
Okay,
speak
that
Croatian.
is evidence. Let's say that it doesn't matter, man, because in Croatia we have it's the same thing, you know.
Okay, cool.
That means in my brain, it's like you are saying that is not evidence. That is not proof. That is evidence. I'm like that is not dokaz. That is dokaz. Okay, great.
All right, thanks,
Not my
Sasha.
fault.
No, but I want
Basically,
no,
the meaning. The bottom line is
Miguel.
words have meaning.
Go out.
Hang on,
Miguel, I
hang
want to
on.
come back.
Wait. I know, Sasha. I can't allow you. Like, we gotta let other people come in, brother. We do. 'cause there's
Yeah.
a lot-
Only last thing, Miguel, because it was the point. He said this is evidence. That's great. These things, what he said about volcano, is that Kessler evidence of the globe? Yes, good. That means that volcanoes, that data showing that must be a globe outside. Is that you are thinking like that?
I don't understand the question.
You show the evidence of the globe. That is data of volcanoes. Is that true? That's what
It's
Miggy posted.
Yeah. So the video I posted is evidence for a globe. Yeah.
That's globe proof. We got a globe proof in here.
So in English, let's do English
Evidence.
lessons now.
It's
In
evidence.
English,
Okay.
Can I do
I'm
it English?
okay with evidence.
Listen.
I'm okay with evidence. Okay? That's evidence for the globe. Okay, great.
Sasha, can I do
Now,
a reply though? I'm allowed to do an English lesson. So in English, evidences constitute a proof. There is a distinguish in factor between evidence and proof in English. Obviously, in different languages, maybe there's no distinguishing factor there. I don't know how you get around that language barrier, but I don't
Okay,
speak
but
Croatian. We all speak English here,
okay,
right?
I want to understand that thing. What you call evidence? That mean on the end conclusion that it's a globe outside.
So in English, evidences constitute a proof.
It's okay.
Now-
I can
Hey,
agree.
wait,
Evidence. That's what
Sasha,
you're
let him
showing.
finish. Sasha, let him finish.
Sorry.
So in English, to have a proof, you first need evidence, right? So you can have a lot of evidence, but maybe not have a proof. It takes, overwhelming sort of evidence.
Okay.
See, very
Sounds
frequently,
reasonable,
folks the likes of
Paolo.
you and your school of thought keep saying that. There's no reason for that. This hyper split-haired false distinction between evidence and proof, that's not intuitive. That's a sophistic dichotomy that is contrived on the parts of people the likes of you to escape conceding the critique that you haven't proved something. So you only want to categorize proof as something that is necessarily indicated given the premises or given the data. When the fact of the matter is that in English and in Croatian, evidently, thank you for the lesson, Sasha, is that in English, evidence and proof are synonymous. When you type in define proof in your Google search engine, or in Merriam-Webster, or in dictionary.com, or in Oxford Dictionary, whatever, what have you, or in Wiktionary, it's going to tell you that proof is evidence or something to support the concluding premise.
Yeah, I agree.
I
Everyone
only
should
want
agree.
that he say this what I presented. It's showing that on the end we have a globe. Is that
Well,
true?
we're splitting hairs we're splitting hairs with evidence and proof, and I think that's what he's trying to get the crowd to actually want to get into. It's like
No, I'm not. I already said I hate linguistic lessons. Can we move on?
It's okay. Timbo already solved the problem for you guys.
Yeah, you can't split hairs on this, man. Like you actually have to stand on the side of like it being synonymous. That's just
yeah.
Dictionary
Timbo-
meaning is
Timbo-
interchangeable.
Yeah, he already proved
Same
it.
meaning.
So proof is evidence, and evidence is proof. So we have been presented proof of globe Earth by Kessler, with volcanoes are proof that globes exist in outer space.
Yeah, that was the question. Is that the evidence of the globe?
That was good.
Kessler, is that evidence of the globe?
Yeah.
Okay. That means
globe proof.
That means if we go outside to check that, is that data true? What you presented? That must
It helps
be true.
it helps if you understand the argument. Like maybe I think the
Yeah.
video is 8 minutes long. It summarizes it. You
Yeah,
can skip
I understand.
the
I can
first
understand
part-
everything,
first
but
2 minutes
if I
of
go
it.
to the beach, then that must be curvature there, for sure. Because
you can predict what you can
Except
estimate.
you can predict it, except you can't measure it because it's not there. So what happened to your prediction?
One-on-one.
And when it's happened that long observation show there is no curvature, what shall we do then?
Yeah, we're gonna have to, Sasha. I'm gonna have to cut it now because you went over like way more than one question, bro.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let Dr. Astrophysicist come in because he's been trying to get in, and people want to hear one-on-one. So if Radwin, if you want to come in.
Oh, I was explaining to everybody how proof is evidence and evidence is proof according to our dictionary, which Kessler disagrees with, but insists that he has evidence of globe Earth with a volcano, but it's not proof of a globe Earth. Is that correct, Kessler?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's definitive proof. I'd say it's evidence leading towards.
So we know
accurately
that
what he
evidence.
means.
Okay. So you go ahead.
Just this last sentence and then you, Doctor. What he means is that the supposed empirical data of this volcano is inductively supporting the concluding premise that the Earth is a ball flying in a vacuum, but not a deductive argument to necessitate the concluding premise that it's a ball flying around in a vacuum. But even if it is, even if you do count it as an inductive argument, it's a very weak one.
How is that
Go ahead, Doctor.
inductive?
Go ahead, Doctor.
What? Do you summarize my argument by saying it's inductive?
It sounds
Here
like
we
you
go.
disagree with that
We're going
assessment.
down a crazy train. Take it from here, you guys.
Like
Well, no,
you
I
don't
know,
recognize what an
like-
inductive argument is when you appeal to an empirical body of evidence. That's an inductive appeal to strengthen your concluding premise, to support it.
Right.
Go ahead, Doctor.
I'm
So
sure
we
he
can
cleared
agree
up.
that evidence is proof, and
We'll leave it
we can
behind.
agree that evidence is proof and proof is evidence, right? Because that's what it says in the dictionary. We agree to that.
Sure, it's just so what I'm
Or is it your definition is just a little bit different? Is your definition just a little bit different?
No, they're two separate words. I just it's just the way
They're interchangeable, actually. They're interchangeable, actually.
Yeah, I think you'll find in most settings that they're not always interchangeable.
Okay, you will be asked to give proof of your identity, or you will be asked to give evidence of your identity. Which is wrong?
Yeah, evidence of your identity. is
No,
not
it's not
necessarily-
wrong. No, it's not.
Okay, you can cut me off then. That's
I
fine.
can give you evidence that this is my identity, that I am who I am.
The courtroom even uses evidence and proof interchangeably.
Yeah, everybody knows this. I don't know why Kessler is having a hard time with that. Like,
Because he doesn't want to hold what's coming up next. I want to know how volcanoes are now globe proof. Because he's the one who posted it, and he's going to explain to us how.
This
I'm
is
not
what I've
going
been
to
saying for the
watch
past
your
15
video
minutes.
and explain it
Can
to
we
you. You're going to
linguistics?
explain it to us.
All right, sure. So
This is incoherent nonsense. He's reviling language
Oh
and then
my
makes this
fucking God, can I
split-haired
speak?
I'm going to
distinction giving
mute
us
you
an
in 1
English grammar
second.
lesson.
One-on-one. One-on-one.
Can I get a word in?
You actually paused for like 3 seconds and I'd started talking. Stop that.
So, can I speak now? So the video, because I was talking about Tonga, maybe there's like, I've got 300 MS right now, so that's probably why you've got a delay. So the video essentially goes over the eruption in Tonga, I'm sure you're all familiar with. And after the eruption, there was a shockwave that propagated through the air that was measured on the weather stations as a spike in pressure. It's subtle, but it's detectable, right? And all these independent weather stations all over detected this pressure spike. Now you can predict exactly where this pressure spike's going to be at a particular time because you know the speed and you know the time it should take. So you know your speed distance time equations. It's a relatively simple one, and you can also predict an antipodal point from that. So if you predict where the antipodal point should be for Tonga,
So basically, when I watch this video, I'm going to see weather stations detected a bump, and that proves globe Earth.
if you want to be pedantic about what I've just said there and miss out a large
Is that
part
a
of the
yes
argument,
or a no? Just say yes or no,
Fucking
because
no.
I'm going to go watch it, and I'm going to come back and explain what you said in actual terms.
yeah, that's a
And
no.
how
If you're gonna enter this shit,
how in reality measuring vibrations doesn't prove anything, except you
What kind
measured a
of pressure?
vibration.
Pressure. What kind of pressure?
The explosion of the eruption, when the eruption happened, it sent shockwaves through the air. That I told you because I've already had this conversation with Kessler. So
Yeah.
basically, this eruption that was sent with the shockwaves in the air, not on the ground, okay, in the air, weather stations all around the world were measuring this spike in this like air pressure that barometers picked up in different weather stations, therefore concluding, according to Kessler, that the Earth is a globe. Now,
You just described the Earth being flat to me because you said air pressure. How is it going to go? How do pressure waves go around a ball?
we can talk about that later. It's a red herring for now.
Make you finish your sentence?
I'll put the meme up again.
How is that a red
Given
herring?
what Kessler has told us, the conclusion simply does not follow. This argument is a non sequitur. It does not necessarily indicate, and doesn't even strongly indicate, that when you measure a shock wave, that indicates that the shock wave occurred on a ball flying and spinning in a vacuum.
There's more
That could
compound factors than
happen
that.
on a
What it does-
stationary level plane.
So what it doesn't do is it doesn't prove that it's a spinning. It doesn't prove that it's spinning. It doesn't prove that it's in a vacuum. It doesn't prove that the Earth is moving.
It also doesn't prove it's a ball. Okay, so
Yeah,
you got
what it
three
does-
things
That's
it
the
does
biggest
not
one.
prove. You have three things it does not
That
prove,
is-
but yet you
that is
said
the
it's
one-
globe proof.
No, that is the one thing that I do believe.
No, shock waves do not go around a ball, so we know that. So how does that prove a ball?
I mean, if you stand on one side of a wall and somebody.
Walls are not circle balls.
Okay,
Wait,
if
let
you
him
stand on
finish,
the
let
other
him
side of
finish.
a giant- if you stand on the other side of a giant circle ball, you'll feel a shockwave. If there's a shockwave on the other side of that ball.
Sure. You can do that on the other side of a plate also.
Yeah,
a level
true.
plate.
It doesn't really matter what shape it is for shockwave propagation.
So if it doesn't matter, Kessler, then your argument to support the concluding premise that this is happening on a ball is superfluous.
No, it can happen both. So a shockwave propagating alone, just that fact alone, can happen both on a flat plane and a sphere.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear
Yes, it can. Ergo,
So listen,
yes, it
let me
can,
finish.
Kessler.
Let me finish. So what I'm saying here is that the prediction of the antipodal point, where this shockwave coalesces into one point and rebounds in the Western Sahara, is predicted perfectly. Or well, almost. I'm not going to say perfectly because you'll be pedantic about that. But it's predicted to a high degree of accuracy. And the shockwave.
So your ability to put, I'm sorry. So there are shockwaves occurring, and you have an ability to predict where they will be. That does not even strongly indicate that this is happening on a ball.
It's a post-diction, not a prediction.
You go into a blinded prediction.
No, it's not a prediction. It's a post-diction. It's after the fact. They measured the shockwaves after the shockwaves hit the weather stations, not before.
They did not say before this happened, if these things all happen, then this. Okay? It's a post-diction, not a prediction where you say, if this and this, then this.
So with that being said, even if it was a prediction, it's not like they just articulated. Even if it was a prediction, the fact that a shockwave occurred and the supposed act of predicting where the shockwave would hit does not even strongly at all. It doesn't necessitate the conclusion. It doesn't even strongly indicate that this happened or can only happen upon the face of a ball, the surface of a ball.
Because it was an antipodal point where it coalesced. Meaning the shockwave came to a point. It met at a single point.
So you telling me that the shockwave went all the way around the sphere?
Yes.
Is that even true?
And it rebounded. Yes, you can. The weather station.
Well, it rebounded. It has nothing to rebound off of. You are wrong.
Listen, that's the point. How did it rebound?
Listen, the sphere part has never been measured. So you got that part? Never measured? You got
no, he will not accept that.
Dr. Astro,
Sonny, he will not accept any of that.
There's too many people talking here. Dr. Astro, you said it can't rebound off anything. Right? Gas is gas is a fluid, right?
Don't dodge the point.
Gas is a gas.
Yeah, so it's
This guy just say gas is a fluid?
Yeah.
Satoshi, I think everybody's interrupting when he's speaking. So it's getting a little hard to follow what he's saying now. I know what everybody wants to jump in. Just let him. Let the guy finish so we can.
I'm sorry.
Are we sorry? Just so we can clear it up. Are we disagreeing?
You said a volcano erupted. This thing, pressure wave, went around the ball and then rebounded back again, right?
Yeah.
What did it rebound off of? What wall?
It's itself.
Itself?
Because gas is a fluid.
Stop. Stop. Are you telling us the shockwave rebounded off of itself?
Yes, he just said that. Please clip that.
The shockwave rebounded off the shockwave.
Yes.
Yep, that's the best thing I've ever heard.
So the shockwave is moving in all directions, and it knocked against itself and moved in the opposite direction?
Yes, because it coalesced into a point.
So it had to do that 180 degrees around, not 360 degrees, right?
No,
at the 180 degrees around from that point of the volcano, 180 degrees directly around from it should be a weather station that got the same impact that volcano had.
So what you don't understand? So
don't tell me what I understand and don't understand about vacuums, pressures, and air pressure.
Can I get clarification? Can I get clarification here?
So if you look at the graphic,
sent through the air. Can I get clarification?
Let Sonny finish.
Can I get clarification? Was the shock through the air or through the ground?
Through the air.
Through the air.
Through the air, the Doppler effect, airway travel in a line of sight. In a line of sight, guess what? Dissipation of sound waves over a curved surface. You would never hear the Doppler.
That's the road I was walking them down, Sonny.
Yeah.
The Doppler effect here.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to show you this. We already talked about this discussion, so I'm going to show you a little bit of what his rebuttal to that was. So please pay attention to the live stream voice text. He started getting into this conversation after that volcano conversation on how
that's a separate argument.
I know, but you were using this to grease the skids of how that was possible for sound to travel on a globe.
It's not. That's light. That's not sound.
Can't travel.
That's light propagation. It's completely different.
Well, you were using it to talk about how the volcano eruption.
No, the sound isn't going to reverberate on the ionosphere.
Well, it reverberates against well, what is it hitting when it hits against its own
How
shockwave?
does it go in a circle if it's not hitting against something?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Come on.
So
Well,
exactly.
no,
then you just said, then you
Kessler
just said,
told us that
you
the
just said,
sound is
Kessler,
knocking against itself.
Yeah.
after it goes around the world in a ball, it hits itself and comes back.
Crazy.
So I'm walking forward right now. I'm going out of my apartment. I'm walking forward. I bump into something. Gregory, what did you bump into? Yourself. What?
That's because you walked all the way around the planet that fast.
So yourself can't be described the same way.
That's exactly analogous. You're telling me that the entity which is knocking into another entity didn't actually knock into entity B. It knocked into itself.
Gregory.
Yes, I don't know why this is so hard to imagine.
Because you're talking about something that doesn't happen in reality. That's why.
Yeah, that's why it's follow. You're trying to have us follow cartoons that we've never seen before.
It didn't bounce off of something. It bounced off itself. Like, how did it go and bounce off itself? That's what we're trying.
Yeah, could I get a
This guy Kessler. So the point that I'm making is this: this guy Kessler is not realizing.
Will you let me?
Hang on. Let me just say this one sentence. Let me just say this sentence.
Oh.
The point I'm making is that Kessler is failing to realize that we are highlighting his assertion is analytically false.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, I've already exposed him just by asking him, where did the shockwave go? It went out and around the Earth. What did it bump into? Itself. Okay, that's retarded. How could itself still be there if it was a shockwave that moved?
And why is it following the curvature of the Earth? Why is it not just going in a straight line? That makes no
go in
sense.
all directions. It should go in all directions. So wherever they had the detectors, they would have had to have been high enough to receive shock waves.
Plus, believe me, the sound isn't traveling. The sound isn't traveling across a curve 8 inches per mile square and then still reaching somebody like at a different angle. Yeah.
He thinks the circle of the shockwave is extending from its source point and then wrapping itself around the ball on the very other side.
Yeah, like a ripple on a. He's thinking like. I'm
sorry.
Go ahead, Sonny. You go. Go.
I was going to say, try shouting to somebody on the other side of a hill, or at a lower line of sight over a side of a hill. Try yelling at them from up above. See how well they hear you. They don't hear you because they're below your, like, let's say you're on a hill in the middle and there's still a bulge of hill going down and there's someone down below. You're yelling from up above on the hill. Because of the curve of the Earth, they can't hear you. You're at a higher elevation.
Listen, when he first came out with this argument, I told him how ridiculous it was. I said, if you continue down this path, man, people are going to call you out, bro. Like, this isn't something that you just can say. Like, you're saying this and it sounds already really dumb to me. Like, other people are going to cut you down because, like, it just doesn't make any sense. And so he said the same thing. He just repeated. He repeated the same thing he said to me, but now he actually enforced it with saying that the sound wave hits against itself. And then, like, think about it like a droplet of water going around the globe and then clashing with itself and then coming back to the, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to say, he's using it in a sense of saying, like, waves are being propagated through the air and those waves are something. And then those sound waves are going to hit against themselves because they meet at a point on the bottom of the ball. And then once they do that, they clash back over. And
but I want to know where he got it from. Where's his source that he got that information from? Can we call him out on that? This is the calling. We know Earth isn't spinning about.
Like the shockwave, it goes out. It goes in all directions, with both up and down, left and right, in all directions. There's a portion of that there's a fraction of that shockwave that is crashing against the Earth. That shockwave is only going to go so far. It's not going to go through the entire Earth. And the shockwaves that are not going towards the Earth are going away from the Earth.
Yep. I told him that. I was going through all of it. Yeah. But it did sound ridiculous. He doubled down, though, because it did sound more ridiculous when he said it this time. So I'm kind of glad that it was on the live stream. And people can actually clip it out and save it because it's one for the books, man.
Miggy, I noticed that picture you posted that shows the ionosphere and them bouncing radio waves off of it, or whatever that is supposed to be, right? Radio waves. That's actually a real diagram of how satellite signals work. When people have the dishes sitting on their house and they have to point to a certain part in the sky, there's something on the ground pointing up. That's reflecting back down. Guess what? It's not a thing orbiting around the planet, and it's not a balloon floating in the sky. It's just bouncing off the top.
Yeah, and Effie Warden and that technology is all started based on a horizontal plane that you adjust your dish to an elevation angle. Huh?
That's correct.
I mean, he's telling us about a shock wave that reached from one side of the supposed sphere to the other, the very opposite side of the sphere. Do you know how much damage that would have caused to human civilization?
That's ridiculous.
He doesn't. The implications aren't known to somebody who's a guy who just thinks about cartoon balls, man. Like, there's no ramifications, man. There isn't. Sorry, Sonny. Go ahead. You go.
No. I'm sorry, Miggy. It's my. I was just gonna say he's just making stuff up, and I'll back off.
No, what Miggy is saying, if you live in a cartoon world of a ball, things can't go wrong. I mean, things can go wrong in your imagination, but you can also imagine the thing that fixes it. So in a cartoon ball world, I guess waves can go around a ball, even though in reality they can't. But in a cartoon ball world, gravity helps, I guess.
When you think and believe incoherently, you don't evaluate or you don't detect incoherency, neither do you evaluate the incoherency as being worthy of being tossed over your shoulder.
Yeah, and not to be kind of cute, I guess. It's kind of an appealing idea because then I could think that someday I could get close enough to a giant whale and because of gravity, ride it in the oceans like a big horsey.
Right.
Go ahead.
Mickey,
Go ahead.
That photo, what you posted, can you look in that now?
Yeah. Which one, the ball or the?
That with the fucking lines and in ionosphere.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay,
Sasha, you Slavic hippie.
Listen this carefully. Look at in that picture and think about two things: 1,000 miles per hour and 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, but that's all, Sasha. They say it's all relative, man. So in the cartoon ball world,
it's not relative. It's not relative. That means everything is moving. That means that ionosphere it's moving 66,000 miles per hour. That means that waves, what is going on in atmosphere, because of, the aeroplanes, they are also moving 66,000 miles per hour. Everything is moving because Earth it's moving around the sun 66,000 miles per hour. That means that waves follows all the things, and that ionosphere also follow all the things. That's common sense.
When they immediately retort back at me, it's relative. They don't even know what that means. Neither do they appreciate the implications of saying that. Number one, it's relative. You say relative to what? Related to what?
I know, right?
To a cartoon ball.
Like here's the implications that, like, if the Atmo is velcroed like they say, then you would never hear a sound because you would be moving forward at the same speed the sound was supposed to be propagating in your direction. It would never
like the motion and the speed of the object moving is relative. Well, of course it is. It's relative to the entity existing and moving according to the laws of physics.
Yeah, this is the second time that he's actually rage quit, because I knew he rage quit the last time and he did it this time too. It's because like the absolute absurdity of his claim, and of course everybody knows we didn't even touch the fact that he was begging the question. We just wanted to see where he wanted to go with what he was saying with this volcano providing evidence that the Earth is a globe argument, because it was new to me. I didn't know that they would use this, sound wave propagation, or from the eruption, actually the latest volcano erupting, to be proof of the Earth being a globe. So it was new.
So what he gave us, we just destroyed it for him, though, Miggy. So when they bring it up, they can go back in time, listen to our show, and go, "Yeah, those fuckers did it again." They just know, just common sense tells you the Earth is flat.
He gave us a weak inductive appeal to a volcanic shockwave, and then his account of this event was a fictitious cartoon event where the supposed event is analytically false on its face. That's supposed to demonstrate that we live on a ball.
According to him, yeah. This is what they have to work with. It's just like I was saying before, Gregory, the level of nonsense and confusion that they're dealing with. It's absurd levels. Like, you can't even sometimes dignify it with a response, but at the same time, it's like you have to wonder why the human psyche has been taken down this path, because it's severe indoctrination, man. It's crippling to the mind to be in this state. It is. It's a shame. It's a shame that people actually think like this. It's
avoid
like
vain,
coyote,
avoid vain and profane babblings falsely called science. Beware of vain philosophy and empty deceit after the elementary principles of the world and not after Messiah. Test all things and hold fast that which is good.
Let me put the cartoon Bob once again. This is, and he showed it to me, and he actually, when he was presenting it the first time, he was like laughing about it and being kind of like, lighthearted. And I was like, dude, if you present this in another, like when more people are on, you're gonna get wrecked, bro. Like, you don't. And I told him, I was like, this is not evidence. He's like, yes, it is. I'm gonna use it as. I was like, okay, go ahead. I'm telling you, you're gonna. And yeah, he did. At least when I was having a conversation with him, he didn't get anywhere and he rage quit. He did the same thing today, but I wasn't the one that actually, because I was like, I already talked to him about it, so I already knew where he was going with it.
He got one minor point correct. It is evidence, but this appeal to this body of evidence is so tremendously weak.
It's not evidence of a globe at all, so you can't say it's evidence of globe.
No, the data is evidence. The evidence does not support the concluding premise of his.
Like what he's trying to talk about
data is data, actually, because that's what I do for a living. It's data. It's not evidence of anything.
Well, they're synonymous. Data and evidence are synonymous.
Somewhat. I'm a data manipulator, so
yeah,
I can look at it in two different ways.
When this is the top tier argument for the Earth shape being a globe, I think they are in severe trouble.
Yeah, it's over, man.
This is, I don't know what this is. It's nothing compared to what we were dealing with in the past, but it's definitely.
How come there's nobody in here raging on about this moon landing that went on? And how come the moon looks like an egg now?
What?
Oh.
Yes, some screenshot I saw. The moon is now an egg. Let's see if I can find it.
Last I read is that they lost contact.
Oh, I thought they didn't land on it.
No, there was. I have to look again, but yeah, I post that space news stuff, but there's been other things I've been posting. But I figured they did this before too, where they lose contact and then keep people hanging for a couple hours, and then they we got contact.
Yeah, they lose contact when it goes to the dark side of the moon. Great.
That is a good album. That is a good album, though.
That's what they say. What's currently its trajectory is over the dark side of the moon, so we'll lose contact when they do go on their little spiel. But that's why they say that they lose contact.
Why would they lose contact when you don't lose contact on Earth from one side of the planet to the other? Why did they do it on the moon? What is the difference?
What I thought was interesting is how Bob said that he was tracking it with his telescope. I was like, what?
Who?
Bob, the science guy.
The science
Dr.
guy.
Bob.
Oh, I don't know.
I've heard him say that. Were you here when he's like, I'm gonna wait for a clear night and I'm gonna go look at Artemis.
No, he was on Witsit's YouTube comment section.
Oh, he was saying it there too?
Yeah, and then some guy was talking about, can you show me proof of this? Like, can you put it on the internet? Can I see what you see? He's like, no, because you'll just deny it.
Oh, he said that, freak?
Yeah, he went with that. He goes, I'm not going to prove it, because if I prove it, you'll just deny it.
Because my bigotry justifies your refusal to demonstrate your position to be just and true, right?
Usually he does. Yeah, he'll say that.
I'm not going to carry my burden to prove because you won't accept it. That is BS, audience.
It's like the fat kid who gets picked, who doesn't get picked, and then takes the ball and goes home. People aren't asking him for anything. I mean, he thinks he's got all this proof, all these satellite tracks, all this great knowledge that he expects flat earthers to pay like $50 to $500 per lesson. But he can't even get globalists to buy his bullshit. What would a flat earther buy?
The precious obese child wants to get on the basketball team, and then he's told, go ask to get on the basketball team, go try out, like you just said, and then says, no. But I thought you wanted to go and get the basketball team, so why don't you go try out? Well, I'm not going to go ask because they're gonna reject me. So their refusal to accept you onto the basketball team is justified. Their refusal for them to accept you on the basketball team justifies your refusal to go and do what is necessary to accomplish the end you want to attain?
That's their logic. They usually say that in the YouTube live stream text chat. Be like, hey, come on in here, have a conversation with us. No, I don't want to go in there. You'll probably ban me anyways. Like, it's the same idea, same conversations are had with those guys. They say the same thing. I don't go in there because I would let everybody know about the truth, but it's Monday, so
I would do what is necessary to demonstrate that my position is just and true, so that I can justifiably claim that my knowledge claim is just and true. But I'm not going to do that because of someone else's fallacy.
Yeah, you might kick me, or you won't. Yeah, so. And I keep telling them, all these guys, if you want to provide evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe, come in here. I'll give you the open mic. You can say whatever you think that the evidence is, and present your case.
And guys, when you come in, don't bring the volcano because we already killed that for you.
Yeah, at least not today. That'll just be a tired argument. We don't want to hear that again.
And they appeal to the volcano. Whistle right past the fact that the humongous mushroom cloud is not a train moving from left to right or right to left. If we live on a humongous ball spinning flying through a vacuum.
Yeah, it just goes up in the air. Like it's supposed to. Straight up. Not like a choo-choo train around the Earth making a big line. They forgot about that spinning fact. Well, that's proof it's a ball, but it's not a spinning ball, is what he said. Remember, he said it's proof it's not spinning, but it's a ball.
But it's a ball. Whistle also right past the fact that the Earth is spinning clockwise. What is it? Right to left, and the shock wave that he tried to appeal to isn't longer on the right and shorter on the left. Why would that happen? Because the shock wave is pressing against the air, moving from right to left. That would shorten the left side of the shock wave and lengthen the right side of the shock wave. That doesn't happen.
It was just a new attempt at trying to see if there's a weak point in our.
That right there's the reason why your shock waves and stuff don't work. See those clouds going in different directions? Because the Earth is actually a flat surface, and that stuff's just over us, and we're an enclosed system, people, because we have air pressure that proves it. Okay, YouTubers, whenever you want to come in and Please end our day for us.
Yeah, let's not get. If you guys come in here, don't bring that volcano argument. Kessler. He basically, put a last nail in the coffin when he rage quit today. So there's no need for you guys coming in or bringing that same argument.
Yeah, bring something new. I mean, actually bring something totally new, not like something that we've heard a million times. Bring us brand new. This is solid 1,000,000% proof that you live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum. The ball is made out of dirt, gas, and liquid inside a vacuum. I want this solid proof.
Hey, Bob's looking real spiffy in that thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the supposed core of the Earth in the cosmic paradigm. You can't prove that to be real because it's so deep you can't access it. And even if you did access it, it's so hot you can't live in the vicinity of that core so as to take a photo or do a temperature reading.
Who said
it just burns everything?
Who said the core is hot?
They do.
Is the sun a fireball?
Yes, they said so. They say.
Okay, I was just wondering because I didn't know fireballs can exist inside a vacuum chamber.
You know,
that one.
Of course they can.
RC.
RC Meisty says it can.
I was just wondering. I mean, there's a big fireball.
There was a point in his conversation. He did say that it could happen on a flat and a globe, right? Did I just mishear him saying that, or was he like, no, this can happen on a flat? Because you said flat plate, Gregory, and he was like, yeah, it can happen on a flat Earth and a globe.
He said yes. He said it could happen on both. If you say that, Kessler, you just made your argument superfluous. I said at the time.
Yeah, but I think he whistled past that. Like it was like, okay, so now it does not evidence of anything. So what are you doing mentioning it? Like it
doesn't even strongly indicate your ball that this volcanic shockwave is supposedly happening on, let alone necessitate that conclusion.
And I did not miss him saying that. He did say that, and I let him skip on it because he got jumped on right away. But I was just going to say, you just said it proves flat Earth, basically, because you can't prove it either way.
He says he shot himself.
Or at least the data is inadmissible.
Okay, here's the one thing. We already know the Earth is flat because water is flat and level. Now, if you want to argue against it, go take a measurement and get it different than mine. And then I will start going to that side. So once you know that, so their arguments, when you bring them to that point, they start getting all squirrely in their pants. Everybody runs away from the fact that our baseline is sea level, and every flat earther should know this. I'm just trying to go over some things for YouTube here. Your baseline is sea level. We call that 0. If you stand there with your friend on the ocean, on the beach, and you both have cameras, and you both look at each other and one walks away, and you walk so far away and you can't see each other, and you take a picture, now you can't see each other. At those points, according to Globers, those are the 2 points, or that point from one person to the next is the point of the curve of the Earth where you can no longer see your friend. So you should be able to take your phone, go click with your distances and say, here's the distance from this point to this point. That is absolute proof that the Earth is curving. When you do it on a beach, you don't get that. So you can't do that anywhere. Anybody want to prove me wrong on YouTube?
Yeah, there's 21 people watching. Come on in here, guys.
Also, for Gregory, you're using the word superfluous wrong. Superfluous means more than enough or excessive, which the word you're looking for is inaccurate.
Yes, that's not the right word. I was looking for a word that says this is worthless. This is moot. This amounts to nothing.
Much better. Right. Correct. Good.
NASA's Orion sends back a haunting view of the surface of a tortured moon.
Oh, pretty
The
haunting.
poor moon's been tortured, and it just
Yeah,
it just
they left
hurts.
26 bags of waste on there.
Yeah,
why did Earth?
According to them.
Why does Earth look like a little disc out there in their
It's
view?
99 bags of poo on the moon.
Yeah. No, it's 96. They're
Oh,
down to
yeah.
96
Yeah, you pass one, take one down,
pass it around. 98 bags of poop on the moon. 98 bags of poop on the moon. 98 bags of poop. Take one down, pass it around.
Oh no, I was
97 bags
correct
of poop on the moon.
because I remember hearing the word superfluous being used in the sense of worthless. You look at Merriam-Webster.com number 2, they say it's obsolete, but evidently it's not. You heard me just say it earlier in this sense. Marked by wastefulness. Wastefulness, garbage, it's worthless.
Fraught with wastefulness.
That sounds like it encapsulates his whole argument. Which is- and it does,
with
man. I
wastefulness
told
all
him from the very
around.
beginning, dude, don't. And I was trying to be like, it's like, guy, I'm like, you pull somebody to the side, like, don't do this, man. Like, you're
Yeah, gentle advice. Advisement.
He's like, no, this is that. We're gonna. He's like, and he wanted to actually have a conversation with everybody the last time, and I was like, no, I'm gonna talk to you about it because I want everybody to hear like what your argument's gonna be about. And he went on about like, and I let him beg the question like we let him do here again, and like he said the same thing. It doesn't prove flat or globe. It can happen on both, and I'm like, same thing he did again here today. So it's kind of like, and he rage quit once again. Like I was gonna say before we started talking, I was like, I remember you rage quitting. I didn't want to say it at the first because he would be like, no, it wasn't me. I didn't rage quit. But then he rage quit. This just proved my point.
Rage quit again. Okay.
God have mercy on him.
And I've heard Globers say that Shockwave volcano is a good argument for the globe. I don't know how Shockwave proves a globe. I don't know what they're thinking.
It said it goes around a ball.
Yeah.
There's nothing about the properties of a shockwave, the function properties of a shockwave, and I'm not a university doctor or university graduate. I just have a mind the Lord has given me. It does not in any way necessitate or even strongly indicate anything about itself, does not even strongly indicate that you need a ball for this to occur.
Yeah, he also agreed with you, Gregory. So that's at that point you're just like, well, what do we do with this now? Like he's.
I know. I'd like to
ridiculous.
do that. Like play a globalist. Like, what's the proof of the globe? You're like space farts. You're like,
the space farts indicates.
Gas.
Nope, I got nothing.
Gas pressure.
The gas is pressing down on the ball,
but tomato
not
soup
up in every direction upon the container.
But tomato soup.
Grasshopper.
Because when you fart, you have to worry about the gas falling down and ripping your underwear.
NASA.
Then I would question what did you eat for that to be the case.
That would be a relevant question, not a superfluous question.
Yeah.
But we
stay
go
away from
there.
that thing.
Stay away from the one ripping their underwear with gas pressure, grasshopper.
Grasshopper. My son.
Aquaman.
How are you all doing, boys?
I'm blessed in you.
I haven't been in here all day, but I'm here now.
Well, we're just leaving, so go ahead and take the night shift, Satoshi. We'll talk to you later, man. All right, guys. I'm just kidding, man.
No, I'm gonna listen for now. I don't want to talk. Really.
Russia passes law. Here, Russia just passed law banning LGBTQ as propaganda.
That was a long time ago.
I'm moving to Russia.
Dude, Russia is making a cryptocurrency exchange to combat the West.
Good. I'm going to buy Russian cryptocurrency now.
Probably plenty of bike riding highways there, but that would be cool.
I'm sure it's probably nice to live there. I live in Ohio, so being cold is nothing new for me.
Right.
How's the ruble doing over there, Satoshi? You know? Not doing too bad.
It dropped when the war happened, but it's been slowly rising. It's rising because they're backing up their currency with gold, Bitcoin, and silver, and ruble. They're not trading with USD anymore, so they're kind of propping themselves up.
I don't think they have a choice since FTX just blew everybody out of the water. So the crypto world is in disarray right now. They better start backing something, or they're going to lose it all. It's okay.
If you bet against crypto, you'll make money right now, pretty much. So if you're into that kind of shit, it's okay.
No wonder they've got the ire of the false monetary system over here, because they're doing exactly what you're not supposed to do. Go against the Fed.
I'm going to step out for a little bit, gentlemen. I'll probably be back later.
All right, take care.
Later.
Peace out. Well, I'm an expert in frequency modulation, and I think I was saying about sound waves is whack. WHACK. Whack.
Crack is whack. Welcome to the 1980s.
Yeah, 1984 to be specific.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't born way back when.
I was.
I wasn't born all those years ago. Although I did watch the moon landings.
Yeah,
my dad put a TV in my bedroom for me.
Good for you. You got space programming right off the bat there. Here you go, son.
Yep.
Yeah. My dad was reading the Drake equation to me from what book? But when I was 9 years old, he was reading me the Drake equation out of some book and telling me stuff like this. The Earth is so old. Now, you know how old that is if he was quoting the Drake equation out of a book. He thought it was millions of years. But one thing he did say that made sense. It's old enough to have had civilizations completely wiped away and new ones took their place. And we would never know about the earlier ones. And now look what they're finding.
Yeah, but they didn't say it would happen within a 10,000 year cycle.
No, they didn't. But I think the Bible covers that pretty much.
Yeah, it's happened quite a few times, I think. Well, because you can tell by the different size of things that are found now, but that's a different topic. How many times? It's like 3 times or something it's been wiped.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably where the rumor of the world being on a turtle's back comes from. Do you guys get what I'm saying? The ones who know what I'm talking about? I'm sure that's where that comes from.
Yeah, I forgot the name of that turtle, but it's from the Hindu religion.
Wait a minute. Are you sure? I think it was supposed to be Yucatan.
Anyway,
Yeah,
just the
it's
thought
from
of that.
Hindu, but I don't know the name of the animal. I forgot his name.
The thought of that is could also be based on reality being exactly what some people know that I'm talking about. The fact that there are things that were bigger than us at one time. It's probably based on reality more than a story.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so.
Meaning the land and all that is probably, just like, if I want to speculate, just a big dead thing. And that's it. And other things grow on top of it year after year.
Yeah. And in wet climates, nothing lasts. Bones, all that stuff doesn't last.
No, most of the time stuff doesn't last. The only time you really get stuff to last is if you get lucky, or you try to preserve it. Well, Sonny, Ohio medical weed is here in my house. I got my card like 6 months ago, I think, or 4 months ago. So I just drive down to one of any 8 stores that I didn't know existed until I got my card. Just walk in and say, let's see the display.
Yeah, isn't that a trip? Because when that first happened in California in 1998, I think.
Yeah, well, it's just first happened to me this year. I was going to Michigan, so the greatest store in the world is in Monroe, Michigan.
Awesome.
Right you walk in, that's like a Walmart of pot.
I've never been to.
They probably have 200 different kinds, and they probably have 200 different kinds in that store.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I wish I could be more specific with the varieties I get.
What do you mean specific? What do you mean more specific? Wish I could get repeats of.
Like one individual strain that, like Blue Dream, if you get that in flower and it's done right, that to me is like the best medicine. But there's lots of others that are really good medicine as well. Like the one I have now is super strong Kush, but not. We'll get off the subject, but it's almost too strong for the daytime. I tolerate it.
What is it? Sleepy pot?
Oh, it's literally like elephant tranquilizer, but I like that because I'm in pain a lot of times, so it helps me heal.
Well, that's the reason why I got it. That's the reason why I got it. I actually legitimately, the doctor said, you are going to get this medical card because it looks like the past 10 years you've been going to the doctor for all this stuff. And this guy said, now you're going to do it this way. And he was right.
Guess what? Like, I even I'm going to University of San Diego study on if meditation would improve back pain, and I've had chronic back pain for many years. So $500, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Of course, $500. Shit. It's like
they're paying. They're giving you $500 to. Okay, that's really good.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to do a shoulder study on me, pay me also, but I looked at the rules on it. It's like 12 weeks long. Each week you got to go and have them do something, and I'm just not going to commit to that. If people want to send me stuff in the mail to fill out or try, that's a little different. I've done those before. But yeah, I see what you're saying about getting paid. I would do it too. Yeah, I got something in the email because of the fact that I just gave up on going to see these doctors. So something came from the same hospital, whatever, came and said they're doing a study only for specific patients with this specific type of thing, which I fit all the criteria. And so there's probably like maybe 20 people that got this according to that. It's not like a whole bunch, but the thing is they can't nail down what causes this. So that's what they're trying to do. I can tell them what causes it, but they don't listen to me. So it's in my neck, but they don't want to believe me.
You know what I wonder about sometimes? 1 second.
Well, this triple chocolate chip cookie makes me cough too.
No, okay. What I wonder about is, what did they give me when I was in boot camp? All those, some like 30 vaccinations over several days.
You are one of the guinea pigs. That's just guinea pig shit they're trying on you.
Yeah, so I don't know. I kind of like this idea of becoming a super soldier, so I just go, I'll just make myself into one, whether it's true that they did anything to me or not. I'll become one anyway. So I kind of am. You could call me Flying Squirrel. Activate Flying Squirrel powers. Now. Just kidding. But not really. Grasshopper. Yep. Well, how's that song go? Heard the truth from fools and from sages.
I know that. What is that?
Well, I don't know if I got the first part of the lyric. Aerosmith.
Yeah.
Dream On. Yeah, that's part of it. The idea was from that. It's a flash, news flash. Dream on, dream it till your dream comes true.
I tried to play along with some Genesis live today, and I guess I better go practice a little bit more today since I haven't played any Genesis on drums in about 1 year.
Percussion, yeah, because Phil Collins is pretty phenomenal drummer.
Actually, Chester Thompson is better than him, and he's the drummer I listen to.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Was that Lamb Lies on Broadway?
That's their live drummer. If you listen to any Genesis live, it's just Chester Thompson, unless you hear Phil Collins sit down and join him in a song.
I see. I've seen both of them playing in Genesis concerts, yeah.
Yeah, anytime they play live, it's Genesis, it's Chester Thompson is on drums, and there's a second drum set for Phil Collins. They usually open up with both drummers. He does his little thing, But Phil Collins, of course, he's excellent, but you got to be as good as Phil Collins to play his shit live.
Like when you start talking about it, I literally start hearing the music. Da da da. Da,
absolutely.
Da da da. Da 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 da.
Oh yeah, and I'm like right on the money with these beats, and then I just because I haven't played in so long, and there's nerve damages that's going on in my one arm, I can't go to my right as much as I like to, and I found that out today, so I have to make a few adjustments. I'm going to do that here shortly.
Yeah.
Go put Seconds Out back on, Genesis Seconds Out, if anybody's listening and cares to compare that drum session with anything, go ahead, but that's how I play on drums. If you want to know what I sound like, that's what I sound like live.
I'm going to start laying down some tracks, bro. I'm going to send you and Glatt also some tracks.
Yeah, because I got my new roll and drum set, so I can give you any kind of drum set back.
Yeah, see, I want to start doing tracks and producing them because no one else will do it. They'll produce their own stuff, but I just need to take the reins. I need to learn how to do it myself. Use my patience that I have. Like I need to use it with myself and settling down to do constructive, productive works of music.
It's like, yeah, if you sent like a guitar track with a bass line, okay, because you can do bass however you want to do it. Play it on a 6-string for all I give a shit. You give me the bass line and your guitar track for your rhythm track, and you kind of put in there what you need. I will give you back a great drum track, right? Not a looped drum track, one that's actually played, but will sound so good you'll think it was done digitally.
Hold on, I can't hear you right now. 1 second. I'll reconnect 1 moment.
I hear you just fine.
Screwed up. Let's see. There we go.
Excuse me. I should come back. Are you there? No?
Yeah.
I don't hear it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, shoot. Okay, good. I got to put this on charge. I'm out in the wilderness. Well, I call it the wilderness. I got to plug my phone in. I forgot. I have to keep it plugged in all the time. Technical difficulties while on mission in the field. Literally. Flat Earth, sunny. Sunny on the plane. Reporting from the field. It's hot as hell here, actually. I can't believe I'm in this little cubby surrounded by trees down in this valley, and the sun shines right down at this time of day. And so all the wind is going over me, and it's hot, like it feels like summer, and it's only like 20% humidity, super dry. It's really weird. And tonight's going to be like one of the coldest.
So it sounded like what you described to me was you fell in some kind of trap out in the wilderness, and you're looking up at the sky through some kind of square hole in the ground. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, it's along a set of trails in a valley or like a canyon where a creek bed is at the bottom, which it has steep hills on both sides. And there's trails that are running laterally with the creek itself. One goes up and one goes in the middle. And I found this place in the middle where there's a little flat platform below the high ridge where the high trail is, and above the low trail, slightly above to the south of the creek bed, a little place in these trees, surrounded by trees and the canyon. And the sun shines right in through the trees this time of day and just makes it bake right here. and literally out like above on the streets, the wind is blowing like 20 to 30 miles an hour. And I don't feel any of that.
What up, Sonny?
I don't feel any of it. Hey, man, what's up? Santa Ana Winds is what's up.
Hey, happy 1491 day, bro.
Here come no Santa Ana Winds again.
Santa Ana
What up, Doctor?
Winds. That's what we have. Hey, Saturday.
What up, G?
Do you have Santa Ana winds up where you are too? You probably do, right? Northeast winds blowing from the northeast.
We got Santa Ana Claus Lane winds, bro.
Santa Ana Claus Lane. No,
we got the Santa Claus Lane right here.
Santa Claus.
Play Steely Dan now on drums.
What's up, Doctor?
Hey,
Sonny. Hey, Dr. Astrophysicist.
Yes.
Hey, did you just have a different name?
Mm-hmm. He's Effie Warden.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
Radwine.
Oh, what up? Okay, I didn't recognize your name, your new name, bro. Hi, much respect, bro.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire, if anybody's interested.
Yeah, I didn't like, you guys change your names in your pictures so much. It's hard for me to keep
He
up.
had a different name. I'm starting to forget what his previous name was.
I have to do that to cover the lobby. So when I'm in the lobby, people know who to talk to. You can talk to the Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire. I'm not even just the astrophysicist. I'm the Dr. Astrophysicist Esquire. I'm the top of the Dr. Astrophysicist. I'm also the Esquire of them.
That's right. So you better listen.
Yeah. So any over that comes in as a astrophysicist, I'm Dr. Astrophysicist. So I'm just going to tell you if you're right or wrong.
Hey, bro, I'm not only the shooter, I'm also a victim.
That's pretty fancy. That's pretty fancy shooting there, cowboy.
Right? Hey, dude, I must have snapped at least 15,000 pictures, dude.
I saw some of your pictures, man. I want to see some more. That's freaking fantastic.
Thank you, bro. Dude, last time
I have one. What's that?
Go ahead.
I was going to say I have one beautiful picture I took with my cheap ass Obama phone of Catalina at Huntington Beach, Sunset Beach, where the FE get together was the last time.
Nice.
I got an awesome picture. It shows about 6 oil rigs and about 6 or 8 ships anchored. So going out is about 3 or 4 black swans at least.
Yeah.
Just that one photo. So,
dude, I found a new black swan that's further away than the original black swan, and it's about 25 miles south of there. And you could be at Rincon Point, and you could see Port Hueneme of Oxnard, bro. You could see Port Hueneme of Oxnard, and there's a giant smokestack. This thing's like about 100 feet high, and I could zoom right into the hole, dude. So I'm gonna set up I'm gonna get the chart and everything. I'm gonna talk to Bo 69, the original Black Swan photographer. I'm gonna talk to him, and because he's got like all the computer programs to get that, and I'm not that bright about that stuff, but I noticed something that nobody else has photographed right there. So I'm gonna get with him and try to set up the coordinates and everything, so I could have it like official, where it's not just me taking a picture of something and zooming in, because that leaves a lot to doubt, you know.
Hey, listen, isn't Rincon pretty close to the county line, right?
Yeah, Rincon's like at the county line, basically.
Yeah, it's right at county line. It's like the North Point, I think. Anyway, so we used to see the county line all the time, and we would see those.
Yeah,
we would see that stuff.
It's like a famous surfing spot, you know.
Also from Santa Monica to see El Segundo, the striped tower, the striped chimneys there too.
That's probably a really good one too, huh?
Yeah. You could see that. Yeah, you could see those probably from like.
Dude, we should put out. Yeah, for sure.
It's amazing that like more people, because look, I tell people this, they don't understand the magnitude of when you're driving along the coast. Like if you have time to stop and see on the really clear days, like Flatterday, I, and Kenny, all of us that have lived along the coast for many, many years, you see things that are phenomenally far away, bro, and nobody's been recording it all this time.
I know, dude.
It's so much
all
further.
These gems, dude, that we're dropping.
It's so much further than the Black Swan. It would take your breath away.
It is so much further than the Black Swan, dude.
Yeah.
The Black Swan's just the beginning, bro.
San Clemente Island from Black's Beach, North San Diego County, all the way to San Clemente Island, which that is seen every now and then. Pretty crazy.
Dude, I was playing poker the other day with some dude, and he had a NASA hat. I just happened to be wearing my NASA shirt with it's the NASA logo. Instead of NASA, it says Flat Earth, like flat instead of NASA. And he's like, "Oh, you're one of those guys." Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, bro." I'm like, "You know what though? I don't like being this. And seriously, if you could convince me that the Earth's a globe, you'd take a lot of my worries and stress away. Like it would go back to being good." And I asked him to please do it. I was like, "Dude, I'll give you $100 right now, bro, if you can." And dude, where he starts talking about sea level, and then at the end of what he just gave me a definition for mean sea level, and I go, "Welcome to flat Earth, bro." You know, and he's like, "Oh, I'm on the fence about it," and I'm like, "Well, let's say the Earth is a sphere, right? It still doesn't make up for the water being level. So what is it? A giant ball floating in a bunch of water? I mean, come on, that's the best I'm gonna give you, dog. You still can't account for water adhering to the ball, though." You know, and he admitted it. He's like, "Yeah, you're right about that. I'm just, you know how they always say, like, I'm just, you know, I'm not going to give up my ball religion, but that's a hard religion to give up, bro."
NASA makes it look pretty cool, dude.
Heroin.
Yeah, it's like
taking away their heroin. Try taking away
it's like taking away the dog's food, dog. It's like taking away the dog's food, bro.
Pavlov's heroin addict.
Yeah. It's their methadone, bro.
Yeah, don't fuck with their fix, bro.
Right?
I'm gonna get gnarly.
So right now at my house, I'm drinking vanilla porter. It's pretty good.
Vanilla porter.
It has like a vanilla. It has like a vanilla aftertaste to it. It's pretty good.
Porter wine, right? It's wine.
No, it's some type of IP. You know how in Southern California, dude, they've got like thousands of IPA.
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
It's one of the IPAs. They're too bitter for me or something, man. They're way too strong for one. I fucking get drunk from one.
What do you like? What do you like sipping? You like sipping on Corona 19 times or what?
Yeah, really light beer, like not light, but like more of a blondish, Mexican ale or a Bavarian light ale.
Yeah,
I like
drink
the Mexican nut brown ale. I used to drink the nut brown ale, and there is something good about those. Even Guinness, like I used to.
Dude, this is bomb. I actually bought a 22 ounce of Guinness at the store today. That's for later.
beer that had like 18, 20% in one beer.
Yeah.
It's 40 proof, one beer. Because I wanted the biggest bang for my buck at lunchtime. At that time.
Right.
And San Pedro. Tales about San Pedro. Trip out. All right. Well, I'm about to go back and get a plate of a whole big plate of nothing but turkey. That's what I'm going to do right now. Nothing but turkey.
All right, brother.
Nothing but turkey. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Have a good one. I'll see you when I get back to my home studio.
All right, Sonny.
Play some obnoxious Thanksgiving bizarre guitar.
Foster's Australian for upside down beer. That's brisk, baby.
I'll just leave you guys on until my battery runs out. Yeah, think about that. The turkeys that they have now, probably nothing like the turkeys that were originally here.
What the heck's going on, turkey satiated ones? Maybe not. Nothing at all is going on, eh? Alrighty then. All right, then. I'm going to take over the bot. Oh. Or maybe go down and watch what they're watching in the chill chat.
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome, Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling. Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis, right? It's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect, right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then, the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put it in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99.something% sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth, right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance. And it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, you know, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras. And we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earther is going to say because the Earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the Black Swan indicate that it could be the Earth's radius could be the what was it, like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land, and this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we'd say it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun or the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, and which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness. Sun, moon, and stars make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, you know, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, you know, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your 3 beliefs. Here's my 3 beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, you know, green grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what's causing the tides. Like those 3 claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about, the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather condition. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she lays on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, no, it's not a black swan, but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you can show me 1 million white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, Because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density of the water and the atmosphere. Huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening, because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass or atmosphere to water or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because of this temperature, now I don't really think the temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false cause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So, Ronan, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further. What would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see, in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time, or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries signed a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen Flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth. And it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty. And, you know, it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south, it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it, if Yeti crab can exist, right? And these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents. Wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that Flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology. And we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on the surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament? Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament, dome-shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, a flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone, okay? So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once it leaves, you can't see it no more. This would be illegal to do. This is not advice. But let's say you could circle back around and come back around from the east. It would appear to rise like the sun, even though it never left that 400-foot altitude ceiling. It's never getting lower. It only appears to get lower. And that's why the sextant thing works so well, I think, is because anywhere in the world, if you know what time it is and where the star's location should be, you can almost pinpoint your exact location on this Earth. And the stars, they don't change. The position of the stars, they never change. Only the wandering stars, the so-called planets, those are the only ones that change. Right? All the other stars have the exact same position for 32,500 years, according to the BBC and the oldest known star chart that they found.
So what do you consider planets to be? Are they flat as well? Are they there? Are they do they have a spherical shape? What are planets to you? The wandering stars that you mentioned.
So to me, it's a light in the sky. And what it's made out of, what it's doing, how much it weighs, what's the mass, I don't know. It appears to make certain patterns in the sky at the exact same time that you would expect it, over and over again, so well that we can predict where it's going to be for thousands of years in the future. Now, that doesn't sound like a result of a random Big Bang. That sounds more like a Swiss, watch, a timepiece. One of those really high-end, really ornately designed watches. That doesn't sound random at all. So what are the planets? The honesty is we don't know, but they're more dependable than anything else we've ever seen.
So whenever there's like a meteorite, like something that comes from the heavens or comes from outside of the Earth, and it breaks through our atmosphere, and then it hits the Earth, how is that possible with a firmament dome?
I would say you'd have to show me, because when they've dug and tried to get the iron from these so-called meteorites, they can't never get it. It's like they dig and they don't find anything. They don't find the iron they were looking for, they were hoping to get, and they wasted a lot of money trying to do that. So I would say, because you see a streaking light in the sky, right? How do you know that it's made of ice and metal and all these other, known elements? When you see a light, why don't you assume that it's like all other lights, right? And all other lights in nature is plasma. Fire is plasma, right? Lightning is plasma.
Well, I know I have seen some in museums and stuff, right? And the others are sold for huge amounts of money.
Well, you can also buy Martian real estate. I hope you don't, but
This is true.
so how do you verify that's from some other place? Do you know what other places are made out of? And if they're made out of the same material that we have here, then how can I verify this rock has been to this place that is supposed to exist out in a vacuum, where there's these gas balls like Jupiter, where all the gas doesn't, do what it normally does and fill the available volume. It's just sitting there in like a big pile, right, of gas that's in a perfect sphere, and it's not doing what it should always do. So I've recently come up with this understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. And this is basically the gist of it. Entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold. So if you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, it's all the temperature is leaked out and it's reached equilibrium. So it can't get any colder because it's in equilibrium. So the same thing with a charge. If you have two car batteries, one's completely charged and one's completely dead, you hook them up with the cables, 24 hours later, all the high charge is going to move into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. Then you're going to have two halfway charged batteries. So the gas pressure works the same way. If you have a propane tank with 250 psi, despite all the gravity and bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass, I'll give you all of that, it still doesn't contain it. Once I open that propane tank, even though it's facing up away from the pull of gravity, at the surface of the Earth where it's only stronger in the middle of the Earth, but we can't get there. So this is the strongest source of gravity. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and you come back 5 or 10 minutes later, and it's going to be 14.7 psi at sea level. Well, I'm going one step further, right? So this is specific gravity. Anybody can look it up. Specific gravity is the only gravity that is actually testable by the scientific method. So let's say you got a pail, right? And you put an apple in it, right? So you pour water in the pail, the apple rises. You take away the pail. You take away the water, and the apple sinks to the bottom. Well, what did you manipulate? The cause, right? So what is the cause in this case? The relative density of the object. That's what I manipulated. And what was the effect? The effect was I proved that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, this is why objects here on Earth go up and down, except for birds and aerodynamics. Every other object in a medium is going to reach its equilibrium, and then it's going to stop. So if you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, they're going to go at the same speed until they reach their equilibrium, right? Now, if you do it in an atmosphere, let's say you do it above the Kármán line where there's no atmosphere, allegedly, right? And you drop the bowling ball, it's going to go down really fast, and so is the feather. And then as the atmosphere starts to increase the pressure, right, it's going to reach terminal velocity, which means it can't fall any faster. So that 9.8 meters a second, yes, that happens. Thank you. But it doesn't always happen. And yes, when you drop things, sometimes they fall, but they don't always fall. For example, a anvil will float in mercury. I know it sounds crazy, but we can show you the GIF that you put anvil anywhere on Earth, it's going to fall down, except in mercury. It floats like an ice cube because the relative density is more powerful than any gravity you can throw at it. And they say gravity, well, that's just one definition of gravity, right? So there's Newtonian, there's Einsteinian, there's dark gravity, and then there's specific gravity. So this specific gravity is the one that you can test. It's repeatable, falsifiable, testable. No matter what object you have, if it's in a medium, it'll seek its equilibrium. And think about the water cycle. The water changes phase, it turns into a gas, it goes straight up. I mean, defying gravity. And then people say that you have to have gravity in specific gravity. It's like, no, you can't mix the two. You can't hijack on that word. You can't just get on the gravity train and say this proves the bending and warping of space-time, because the bending and warping of space-time is just a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, so I have this concept about liberty and freedom, right? And governing myself. Like, you can't take those away and bend them. You can't bend my liberty because it's just a concept, right?
How does the concept of gravity, or what you were just explaining, prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. What it does is it illustrates that not every gravity is scientific. There's only one scientific gravity, and that's specific gravity. It's one that you can test and falsify. So if I tell you that iron floats in mercury, this is a test you can do, right? If you tell me that a massive object will cause the bending and warping of space-time, the bending and warping of space-time that happens in space as well, right? So in this near-perfect vacuum where there's no material, there's this bending and warping of this non-material, non-physical space-time, right? So it's metaphysical. It's like talking about God and angels. Like I can't test it. I can't prove it. I can't put it in a jar and take it to the lab. I can't paint it yellow and see what it does. This whole bending and warping of space-time, it's not scientific. Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. It was all mathematical and equations and stuff. So math isn't science. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, with the Earth being flat, what's underneath? Like
the Russian borehole, they dug almost 8 miles, and every step of the way they predicted what they were going to find, and they were wrong every time. And when they got to 8 miles, they couldn't dig any further. So we don't know. And that's the thing about flat earthers. If you talk to a real flat earther, we're all hyper-empiricists. If you ask us something we don't know, we better say we don't know, or else you better cite some sources to back up your claim. We're never going to go into speculation unless we say, hey, I'm speculating, what if the sun causes the tides because it has more energy and it would, disrupt the material. Let me think of a better way to phrase that. It would, and this is, hypothetical, this is just an example. Let's say it would perturb the water molecules and cause the tides. Right? That's just a speculation. So I don't have anything to back that up, so don't hold me to it. That's what we say when we're speculating. Any other time we're talking and you ask us to cite our source, we're going to be more than happy to stop what we're doing and cite our source and back up our claims.
That makes sense.
Question, if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You wanted to say following from that first?
Yeah, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until after.
Okay, well, if you want to ask a few, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay, so first question, on top of all those, were you raised thinking the Earth was flat or as a globe?
Absolutely not. I grew up in Texas, and we have a regular public school system. But when I was in the first grade, I discovered the science books on the bottom labeled space. And my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, she was the head librarian at the public library. So I kind of had free reign with all the space books that I could consume. And I was so into it that I debunked the moon landing before ever hearing someone else say that it was fake. So when I saw the flag waving in the wind, I knew there was no wind on the surface because before 2019, the moon was in outer space and it was considered a vacuum. After 2019, now they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com. But yeah, I was raised globe earther, grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, space video games, etc., etc., etc. But I was following it so close that I started seeing problems. And there definitely is problems, specifically when you try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum physics. There's this thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or the cosmological constant problem, right? And this says that when you compare what we theorize compared to what we observe, you're off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. This is the huge factor, according to Michio Kaku. He said, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, oh man, you need a new theory. Right, but they don't do away with the theory. They just keep ad hocing explanations where they make up on the spot as to this is why this still works. Now, any village idiot can tell you why it still works. So, according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to create enough pull for the outer stars because it's the opposite of a solar system. Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. Well, in the galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest year and the stars in the outward arms have the shortest year. So it's like taking kids and put them on a merry-go-round and see what speed they fly off and then increase it by 10 for your next experiment and pray to dark matter that it's going to come save the children and that none of them get hurt. Right, that's what's going on. The math doesn't work out at the galactic level. Now, as far as making so-called predictions, which are actually postdictions, because it's a pattern, the sky is like a clock, like a pattern. They say they're making predictions, but they're all postdictions. But the math works out at the solar system level, but it absolutely doesn't work out at the quantum level, like I said earlier, quantum physics, and it doesn't work out at the galactic level, and that's why they need the dark matter theory, because it doesn't work.
So when you realized at one point in time in your life that the Earth is actually flat, it's not what you were being taught in school or what everyone around you thought, did you find that you were talking to everybody, trying to get them to see that that was the case, and then maybe be ostracized by people or ridiculed by people? And if so, how did that affect your life?
Well, the thing is that I'm backing up what I'm claiming, right? I'm telling people to go do it themselves. So when I tell people, let's say 10 years ago, I told my uncle, yeah, man, look into that 9/11, that Building 7. He's like, oh, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then a couple years later, he'd come around and be like, you know what? You were right. I'd be like, what was I right about? What are you talking about? He'd be like, about, Building 7, about how it collapsed. And then a few years later, September the 3rd, I think, a few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska did a 4-year study with another college professor from Japan. And this college, it's a structural engineering college. And they nearly quoted me word for word. So this is what the abstract says. The abstract says that in Building 7, it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns. Now, a column is what holds the building up, right? So if it was a fire, it would have been a progressive collapse, like dominoes, because the fire doesn't poof the whole building up at once. Only some sort of explosion or timed demolition could do something like that. A fire isn't capable of doing that. So in Fairbanks, Alaska, when they put their stuff out, I could just grab that link and just post it wherever, and I don't have to say anything. Nobody has to believe me, because this is now what the experts are saying. So if anybody ever ostracized me, that's their problem, not mine, because I can look at both sides of the coin on every situation and weigh out the evidence like a sober judge, instead of getting my emotions involved. And then, you got your preconceived bias, you got logical fallacies. Once you understand all these things and you know how to govern your own emotions, then you can look at things more clearly rather than having the cognitive dissonance. Now, the people with the cognitive dissonance, that's their problem. That's something that they have to work through, right? And if they treat me different while they're going through that, I don't really care.
Well said. Thank you.
If I can ask you a question now. So postulating, you said that there's a firmament, whether it be a dome or a ceiling type of firmament. Do you believe, like as the Bible says, that above that firmament is water, that there is perhaps outside of that or above us a watery layer or water beyond the firmament? Is that part of your understanding?
So this is the law of correspondence. It's a natural law. As above, so below. So they say that there's water above, and so there's water below, right? So we know that there's deep underground oceans, right? North Texas, the Panhandle, is connected to one of the largest. They found a whole bunch of them in China, right? So we know that there's water below, and if there's evaporated water above us, then it has to be above us. But when you're talking about on the other side of the firmament, I mean, who could know such things? We could speculate that there is a firmament, but there has to be a container, because you're breathing right now. So if you got gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So there has to be something. It's like you can't eat a steak without cow. So nobody's eating a steak and wondering whether or not cows really exist or not. So yeah, there's something up there, but who knows what's above it, or who knows what it's made out of.
So a follow-up question to that: do you believe that the Earth's moon, the moon that's visible from Earth, is inside of the firmament, or is it in here with us, or is it on the other side, or is it part of the firmament?
I would say it's hard to tell the location of the moon. They say that it's 238 miles away. 238,000 miles away, but we can allegedly see a piece of it that's like 50 miles across with our naked eye. So when you do the math, that doesn't really work out. So we don't know where it is. We just don't think that it's as far away as they say that it is. And we don't know that it's made out of, who knows what it's made out of? The astronauts gave petrified wood to, I think, Holland, and passed it off as a moon rock. So we don't know what it's made out of.
Question. If I assume that under the model of flat Earth that you're describing, the South Pole is, not actually some singular point, but spread around in, a circular fashion, where the North Pole is, in fact, more of a representative focal point, correct?
So we don't have a model. Anyone that ever tells you that we have a model, it's incorrect, because at this point we're consolidating facts, right? So we're not free enough to create a model. And the truth is, you don't have a model either. You don't have a scientific model. In fact, your model doesn't work either. So just to be clear, if you've seen concepts of a flat Earth, it's like a disk flying through space, or turtles or something involved, We're not claiming that. Nobody claims a model. If you're claiming a model and you're a flat earther, you're obviously new and you don't know what you're talking about, because what people do is they put out these models that are straw man versions of what we're claiming that we live on, and then they debunk the model. And then they say, oh, this is fact checked. We debunked this. Well, you debunked a straw man. Classic. I mean, so there is no model. Now, I've seen the concept that you're referring to, right? That's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that you can measure water and it's missing curvature.
Isn't that a bit of a double standard, though? Because you're effectively trying to debunk other models while simultaneously not presenting any to be tested.
Okay, you want a model? I'll give you a model. The water has zero curvature. Go test that. I mean, if you don't mind.
Well, if the Earth is flat in any configuration, then I should not be able to fly around from any point to any other point without crossing over any sort of central place. Wherever the center of that flat space is, it would, if it's round, it's wrapped around itself, and I can go without crossing over a path I've already been. Places would be connected two different ways, effectively, in either direction. And so the easiest way for an individual in their own life experience to then test things, would be either to charter a boat or a private series of private planes or so on and so forth, to fly or sail from point to point and see what was actually closer to what, and if they could get something from multiple ways to see if, it was wrapped around. This is something you could do in your own individual life, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about making a map. Like, we're not trying to prove where the continents are as relationship to other continents, because all maps are incorrect slightly somewhere. There's no perfect map of the world, right? And what is going on is we have Cartesian coordinates maps. They're all in grids, right? Squares. If the Earth was a sphere, wouldn't the maps be wouldn't they be rectangular coordinates? Because rectangles fit on a sphere, right? But they're all flat Earth maps because they're Cartesian coordinates. So if you want to know the shape of the Earth, yeah, you can fly around and go to space or whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just think that you should measure it directly. I don't know why that makes sense, but like if I wanted to prove to you that I had a 12-foot boot size, wouldn't I just give you my foot instead of, well, you can measure my fingernails, or, you can take a train, right, and ask other people, right, how big my foot is. No, I would give you my foot and say, see, it's a size 12, told you. You just measure it directly. I don't know why everybody comes up with, we could go to Antarctica and we could take flight and we could take rockets and we can go to space. You're not going to space, sorry, but you can go to the ocean. 95% of the population lives near an ocean.
Well, the thing that I am suggesting, it would involve simply chartering boats. You could do this if you had an ocean-worthy vessel. Like I'm not giving saying go become an astronaut. I'm simply putting out the thought process of being able to test if the surface of the Earth is wrapped in some way. Now, you could say that potentially you could have a cylinder. And that would also be wrapped. But the notion of whether it's wrapped, so you could come from either direction to a similar point in all spaces, that is a testable hypothesis. An individual with a boat could do. They wouldn't have to make any measurements. They would just have to say, can I get from here to here without crossing this? Did you understand what I don't know if, I'm wondering if I'm communicating clearly is what I mean to say.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you should be able to go to Argentina, South America, and take a short flight across the ocean to South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. But what you'll see is most of the flights, they go towards the north, and then they come back down towards the south. Now, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be like direct flights. And if there are, I would say that book it, see if you can go on it. So I'm not completely disagreeing with you. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what's that going to prove? Okay, we don't know how fast they're going up there, right? Nobody has like a speedometer that they could take with them. And you're going to be a lot better off just by measuring it directly, because at 10 miles there should be 66 feet of curvature. So when I was in North Beach, I mean, me and my wife at night saw the lights across the way, and it's like those light poles aren't 66 feet above the water, right? So anybody can do this. You don't have to take my word for anything. I'm just an egghead on the internet, right? Who knows, right? I may be lying, but all I'm asking people to do is just go measure it for themselves and find out. If it's curved, it should be easy to prove it, real easy, because you can't see past a certain point, and it's going to be like that every single time. And you're never going to be able to see further. But the problem is we keep seeing further than we're supposed to be able to see, and we've debunked horizon, and now everybody admits that it's a refracted horizon. That's what the flat earthers have been saying.
Well, the comment you made earlier about refraction, you were talking about light coming down through the atmosphere, but the light coming across the atmosphere is different, because the light that comes, conceivably from space, according to a globe model, passes through the atmosphere directly and comes down. Whereas light that is coming, through the edge of the curve that you're looking at, would be passing through larger amount of atmosphere, because it would actually be going across in that way, and so it would experience a greater amount of, it would refract more so because it's going through a much larger amount of atmosphere, because it's coming through sideways at a much more a much higher angle.
Okay, so if you got a star right over your head, it's not passing through a bunch of different layers at an angle, right? But if you got a star that's, say, like between 30 and 60 degrees, right, that's going through a bunch of different density layers, and you would actually see more refraction in stellar objects than you would looking across the same medium, because if you're 1 foot above the water and you look across 10 miles away at 1 foot above the water, you're in the same exact medium, the same density. Now, if something is several stories high, the higher up you look at the building, yeah, it might get wonky up there, because now you're looking through different layers of atmosphere. The higher you look up at a building, you're not supposed to see it, and you see it, and you look up, it's kind of wonky and wavy up there up top. That's because you're looking through different layers now. But if you just look at the bottom of the image, that's going to be clear, except for, okay, this is really important to understand. What you know about light is very little. Me too, right? I'm in the same boat with you. Light is incredibly hard, difficult, not easy to understand. So when you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, right, at like 50, 60 miles away, you're not actually seeing the buildings. You're seeing the light reflect off the buildings. So as the light is reflecting off the buildings and headed towards your eye, it's expanding in all directions. It's diverging. The image is stretching like you're zooming in. And you can see this when you're at the bottom of the pool and you look across and you see a light on the other side at nighttime. And the light looks huge, right? But then you get close and you change the bulb, and it's actually a very small, tiny little filament. But the way that light works, it expands in all directions. And if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times. So the intensity is what changes. Light does travel forever, but not at the same intensity. So I guess it could never go down to 0, because it's always going to be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So when you're looking at light from that far away, it's like, say you got a cowboy and you want to read his belt buckle to see which rodeo he won or whatever, right? As you zoom in, his feet are going to get cut off on the bottom. Well, the same thing's happening to the image of Chicago. The light is diverging in all directions and stretching, and one of those directions is down towards the water. And when the light bounces off the water, it never hits you in the eye. So this could cause false horizons. And anybody can look up Skunk Bay time lapse with the grids and see what I'm talking about. You can see that as the day progresses, there's a GIF. I'm sure somebody's posting a GIF right now. And you can see how it looks like the other side of the bay is getting flooded out as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, but it's not. It's just the light, or the way it's interacting with the atmosphere, it's causing a false horizon in front of it when the actual real horizon is actually behind it. And you can see it. It's clear as day to see the false horizon come up, swallow the buildings, and at the end of the day spit it back out like it never really happened. But it's really difficult to see this sort of refraction happening where you can notice it, because when we're looking at refraction, it normally takes instruments, right? So in this case, we took a time lapse and we sped it up. Now you can see it, right? But what really happens is that the horizon changes places throughout the day based on interference of the conditions of the atmosphere and the sun interacting with it. Sorry if I went on a rabbit trail on that one, but it's very difficult to understand what light is doing.
I followed what you were saying. I disagree with a little bit of it, but one of the larger points is I don't understand how many of the points you're making actually relate to the differences between a globe or flat model of the Earth. Like, then, for example, you're pointing out many flaws in, institutional sciences and what they pretend to know, what they don't really know. I mean, they've changed what they think the speed of light is on occasion, things like that. And these are true. Fair enough. But there's a difference between, okay, they're wrong about some things, or they don't always admit when they're wrong about some things, and therefore flat Earth. I guess I'm just not following how a flat Earth. It seems like you are looking for things which can't be explained, and then therefore, if not everything can be explained, the Earth is flat. And I'm being critical, but I'm being bluntly honest.
Yeah, I just want to say that, that's not my argument. My argument is go measure the water yourself and falsify or verify it. That's actually my argument. That's my real argument is here today. Everything else about a model, we don't have a model. We don't live in a model. The Earth is the real Earth that's outside. When you go walk around and you get dirt between your toes. That's what the real Earth is. And it presents itself as a flat, stationary plane. And you can all go outside and verify this. So the whole model thing, we don't have that. We're not worried about models. We're not free enough as a population to go test this world and its boundaries and see what it is and what shape it is and what it's doing and where the boundaries are. As far as I know, we have these mandates from governments saying that we can't go to Antarctica and we can't tell what it is. So all we got is what's right here, right? And this is the real Earth, and you can actually go test it and see what it is. Now, as far as the other stuff that I've talked about, gravity is important, right? Because how are spaceballs made? In the heliocentric model, gravity pulls the matter together because mass attracts mass. So if I debunk mass attracting mass, which I don't need to do that, Professor Shankar has already done that for me, Professor of Physics of Yale. And, I can cite my sources for that and show you that mass attracting mass, that's 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. And then the whole bending and warping of space-time, yeah, you can't prove it. So I can just dismiss it because there's no hypothesis test or experiment that we can demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time. So, yeah, all I'm trying to do is let you know that the real shit, sorry for cursing, is the specific gravity. And you can test it with balloons. I mean, all children, like to play with balloons because, this is what the real world is, right? Not everything falls when you drop it. Yeah, you drop your cell phone, it's going to break. Did you expect the atmosphere to hold it up? No, there's not enough buoyant force in the atmosphere to hold up your cell phone. But there is enough buoyant force to hold up the balloon.
So I know you'll say, we don't know and we can't know, but is space travel just out of the picture? Should we not even be bothering? Is that a pipe dream? The whole concept of exploring beyond this realm, do you think?
Well, it's kind of funny because what do you mean by space, right? You're in Canada, I'm in Texas. So there's a great deal of space between us, right? Yeah, we can travel, right? You could come to Texas and I could show you the Gulf, right? But as far as us going to live on Mars one day, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me to think that you could go live on a light in the sky. I would think it would make a lot more sense that, we could go terraform Antarctica. Doesn't that make more sense?
Perhaps, yeah, quite possibly. Do you think that the nature of the Earth as we observe it is explicitly indicating an intelligent designer, like a creator? Like, does that go hand in hand with this understanding that this is some kind of a created realm?
Well, to me, it does, because when I think about what Native American life was like, and the man would just go out early in the morning and just get, fruits and berries and fish and deer from, everything we need is here. It's almost like an anthouse for humans, right? And then when you look at the information theory, right, and this is the part that you need to type in, functional sequence specified complexity. When you look into that, I mean, you'd have to have a great deal of faith to find a Rolex watch in the woods and think to yourself, my God, how long did it take for the woods to create this magnificent, timekeeping device? That would require some wow faith that I do not possess. So when I see something with intricate design, specifically functional sequence, right? That's what the DNA pattern is, whatever you want to call it, the code. It's a functional sequence with specified complexity. So we know the difference between a sand dune and a sand castle. Everyone on Earth, every child on Earth knows that the sandcastle has to have had a crater. You're never going to get a letter from the mail from no one, right? If you trace it back, it's always going to go back to the three things that information exchange requires: an intelligent sender, an agreed upon medium, like English, and an intelligent receiver. So if you send an English letter to a man who only speaks Mandarin, no information was exchanged. All three requirements have to happen. And the only way that could happen is with an intelligent sender. So yes, I would agree that this place is special. You are special. You're not mold on bread. You don't need to die. We do need to take a better care of our sacred rivers, water, soil, air, right? I'm not, completely down for destroying the earth, but I think that the climate change thing has been hijacked by people who want to tax the West. I mean, why wouldn't they want to worry about China, right? They got companies over there that produce more pollution than entire countries. But yeah, let's tax the West because that's going to solve all the problems, right?
I see. And you mentioned Antarctica, and you may have mentioned this before, but do you believe, like I've heard some people say that maybe our little ice wall enclosed part of this world is just one of many scattered throughout a wider ice plane, or that there could be other realms beyond the ice wall, but on the same plane? Do you subscribe to that concept?
No, those are called outer ponders. Although I have a few friends who are outer ponders, we don't all agree on all the speculative stuff. But these outer ponders, it does make sense that there could be, hypothetically, other people from other continents that we're unaware of. Whether they're in another container, I mean, that's all speculation. So I couldn't really, definitively say what's going on, but there are a sect of flat earthers that are called outer ponders, that they believe that there's maybe more land outside of this container that we're in. And maybe they don't even believe in a container, some of them. But yeah, most flat earthers, we all agree the water is measuring flat. Like, we all disagree on a great deal of many other things, but we're not really at each other's throat. We just say, okay, you and I, we're not going to agree on the subject. So we're going to agree to disagree, bury the conversation. We're never going to talk about this again because we're not going to change each other's minds. So let's stand on common ground. And that's what we're doing. That's why we all get along, is because we have common ground.
That common ground always includes that the Earth is motionless. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know of any true flat earthers who think we're flying through space upward at 9.8 meters a second squared, which is really important to understand. Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So why is there a controlled opposition known as the Flat Earth Society? They say all the wrong things to make us look like idiots, and none of us are society members. I've never met one in 6 years. I think I'm getting to 6.5 years now. Yeah, that's all globe earthers making it look bad because we're being censored. If you know about truth, sorry, Veritas. They had was released by a Google whistleblower, and Flat Earth was one of the things on this Google blacklist. So if you'll notice, when you search Flat Earth, you're going to get 100 debunk videos, and you might find one or two videos actually made by Flat Earthers. And this was a request of the government asking the alphabet agencies like Google, Facebook, and YouTube, like, hey, what are you going to do with all this Flat Earth stuff and all this fake? Right, so now in everything that's Flat Earth related, you're going to see that it's an archaic theory about what people used to think the Earth was like. Yeah, like back during the Egyptians lived and we could build buildings that lasted for thousands of years into the future, people thought the Earth... Yeah, that's an archaic theory, but guess what? 2,000 years ago, apparently there were some Greeks back before archaic times who thought the Earth was round. So you guys have a model, just like we do. We don't have a model. And you guys have an archaic thought on what the Earth is. I mean, think about it, guys. If you're a heliocentrist, Helios, well, that's the sun god, and Apollo is the guy from Revelation, Apollyon, right, who comes out of the bottomless pit. And, you know, all this stuff like Jack Parsons, he was a known occultist, and he was like with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard, and they were all hanging out back in the day. And it's like the NASA was started by Nazis. So Wernher von Braun, like, is a Nazi guy, and you know, other Nazis got tried and, you know, hung, but these guys got to lead like NASA programs and all this other stuff, and the planets are named all these pagan gods. I mean, obviously, it's the Big Bang as a creation. There's no science involved. The first step of the scientific method is to observe natural phenomena. Nobody observed the Big Bang. So if it can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, how can we prove that this static that everybody sees on their tube TVs from the 80s, 1% of that actually comes from the cosmic background radiation? How do we prove that's from the Big Bang? How could you possibly prove that? How could you prove that they're directly related unless you could manipulate the Big Bang, which is the cause, and see the cosmic background radiation as the effect? You can't do it. It's not science. There's no science in cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, paleontology. There's no science involved. It's not natural science, to be specific.
Does anyone else have a question or comment for Hank Hill or in general? Will you have the chance?
I have a
Yeah, I was wondering. Did you?
Hey Hank, it's Matthew. So how do GPSs work in the middle of the ocean, and then also all those big, you know, those big 6-foot diameter satellite dishes that we've seen since the 80s and 90s before we had the small ones? What were they pointing out in the 80s and 90s?
Well, it looks like 45 degrees from what I could tell. Yep.
Depends on your latitude,
So,
right?
Right. Okay. So they appear to be pointing like halfway between the sky and the earth. Right. So if you were to see, what people don't realize that the underground marine cables, it's like over 90% of our communication, right, is these submarine cables that go from continent to continent, right? Because radio signals, anybody who owns a cell phone, they know that the light doesn't travel forever. So you go outside to take out your trash, you start losing the Wi-Fi signal. You go down the block and you've lost connection completely, right? This is because of the inverse square law. So these communications like this, they're not very good. They're not very good over long distances and weather patterns and stuff like that. So the best way to do it was, you know, the cheapest way is to send it from the ground, right? And, you know, it's interesting because you got projects like Google Loon, where Google is going to put Loon satellites so that they could get, you know, internet to rural places. And then you got America came out and admitted that parts of the government were putting out balloons to surveillance the American population. And it's like, why would they need balloons if they got 3,000 satellites up there? I mean, they should be able to see like everything we're doing. You know, we should get like live feeds. And, you know, back in the 90s, they would just like zoom in on nude beaches and show you that this is what they're doing with their satellites. But I don't think we can verify any of that stuff can actually be done. So where does the source come from? I don't know, but it sure would be expensive to send it to space just to send it to Earth when we're on Earth and we could just send it across with cables. And there are wireless communications happening, but they're just not as good or as cheap.
Like the whole thing, we went to the moon and they made a phone call to the president, but we can't fucking make a phone call in Walmart by the milk section.
Yeah, my wife, she's all about the moon being fake. But yeah, if I can't get good signal, and anybody who knows me knows that I can barely get good signal while I'm at work. Like, how come I can't get good signal, but they can live stream from the moon in 1972? When the LEM took off in 1972, you can actually see the LEM taking off, and they say that, you know, that was a robot camera that just happened to take off, lift its, you know, lens at the exact same time that it took off. Like, but I can't get like good signal, you know, on the interstate. Come on.
So there were balloons in the 80s that were stationary, so the satellite dishes never had to point somewhere different. And then there are satellite dishes on the equator that point straight up, or are those fake?
I'm not saying satellite dishes are fake, right? I'm just saying that it doesn't have to go all the way to space, right? We could put balloons up if you need to, you know, get over a great distance, right? But a lot of people talk about you can bounce light off the moon. You can bounce radio signals off the ionosphere. So I really see, you know, no real point in having to send up, you know, a rocket into outer space for us to have signals with each other. We're here on Earth, right? So NASA, I think their budget for helium is like the highest in the world. So what do they need all that helium for? I understand specific gravity better than you do.
So, Hank, for those of us like myself who can't do math and don't have instruments of any kind, what are some of the ways, and you've probably covered this already, but just some of the ways that people can use their own senses and their own intuition to start piecing this together for themselves? And maybe.
Well, first of all, you know, a lot of people, the Earth. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Yeah, I am sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, you know, people say that the globe is common sense. And which senses are you talking about when you say that it's common sense? Because can you see curvature? Can you experience motion? Well, they say you wouldn't be able to feel it. Right? So I would say, you know, common sense, number one. What does water do when you pour it out? It seeks equilibrium. Right? Like every time, no matter what. And it's the physics of water. It's very easy to understand that it would be level. That's why we call it sea level. And that's why I'm telling you that you can go out with a mirror, right? Like a dressing room size mirror, put it in the water and face the sunset or the sunrise and have the other person on a lake, right, a body of water, and have them see if they can see the reflection, or get a spotlight and see if they can see yours when the sun goes down. Right? You can test it very easily because at 10 miles, there'll be 66 feet of curvature. Now think about this. Say I got a 6-story building, right? And there's a deer on the other side of the building. Now I can't shoot the deer with my camera or my rifle because I can't see it. Right? It's a 6-story building. It's blocking, right? That's what kind of bulge of water is going to be between you and the other person at the lake. It's going to be a 6-story building of water. Now, if you're claiming that you can shoot that deer with your rifle due to refraction, I'd like to see that, because I don't believe that's how ballistics work. I don't believe that when you see a target, it's not really there. When you see a target, it's really there. Like it's not because of refraction. You can't see a deer behind a mountain or behind a hill. And all we're saying is what we're seeing is what's actually there. And the globe earthers are going, nuh-uh, what you're seeing is actually refraction, right? But then you ask them what kind of refraction, and, you know, tell me what kind of mechanism is causing this, and how do we verify this? And, you know, nobody knows anything except for the word refraction. They just dismiss it with refraction, and that's not quite how it works. It's kind of like saying, you know, if, let me think how to put it. It's kind of like when someone says, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. I don't have to listen to you. I can just dismiss everything you're going to say. Well, that's two tactics, really. That's stultification, right? And it's another one that I can't remember right now.
But to further expand on your question, Shogun, about how people can get involved with this too, is simple, like camera too. They offer these cameras now. You get the Nikon P900 or the P9000. These long distance cameras. You can go out to spots. You can, find objects that should be hidden. Tall mountains that should be hidden by the curve. Tall landmarks or just other things in general too. It's not much. These cameras aren't too expensive, but these are things you can do yourself.
Thank you. Just with the Earth curve calculator, anybody can do this. I mean, even if, I don't know about other states, but in Texas, you can drive on the beach. I mean, even if you just drive up to the beach and turn on your lights at a cove, right? And then someone's in the water, right? Or on the beach, right? If, you do the math, right? It's really easy to plug the numbers into the Earth curve calculator, and they're going to calculate refraction and all that stuff for you. It's really easy to just punch in the numbers.
Can you do the same with binoculars, not just a camera, like a high-powered lens or something?
Yeah, you could use lasers, binoculars, telescopes, high-end cameras, right? There's lots of stuff that you could do. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to falsify or prove that there's curvature. Now, I've already demonstrated with the Skunk Bay time-lapse that you can have false horizons due to atmospheric conditions. So if you see a white swan, this isn't like a one-time measurement type deal. What we're seeing is black swans all over the world. People are seeing stuff they shouldn't be able to see. So if you get a white swan, I'd say just measure it again. Just keep going back to the same spot and measure it. And, the thing is that it should be done like over a matter of, in my opinion, as much as possible. You want to test it as much as possible. But I went out there the first try on 4th of July, right? Really steamy day in Texas. And I seen it during the day and I seen it at night. So with or without the sun perturbing the atmosphere, I still seen it with my naked eyes. I could see the buildings. I could see the white paint, right? And then I could see the lights.
Well, this has been a lot of great material, a lot of good information. Does anyone else have a question or a comment they want to get in? If not, Hank, thank you so much for your time and for your knowledge. I was just wondering, do you have maybe like a takeaway message or a parting thought you want to leave with the audience here in the room and also those listening later on YouTube and BitChute?
Yeah. Think for yourself, question authority, right? And if everyone were governing themselves, would they need to be governed from without, from the outside? So if you govern yourself and everybody follows natural law, then people can't stomp the breath out of other people and other people get pissed off and riot and steal stuff and burn stuff down. If everybody would just follow natural law, then, society would be a lot better off. So, take a look at the 10 Commandments. It's pretty easy to follow. I mean, all you have to do is love your neighbor, and if you love him, you won't steal his wife or his car or his life, and you'll be cool to your parents. And, that's all it takes. Love conquers a multitude of sins. So, yeah, don't believe anything that you see, especially if you see it on TV, right?
Wise words from a wise man. Thank you, Hank Hill, again for your time. Thank you to the live audience and everybody who came to listen to the podcast. We do these podcasts every day pretty much. We'll have them usually at 9 p.m. Central Time. We'll have one tomorrow on the subject of distilled water urine therapy and the God Complex with Destrix. But you can see on the announcements channel, there's always new events coming up. And all the past special events, debates, interviews, etc., can be found in the hashtag RT Podcast channel. All the channels have different, YouTube channels have different episodes, so check them all out. Like, follow, subscribe. Thanks so much, guys, and God bless.
see no and speak no evil. We get lied to so much, it seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god, you must obey and consume. Always practice conformity, stay within the majority. Never think for yourself and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death. Because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening. Never sleep again. Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to purvey. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away. Every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action. What are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity. This we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston, to give me the scoop. Waking the world up to spin the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I want to help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares. Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax viewed of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, blasting the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies, as as I explain to you.
Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, girlfriend. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win, belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you, take Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopey-eyed grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove they're spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Off,
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts.